What is popping in the hood, my potatoes? That's right, it's back pretty much every single episode now since you guys have missed that so much. Now, if you were sitting by a fire a couple hundred years ago, someone might hand you a small bouquet and expect you to understand exactly what they meant without a single word being said. So I'm glad you're here to ease into that kind of quiet tonight. This episode is, and will always be, a carefully researched and thoughtfully shaped sleep story, built from historical accounts and period writings, designed to be both accurate and calming. Now, with the fire settling into a steady glow, we're drifting into the secret language of flowers, how florography spread across 18th and 19th century Europe, how meanings were assigned, messages arranged, and how something so simple once carried entire conversations before slowly fading away. If this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now shut those lights off, let your head rest into the pillow, turn on that fan and let's get rolling. Long before text messages and phone calls, people found creative ways to say what words could not. In the drawing rooms and gardens of 18th and 19th century Europe, flowers became a language all their own. Tonight, you will discover how a simple bouquet could convey love, rejection, warning, or hope without a single word spoken aloud. You stand in a London garden in 1716. The air smells of roses and freshly turned earth. Around you, guests in powdered wigs drift between flower beds, their silk shoes collecting dew from the grass. The evening light turns everything golden. Bees work the lavender borders with drowsy determination. This is not your garden party. You are merely observing, as one does when time itself decides to be generous with its secrets. The hostess, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, has just returned from Constantinople. She carries something more valuable than Turkish silks or exotic spices. She carries an idea. Lady Mary is 30 years old. She is brilliant, well-travelled, and completely uninterested in the conventional limitations placed on women of her era. Her journey to the Ottoman Empire came about because her husband was appointed ambassador to the Turkish court. Most English women would have stayed home. Lady Mary insisted on going along. She spent 2 years there, 2 years watching, learning, and recording everything she saw. She witnessed customs that English society would find shocking. She observed freedoms that English women did not enjoy, and she discovered something that would fascinate her for the rest of her life. The Turks spoke with flowers. Now she moves through her guests with unusual purpose. In her hands she holds a small bouquet, 3 roses, 2 sprigs of myrtle, a single stem of jasmine. To most of her guests this is simply a pretty arrangement, but Lady Mary knows better. The roses are pink, not red. This matters enormously. The myrtle has been placed at a specific angle. The jasmine wraps around the stems in a deliberate pattern. Every element of this bouquet has been chosen and positioned according to rules that nobody in this garden understands except Lady Mary herself. She has spent 2 years in the Ottoman Empire. She has watched Turkish women communicate through flowers when words were forbidden or dangerous. She has learned that a yellow rose means something entirely different from a red one. She has discovered that the way you hold a flower can change its entire meaning. She learned this necessity. In the Ottoman court, men and women occupied separate spheres. Direct communication between unmarried young people was impossible. Chaperones monitored every interaction. Letters could be intercepted. Private conversations were forbidden. But flowers moved freely through the world. A servant could carry a bouquet without suspicion. A young woman could accept flowers without scandal. And if you knew the code, those flowers could tell you everything you needed to know. Lady Mary filled her letters home with descriptions of this practice. She wrote to her sister about the elaborate system of coelom. She explained how Turkish lovers conducted entire courtships through botanical arrangements. She promised that when she returned to England she would teach this secret language to anyone who wished to learn it. Tonight she plans to share this discovery with England. You watch as she approaches a young woman near the fountain. The woman has been crying. Everyone at the party knows why. Her father has arranged her marriage to a man 3 times her age. The groom is wealthy but cruel. He has buried 2 wives already. In 3 weeks she will become the wife of someone she barely knows and deeply fears. The young woman's name is Catherine. She is 19. She has no power to refuse this marriage. Her father needs the money the match will bring. Her opinions are irrelevant. Her feelings do not matter. She will marry the old man and that is the end of discussion. Except that Lady Mary is about to offer her something. Not escape, not rescue, but something almost as valuable. A way to speak when speech is forbidden. Lady Mary hands her the bouquet. The young woman accepts it with confusion. Her hands shake slightly as she holds the flowers. She looks at Lady Mary with red-rimmed eyes. Lady Mary leans close and whispers something. She speaks for perhaps 30 seconds. She explains what the roses mean, what the myrtle signifies, why the jasmine has been included. She tells Catherine that these flowers say courage, hope, and the promise that even in difficult circumstances beauty can exist. The woman's expression changes. She studies the flowers with new understanding. A small smile appears on her face. Not happiness exactly, but something like relief. Someone has acknowledged her situation. Someone has offered her a way to express what she cannot say aloud. Catherine tucks the bouquet into the lace at her bodice. She will keep these flowers until they crumble to dust. And she will remember that on the night when she felt most trapped and voiceless, someone taught her that flowers could speak for her. Other guests notice the exchange. They see Lady Mary whispering. They see Catherine smile. They wonder what was said. Within the week, 3 different women will call on Lady Mary asking about the flowers. Within the month, she will have taught a dozen ladies the basics of Turkish selim. What Lady Mary has just done will ripple through Europe for the next 150 years. The language of flowers, my gentle petals, is about to bloom. You find yourself now in an Istanbul garden in 1698. This is where it all truly begins. The Ottoman Empire has refined flower communication into an art form called selam. The word itself means greeting. But selam is far more complex than a simple hello. The garden where you stand belongs to a wealthy family. Roses climb the walls. Jasmine spills over stone benches. Tulips stand in careful rows. The air is thick with fragrance. Fountains provide constant background music. This is a place designed for contemplation and beauty. But it is also a place designed for communication. In this culture, direct communication between men and women is carefully restricted. Young lovers cannot simply walk together in a park. They cannot send letters that might be intercepted and read. They certainly cannot have private conversations without chaperones listening to every word. The restrictions are not arbitrary cruelty. They exist to protect reputation and maintain social order. An unmarried woman must guard her virtue carefully. Any hint of impropriety can ruin her prospects. Her family's honour depends on her behaviour. The stakes are genuinely high, so they talk with flowers instead. A man wants to tell a woman he thinks of her constantly. He sends her a sprig of rosemary. The herb has meant remembrance for centuries. It grows in gardens throughout the Mediterranean. Its scent is sharp and unmistakable. It preserves memories in its very fragrance. She receives the rosemary and understands immediately. No words, no scandal, just rosemary and the message it carries. But the system is far more sophisticated than simple flower meanings. The Turks have developed an entire grammar of flowers. How you present a flower matters as much as which flower you choose. Hold it with your right hand and the meaning is positive. Switch to your left hand and you reverse the message entirely. A red rose in the right hand says, "I love you." The same rose in the left hand says, "My feelings have changed." The flower has not changed. Your hand has. And that changes everything. The placement of flowers adds another layer of meaning. Wear a flower on your heart and you express deep emotion. Place it near your head and you signal careful thought rather than passion. Turn it upside down and you reverse its traditional meaning completely. A tulip normally means perfect love. But present a tulip upside down and you suggest that love has been poisoned by doubt or betrayal. The same beautiful flower becomes an accusation simply by orientation. Even the number of flowers carries significance. 3 roses mean something different from 4. An odd number might suggest secrecy or confidentiality. An even number could indicate openness and public acknowledgement. A man who sends 5 flowers is saying this is between us alone. A man who sends 6 flowers is saying I want the world to know. The quantity speaks as loudly as the blooms themselves. The colour of wrapping or ribbon matters too. Red intensifies romantic meanings. White suggests purity or spiritual connection. Green indicates hope for the future. Black warns of danger or mourning. The time of day when flowers arrive can modify their message. Morning delivery suggests fresh new feelings. Evening delivery indicates long-held emotions. Flowers that arrive at midnight carry urgency or desperation. The Turks have created a language with vocabulary, grammar and syntax. It simply happens to use petals instead of letters. You watch a young woman receive a small bouquet from a servant. The servant is elderly and trusted. She accepts payment and leaves without comment. This is her job. She has delivered hundreds of such messages. She never asks questions. The young woman takes the bouquet to her private chamber. She closes the door. She sits by the window where light is best. She studies the arrangement carefully. 7 flowers total, an odd number, suggesting privacy. 3 red tulips held upright, 4 white roses positioned below them, a single sprig of basil wrapped in green ribbon. The whole arrangement is presented with stems pointing toward her heart. She begins decoding the message. Red tulips mean perfect love. The fact that there are 3 of them emphasizes the sincerity. The upright position confirms positive intent. White roses indicate pure devotion. 4 of them suggest stability and commitment. Their placement below the tulips shows proper humility. The sender does not presume too much. Basil carries complex meanings. It can suggest hatred, but that makes no sense in this context. It can also mean best wishes or good luck. She decides it indicates blessing and hope for the future. The green ribbon confirms this interpretation. Green means hope. The sender is hopeful about their future together. The stems pointing toward her heart tell her this message comes from deep feeling, not casual interest. The whole bouquet translates to something like this. I love you truly and completely. My intentions are pure and honourable. I come from a good family with resources to support you. I hope for your acceptance. I will wait for your answer. She has received a marriage proposal. She knows who sent it. They have met briefly at family gatherings, always with chaperones present. They have never spoken privately, but he has watched her, and now he has asked. She considers her response carefully. She likes him. He seems kind. His family is respectable. Her father would approve the match. She could do much worse. She decides to accept, but she will also set certain terms. She values honesty above wealth. She expects fidelity and respect. She will require time to prepare for such a significant change in her life. She goes to her own garden. She selects flowers with the same care he used. She chooses pink roses for admiration and grace. She adds jasmine for amiability, indicating she finds him pleasant. She includes myrtle for marriage, giving her clear acceptance. She adds a single iris for wisdom, suggesting she values intelligence. She arranges them in groups of 4, even numbers for openness. She wants him to know she is answering honestly and without games. She wraps everything in white ribbon for purity of intent. She hands the bouquet to the same elderly servant and includes payment. Her reply will reach him by tomorrow. She has said yes to the meeting. She has also indicated that she values honesty above wealth. She has set terms for their courtship without speaking a single word. This exchange will lead to 3 more floral messages, then a formal meeting with families present, then negotiations about dowry and living arrangements, then engagement, then marriage, all of it beginning with flowers that spoke when words could not. This is what Lady Mary Wortley Montagu witnessed during her time in Constantinople. She saw dozens of such exchanges. She learned the basic vocabulary from Turkish women who befriended her. She watched courtships conducted entirely through botanical arrangements. This is what she brought back to England. This is what will transform European society in ways she cannot possibly imagine. The sophistication of the system amazes her. The Turks have been developing Selim for centuries. Different regions have slight variations in meaning. Different families pass down their own interpretations, but the core vocabulary remains consistent enough for practical use. Lady Mary fills notebooks with flower meanings. She sketches arrangements. She records placement rules and presentation customs. She documents everything she can learn about this secret language. She understands that England needs this. English women face their own restrictions. They cannot speak freely about emotions. They must guard their reputations carefully. They need ways to communicate that society considers acceptable. Flowers offer the perfect solution. They are beautiful, portable, and socially appropriate. A woman can receive a bouquet without scandal. She can send flowers without impropriety. The language operates in plain sight. Lady Mary returns to England with her notebooks full of flower lore. She's ready to teach this secret language to anyone who will listen. You return to England now. The year is 1718. Lady Mary has published her Turkish embassy letters. In them she describes the Selim in detail. She explains how flowers can convey thoughts that society forbids women to speak aloud. English society, as it turns out, is extremely interested in this concept. The Georgian era loves secret languages. This is a culture obsessed with coded communication. Fans have their own elaborate system. A woman can signal interest, warning, or rejection with a flick of her wrist. Hold a fan to your right cheek and you say yes. Hold it to your left cheek and you say no. Open it slowly and you express caution. Snap it shut and you indicate impatience. Gloves can be adjusted in ways that send specific messages to those watching carefully. Drop one glove and you signal that you wish to be followed. Drop both gloves and you indicate love. Twist them in your hands and you express indifference. Even the way someone carries a handkerchief can communicate volumes to those who know the code. Place it to your lips and you desire a kiss. Let it fall from your hand and you suggest you want to be friends. Fold it carefully and you indicate no interest. Flowers fit perfectly into this world of unspoken conversations. Lady Mary becomes something of a celebrity after her letters are published. Women of quality seek her out at social gatherings. They want to know more about the Turkish flower language. They ask her to explain the meanings. They request instruction in proper arrangements. She obliges. She holds informal gatherings where she teaches the basics of Selim. She demonstrates how to decode a simple bouquet. She explains the grammar of hand positions and stem orientations. She shares what she learned in Constantinople. At first, only the aristocracy dabbles in flower language. It remains a parlour game for the wealthy. A marchioness might send a small bouquet to a duchess with a teasing message tucked between the petals. The duchess would reply in kind. Both women would laugh at their cleverness while drinking tea. The practice spreads slowly at first. It takes time for knowledge to circulate beyond Lady Mary's immediate social circle. But gradually more people learn the basics. A woman who attended one of Lady Mary's gatherings teaches her sister. The sister teaches her friends. The friends teach their daughters. But something shifts in the late 1700s. The practice begins to spread beyond aristocratic drawing rooms. Middle-class families start learning flower meanings. The growth of literacy helps. More people can read. More people purchase books. And books about flowers begin to appear. Young women begin pressing flowers into journals and recording their significance. They create personal references for themselves. They note which flowers mean friendship and which suggest romance. They draw sketches of arrangements and label each bloom with its symbolic value. Mothers teach daughters which flowers mean what. This becomes part of female education, like learning to embroider or play the pianoforte. A well-bred young woman should know her flower meanings just as she should know how to conduct herself at a ball. The practice becomes deeply intertwined with garden culture. English gardens in the 18th century are already elaborate affairs. Wealthy families maintain extensive flower gardens. They grow roses, lilies, tulips, jasmine, lavender, and hundreds of other species. Now these gardens gain additional purpose. They become living vocabularies. A woman who knows flower language looks at her garden and sees not just beauty but potential messages. Each flower bed represents possibilities for communication. Books appear. Small dictionaries of flower meanings start circulating. A bookseller in London publishes a slim volume titled The Language of Flowers in 1772. It is barely 80 pages long. The print is tiny, the binding is cheap, but it sells out within a month. You flip through one of these early flower dictionaries. The entries are brief but specific. Each page lists flowers alphabetically with their assigned meanings. Amaryllis means pride or splendid beauty. The book does not explain why. It simply states the association as fact. Anemone suggests forsaken or sickness. Again, no explanation. The meaning is presented as established truth. Arbutus translates to "thee only do I love." This is oddly specific for a relatively uncommon plant. But the dictionary insists this is what arbutus means. Each page reveals new possibilities for silent conversation. Bachelor buttons mean celibacy. Balm indicates sympathy. Balsam means impatience. Bay leaves suggest glory. Begonia warns beware. The definitions are not always consistent between different books. This becomes a persistent problem. Different authors assign different meanings to the same flowers. A white lily might mean purity in one dictionary and majesty in another. Yellow roses could indicate friendship or jealousy depending on which book you consult. This inconsistency will plague floriography throughout its existence. But for now, it simply adds to the mystery and appeal. The fact that flower meanings are not completely standardized makes the practice feel more esoteric and special. You need to know which dictionary someone is using to properly decode their message. Young women become experts in flower symbolism. They spend hours in gardens studying each bloom and memorizing its meaning. A young woman in 1780 might spend an entire afternoon simply walking through her family's gardens with a flower dictionary, testing herself on each plant she encounters. They press flowers between book pages to preserve them. The pressed flowers become reference materials. A young woman can look at her collection and remember what each flower means. She can show her pressed flowers to friends and teach them the meanings. They paint watercolours of meaningful bouquets. These paintings serve multiple purposes. They demonstrate artistic skill. They show knowledge of flowers. They can even function as messages in themselves. A woman might paint a bouquet with specific symbolic meaning and give the painting to someone as a gift. The painting becomes a permanent version of a floral message. They embroider flower symbols onto handkerchiefs and gloves. This combines two fashionable skills. Needlework is already an expected female accomplishment. Adding symbolic flowers makes the work more meaningful. A handkerchief embroidered with forget-me-nots becomes a promise of remembrance. Gloves decorated with roses become a declaration of affection. The practice becomes deeply feminine. Men certainly participate, but women drive the trend. In an era when female education focuses heavily on accomplishments rather than academics, flower language offers an intellectual pursuit that society considers appropriate for ladies. Women can spend time learning flower meanings without being accused of unfeminine intellectual pretension. They can study and memorize and master a complex symbolic system. They can engage in linguistic analysis and creative composition. All of this is acceptable because it involves flowers, which are suitably feminine. You watch a young woman in 1785 receive a bouquet from an admirer. She's 18 years old. Her name's Elizabeth. She lives with her parents in a comfortable house in Bath. She has been taught flower language by her mother, who learned it from an aunt who once attended a gathering hosted by Lady Mary Wortley Montagu herself. The bouquet arrives on a Tuesday morning. A servant brings it to her sitting room. Elizabeth dismisses the servant and examines the flowers in private. This is important. Decoding a floral message requires concentration. It is not something to do while others watch. She takes the bouquet to her room and carefully dismantles it. She lays each flower on her writing desk. She counts them, 7 flowers total. An odd number, suggesting the message is meant to be kept private. The flowers are not randomly chosen. Each one has been selected deliberately. 3 peonies. She consults her flower dictionary. Peonies mean bashfulness or shame, but in combination with other flowers, they can suggest a bashful declaration of love. The sender is shy but sincere. 2 forget-me-nots. These are unambiguous. True love and remembrance. He wants her to remember him. He suggests his love is genuine. 1 stem of honeysuckle. This means devoted affection, or generous and devoted affection, depending on which dictionary you use. Elizabeth's dictionary says devoted affection. She decides that interpretation fits the overall tone of the arrangement. 1 red rose at the centre. This is the heart of the message. Passionate love, deep romantic feeling. This is the main clause of his floral sentence. Everything is wrapped with myrtle. Myrtle is the traditional symbol of marriage. It has meant matrimony for centuries. Its inclusion here is unmistakable. He is not suggesting casual courtship. He is proposing marriage. His message is clear and specific. I love you deeply and devotedly. I know I am bashful and perhaps not bold enough. I promise to remember you always and to remain faithful. Will you marry me? Elizabeth knows who sent the flowers. There is a young man who's been attending the same social gatherings as her family. His name is Thomas. He is pleasant-looking but shy. They have spoken briefly on 3 occasions. Each time he seemed nervous and tongue-tied. Now she understands why. He has been trying to work up the courage to express his feelings. He has chosen flowers to speak for him because speaking himself is too difficult. She likes him well enough. He seems kind. He comes from a respectable family with modest means. Her father has mentioned that Thomas would be an acceptable match if Elizabeth were interested, but she's not certain she loves him. The flowers give her time to think. She does not need to answer immediately. She can consider his proposal carefully. She can consult her feelings. She can decide whether Thomas's bashful devotion is enough to build a marriage upon. She begins selecting her own flowers for a reply. This will take considerable thought. She wants to be kind, but also honest. She will craft a message that acknowledges his feelings while buying herself time to decide. The language of flowers, by Patient Night Bloomers, allows for nuanced responses. It lets Elizabeth say not yet without saying no forever. It gives her tools for gentle communication in a situation that could easily become awkward. You move forward now to 1837. Queen Victoria has just ascended to the British throne. She's 18 years old. She loves flowers. And she will help transform florography into a cultural phenomenon. Victoria's reign coincides with massive social changes. The Industrial Revolution is reshaping England. Cities grow larger and dirtier. Factories multiply. Life becomes more regimented and less personal. People live closer together but often feel more isolated. Into this world of smoke and steel and strangers, flowers offer something precious. They provide beauty. They connect people to nature. They allow for personal expression in an increasingly impersonal age. More importantly, they let people say things that Victorian society does not permit them to speak aloud. Victorian England is obsessed with propriety. Rules govern every social interaction. Young men and women cannot be alone together without a chaperone. A woman cannot accept a gift from a man unless they are engaged. Even conversation topics are carefully regulated. Certain subjects are simply never discussed in polite company. But flowers can discuss anything. You watch a young man in 1840 send a bouquet to a woman he admires. He includes pink camellias. These flowers mean longing for you. He adds white jasmine for amiability. He tucks in several stems of sweet pea for delicate pleasures. He arranges everything carefully and has it delivered to her home. She receives the bouquet in her parlour. Her mother sits nearby doing needlework. The mother sees only pretty flowers. The daughter reads an entire love letter. This is the genius of florography in the Victorian era. It operates in plain sight. Parents and chaperones see innocent bouquets. Young lovers see passionate declarations. The same arrangement can have two completely different audiences. The practice explodes in popularity during the 1840s and 50s. Flower dictionaries multiply. Publishers print dozens of different versions. Some are tiny books that fit in a reticule. Others are elaborate volumes with hand-coloured illustrations. The most famous dictionary appears in 1854. A French author named Charlotte de la Tour publishes Le Langage des Fleurs. The book becomes wildly popular across Europe. English translations appear within a year. American editions follow soon after. De la Tour's dictionary is more than a simple list of flowers and meanings. She includes historical context. She explains cultural variations. She tells stories about how specific flowers acquired their symbolic meanings. She turns flower language into a complete cultural education. You open a copy of her book. The entry for red roses fills half a page. She traces the symbolism back to ancient Rome. She quotes Persian poetry about roses and love. She explains why red specifically indicates passion, while pink suggests admiration. She includes a small poem about roses written specifically for her dictionary. Other authors follow her lead. Flower dictionaries become literary works. They include poetry, historical essays, and romantic illustrations. Young women collect them the way modern people collect self-help books. They compare entries and debate meanings. They create their own personalised dictionaries with notes and annotations. The standardisation of meanings begins during this period. Earlier flower dictionaries often contradicted each other. But by the 1850s, certain associations become universal. Roses always mean love, though the colour specifies the type. Forget-me-nots always mean remembrance. Pansies always mean thoughts. This standardisation makes the language more practical. A man in London can send flowers to a woman in Edinburgh, knowing she will understand his message. A woman in Paris can reply to a suitor in Vienna using the same symbolic vocabulary. Floriography becomes a shared European language. You watch a middle-class family in 1858 gather in their parlour after dinner. The mother quizzes her 3 daughters on flower meanings. The youngest girl correctly identifies that cyclamen means resignation and diffidence. The middle daughter explains that foxgloves represent insincerity. The oldest daughter, who has a suitor, can name the meaning of every common garden flower without hesitation. This is how Victorian women spend their evenings, learning a language that might someday allow them to conduct a romance under the watchful eyes of their families. You stand now in a London flower shop in 1862. The shop smells of roses, lavender, and wet earth. Around you, shelves hold vases of every common flower. Behind the counter, a florist named Mr. Thompson arranges a bouquet with the concentration of a poet choosing words. Mr. Thompson is not simply putting flowers together, he is writing a message. The art of bouquet composition in the Victorian era follows specific rules. Like any language, floriography has grammar and structure. You cannot simply throw meaningful flowers together and expect coherent communication. The arrangement matters as much as the content. Mr. Thompson starts with a central message. His customer wants to express deep romantic love, so he places a red rose at the heart of the arrangement. This is the main clause of his sentence. Everything else will modify or support this central declaration. Around the rose, he adds flowers that elaborate on the theme. White jasmine for amiability suggests the love is based on genuine liking, not just passion. Red tulips for declaration of love reinforce the message. Honeysuckle for devoted affection promises constancy. But Mr. Thompson also needs to acknowledge obstacles. The customer has mentioned that the woman's father disapproves of the match, so he includes a sprig of balsam for impatience. He adds a small cluster of yellow tulips for hopeless love. These flowers admit the difficulty while maintaining the overall message of devotion. The positioning of each flower carries meaning. The most important flowers go in the centre or top of the arrangement. Supporting flowers cluster around the edges. Flowers that modify or qualify the message appear lower in the bouquet. Mr. Thompson ties the whole arrangement with a specific type of ribbon. The colour matters. Red ribbon intensifies romantic meanings. White ribbon suggests purity. Green ribbon indicates hope. He chooses red because his customer wants no ambiguity about his intentions. He wraps the bouquet in paper and hands it to the young man. He has created a complex message in flowers. The bouquet says, "I love you deeply and devotedly. I know your father objects. I'm impatient but will wait for you. I think of you constantly. Will you marry me?" 20 flowers. 30 words. One unmistakable message. You watch similar scenes play out across Victorian England. Florists become skilled translators. Customers come in with emotions they need to express. The florists turn feelings into flowers. They master the subtle art of floral communication. Some florists become famous for their skill. A shop in Covent Garden gains a reputation for particularly eloquent sympathy arrangements. A florist in Bath becomes known for creating the most romantic proposals in bouquet form. People travel across the city to commission arrangements from the most talented flower composers. The complexity of the language increases. Experienced practitioners develop shortcuts and conventions. The placement of a single fern can change an entire bouquet's meaning from optimistic to melancholy. The angle at which flowers are presented modifies their message. A bouquet held upright means one thing. The same bouquet turned upside down means the opposite. Some rules seem almost comically specific. Present flowers with your right hand and the meaning is as stated in the dictionaries. Present with your left hand and you negate everything. Remove the thorns from roses and you suggest hope. Leave them on and you acknowledge danger or difficulty. The number of flowers in a bouquet can specify degree or intensity. 1 rose means simplicity and devotion. 12 roses suggest a more elaborate or formal declaration. Different numbers can even reference specific dates or times. 5 flowers might suggest a meeting at 5 o'clock. 8 flowers could indicate the 8th day of the month. You observe a young woman creating her own bouquet in 1865. She works in her family's garden early in the morning. She needs to reply to a proposal she received yesterday. She wants to say yes, but she also needs to express concern about her family's expectations. She starts with myrtle for marriage. She adds white roses for pure love and virtue. She includes sweet peas for departure, because she understands marriage will mean leaving her family home. She tucks in a few stems of blue violets for faithfulness. But she also adds yellow chrysanthemums for slighted love. Her intended has a reputation for being inattentive. She wants him to know she's aware of this and expects better. She positions these flowers near the base of the arrangement. The message is present but not dominant. She finishes by wrapping everything in white ribbon and adding a small card. On the card she writes only her initials. In flower language, even the written component stays minimal. The flowers do the talking. This bouquet will reach her intended by late morning. He will study it carefully. He will decode her acceptance and her warning. He will know that she loves him but expects him to change certain behaviours. He will understand that she is not naive about his flaws, and if he is wise, he will send his own carefully composed reply acknowledging her concerns and promising improvement. You move now through different moments in Victorian life. Flowers accompany every significant event. They mark transitions, celebrate achievements, offer comfort and convey warnings. Floriography becomes the emotional infrastructure of the era. Births receive specific flower arrangements. New mothers are sent white roses for new beginnings. Pink roses celebrate baby girls. Blue delphinium announces boys. But the language goes deeper. Flowers also convey hopes for the child's future, daisies for innocence, oak leaves for strength, honeysuckle for bonds of love. You watch a grandmother in 1868 create a welcome bouquet for her first grandchild. She includes snowdrops for hope. She adds lily of the valley for return of happiness. She tucks in forget-me-nots because she wants this child to remember her always. She creates a message that spans decades, a botanical letter to someone who cannot yet understand words. Weddings become theatrical displays of flower language. Every bloom carries meaning. The church is decorated with flowers chosen for their symbolism, not just their beauty. The bride's bouquet tells a story. The groom's boutonniere responds to that story. Even the flowers worn by family members convey specific messages. Orange blossoms for eternal love and marriage. These white flowers from citrus trees have meant matrimony for centuries. Their scent is intoxicating and unmistakable. Their association with marriage is so strong that brides in the Victorian era often wear orange blossom crowns or carry entire branches of orange blossoms even when other flowers make up most of their bouquets. Myrtle for constancy and marriage itself. This evergreen plant represents fidelity and lasting commitment. Queen Victoria includes myrtle in her wedding bouquet in 1840. She starts a tradition that continues for generations. Royal brides after her include myrtle as a nod to Victoria's influence on wedding customs. Roses for love, with the colour specifying the exact type and intensity. Red roses mean passionate romantic love. White roses indicate pure and virtuous love. Pink roses suggest gentle affection mixed with admiration. A bride might mix rose colours to indicate that her feelings combine passion with deep respect and friendship. Ivy for fidelity and eternal life. This climbing plant clings to everything it touches. It never voluntarily lets go. It stays green through the hardest winters. It represents the marriage vow to remain faithful through all circumstances, for as long as both partners shall live. Rosemary for remembrance and loyalty. Brides carry rosemary to indicate they will remember this day always. They will remember their vows. They will remember why they chose this person. The herb's sharp scent makes it memorable. Its association with memory makes it essential for wedding flowers. The bride's bouquet tells a complete story. It expresses her feelings about the marriage. It acknowledges the solemnity of the occasion. It makes promises about her future behaviour as a wife. It can even acknowledge concerns or difficulties while maintaining an overall message of commitment. Victorian brides spend weeks selecting flowers for their wedding bouquets. Each choice is deliberate and meaningful. A bride might consult multiple flower dictionaries to ensure she understands all possible interpretations. She might discuss options with her mother, sisters, and close friends. She might make sketches of different arrangements before settling on the final selection. The bouquet becomes a statement of character and intention. A bride who includes marigolds for grief might be acknowledging the sorrow of leaving her birth family. She loves her future husband, but she will miss her childhood home. The marigolds give her permission to feel both joy and sadness simultaneously. A bride who adds chrysanthemums for cheerfulness under adversity suggests she understands marriage will have challenges but remains optimistic. She's not entering marriage with naive expectations. She knows difficulties will come, but she believes love and commitment will see them through. But florography is not all romance and celebration. It also serves darker purposes. Funeral flowers become their own sophisticated language. Different flowers indicate different types of grief or different messages to the deceased. The Victorian era has an elaborate mourning culture. Death is ever present. Child mortality remains high. Disease can kill quickly. People need ways to express complex grief. You attend a Victorian funeral in 1871. The day is grey and cold. Rain threatens but has not yet fallen. The church smells overwhelmingly of roses, lilies, and the particular scent of earth that accompanies death. The coffin is covered with flowers. Each arrangement tells you something about the deceased or the mourner's relationship to them. White lilies dominate the display, representing the restored innocence of the soul. The Victorians believe that death purifies the spirit. Whatever sins or failings the person had in life, death has washed them away. The soul stands pure before God once more. White lilies make this belief visible, but look closer and you see variations and specificities. Red roses from a grieving spouse indicate a love that survives death. The widow has sent 3 dozen red roses. Their placement near the deceased's hands suggests she's giving him one last gift of love before he is buried forever. The roses say my feelings have not changed. I loved you in life and I love you still in death. I will carry this love until my own death comes. Forget-me-nots from friends promise eternal remembrance. A large cluster of these tiny blue flowers rests near the deceased's heart. The arrangement says we will not forget you. Your life mattered to us. Your friendship enriched our days. We will carry your memory forward through our remaining years. When we are old, we will still remember you young. Willow branches suggest mourning and forsaken love. These grey-green branches droop naturally downward. They represent grief that bends you down under its weight. They acknowledge that loss is heavy and sometimes feels unbearable. A daughter has placed willow near her father because her sorrow feels too crushing to stand upright under. Cypress represents grief itself in its purest form. This dark evergreen tree has meant mourning since ancient Greek and Roman times. Victorians use cypress branches in funeral arrangements to acknowledge the reality of death and the legitimacy of grief. The cypress says it is right to mourn. This loss deserves tears. Do not apologise for your sadness. The language allows people to express the specific quality and texture of their loss. A daughter places pansies on her father's grave because pansies mean thoughts, and she wants him to know she thinks of him constantly. Even though he is gone from the world, he occupies her mind. She remembers his voice, his laugh, his advice. He has not been forgotten. He will never be forgotten as long as she lives. A brother adds rosemary for remembrance. He promises himself and his dead brother that he will remember their childhood together. He will remember their games, their conversations, their arguments, their shared secrets. He will keep his brother alive in memory, even though the body is cold and still. A widow includes amaranth for immortality. This flower never fades, even when dried. It represents her belief in an afterlife reunion. She's not saying goodbye forever, she's saying goodbye for now. The amaranth promises they will meet again beyond the grave. Death has parted them temporarily, but eternity will reunite them. An elderly parent places white carnations on an adult child's grave. White carnations mean pure love and innocence. The parent is saying, you were my child in life, and you remain my child in death. My love for you was pure and unconditional. It remains so even now. Nothing can change what you meant to me. Even social warnings use flower language. These are perhaps the rarest but most devastating applications of florography. Victorian society values subtlety above nearly everything else. Raised voices are unseemly. Public arguments cause scandal. Direct confrontation marks you as vulgar and ill-bred. But sometimes people need to deliver difficult messages. Flowers allow this without destroying reputations. A woman who receives yellow carnations knows immediately that someone is expressing disappointment in her. The yellow colour means you have disappointed me. The carnations specify that the disappointment is significant and not a minor matter. This is not about a missed appointment or a forgotten favour. This is serious moral disapproval of choices or behaviour. Purple hyacinth means sorrow combined with please forgive me. A person who has caused offence might send purple hyacinth to acknowledge their error and request forgiveness. The flower combines genuine apology with deep regret. It says, I am sorry for what I did. I understand I hurt you badly. I wish I could undo my actions. Please consider forgiving me even though I do not deserve it. A man who receives lavender understands that someone distrusts him. Lavender carries multiple meanings depending on context and combination. In a romantic bouquet surrounded by roses and jasmine, it suggests devotion and constancy. In a warning bouquet combined with other suspicious flowers, it means distrust and suspicion. The recipient must examine the full arrangement carefully to determine which meaning applies. Orange lilies suggest hatred or intense dislike. These are harsh flowers to send to anyone. They're rarely given because the message is so severe and final, but occasionally someone feels strongly enough to send orange lilies. The message is unmistakable and cannot be softened. I do not like you. I perhaps even hate you. This relationship is completely finished. Do not contact me again. These warning bouquets are rare but remarkably effective. They accomplish what direct words cannot do without scandal. They deliver devastating messages while maintaining the appearance of polite social interaction. A woman can send flowers expressing hatred while remaining technically proper. No one can accuse her of making a scene. You watch a young woman in 1873 receive a small bouquet from someone she thought was a friend. The flowers arrive on a Thursday afternoon in March. She accepts them with pleasure at first. She expects friendship flowers like violets or yellow roses. Perhaps her friend is celebrating spring or acknowledging an upcoming birthday. She carries the bouquet to her private room. She sits by the window where afternoon light is strongest. She begins to examine the flowers more closely. Her initial smile fades as she identifies each bloom and decodes its meaning. Yellow carnations for disappointment. Her friend is disappointed in her. Already the message is concerning, but it continues. Orange lilies for dislike or hatred. The friendship is not merely strained, it is destroyed. Her friend actively dislikes her now. Basil, which can mean hatred in certain contexts. The repetition of this theme confirms it. Her friend is not being subtle. The hatred is real and intense. Lavender for distrust. Her friend no longer trusts her. Whatever confidence they once shared is completely broken. The arrangement is wrapped in black ribbon. Black means warning or mourning. In this case, it indicates the death of their friendship. This is a funeral bouquet for a relationship. The flowers tell her everything. Her friend has discovered a secret. Her friend is angry beyond repair. Her friend considers the betrayal serious enough to end years of closeness. No reconciliation is desired or will be accepted. The young woman sits on her bed holding the flowers. She feels physically sick. Her hands shake slightly. She knows exactly what her friend has discovered. She knows why this bouquet has arrived today. She has no defense for what she did. She made a choice. She thought it would remain secret. Her friend found out anyway. This bouquet represents the consequence and the verdict. She considers writing a letter of apology. She considers attempting to explain her reasoning. But she understands that these flowers represent a final judgment already rendered. Her friend has already decided. The friendship is over completely. No appeal is possible. She will eventually write that apology letter anyway. She will attempt some explanation, but she knows it will change nothing. These flowers have spoken with finality. What is done cannot be undone. What is broken cannot be repaired. No shouting occurred. No public scenes happened. No one's reputation was damaged by improper behaviour. Just flowers that carry the weight of betrayal, and the message that some actions destroy relationships beyond any hope of repair. But floriography also offers reconciliation. A person who is offended can send white roses for "I am worthy of you." They can include balsam for impatience, acknowledging they acted hastily. They can add chamomile for patience in adversity, suggesting they have learned from their mistake. The language provides a framework for social negotiation. It allows people to acknowledge errors, offer forgiveness, request patience, and rebuild relationships without the awkwardness of direct conversation. Business relationships use flowers too. A man sends a business partner yellow roses for friendship and joy in the partnership. He includes oak leaves for strength, suggesting confidence in their venture. He adds holly for foresight, indicating careful planning. Teachers receive flowers from students at term's end. The flowers chosen indicate the student's feelings about the education received. Red salvia for esteem and respect. White lilies for purity and sweetness. Zinnia for thoughts of absent friends when the term ends. Every social occasion has its appropriate flowers: coming of age, retirement, achievement, travel, return from travel. Each moment in life can be marked with carefully chosen blooms that say what words cannot or should not express directly. You arrive now at the peak of Victorian flower obsession. The year is 1876. Floriography has gone from elegant communication to absolute mania. People are getting ridiculous about it. A woman in Brighton has just published a flower dictionary that includes over 800 different plants, each with its own specific meaning. She has assigned symbolism to flowers that most people have never seen and cannot even pronounce. She includes Latin names and detailed botanical descriptions. She takes herself very seriously. Her book is 200 pages long. It is absurd. You watch a young man attempt to use this dictionary to compose a simple "I miss you" bouquet. He spends 3 hours trying to find the perfect combination of flowers. He cross-references multiple entries. He sketches various arrangements. He becomes so overwhelmed that he eventually gives up and just buys roses like a sensible person. The problem is that floriography has no governing body. No Academy of Flower Language sets official definitions. Anyone can publish a dictionary, and many people do. By the 1870s, dozens of competing flower dictionaries circulate through England and Europe. They disagree with each other constantly. One dictionary says yellow roses mean friendship. Another insists they indicate jealousy. A third claims they suggest infidelity. A fourth argues they mean joy and gladness. A man trying to send a friendly bouquet to his sister might accidentally tell her he suspects her of cheating on her husband. The inconsistencies create genuine problems. A woman receives a bouquet containing geraniums. She consults her flower dictionary. Geraniums mean comfort or consolation. She assumes the sender knows she's going through a difficult time and wants to support her. She feels touched by the gesture. Later, she discovers that in his flower dictionary, geraniums mean stupidity and folly. He has just insulted her intelligence. She's not touched. She is furious. Etiquette books try to address the confusion. They publish standardized lists of flower meanings. They plead with people to use only common flowers with universally agreed meanings. They suggest that senders include notes clarifying which dictionary they are using. But this defeats the entire purpose of silent communication. The whole point of flower language is that it operates without words. Adding a note saying "please decode this using the Johnson Dictionary" of 1873 rather undermines the romantic mystery. You observe a dinner party in London where flower language becomes a parlour game. The host challenges guests to identify flower meanings. Chaos ensues. Each guest has memorised different definitions. Arguments break out. A normally cheerful gathering nearly ends in offence when someone insists that peonies mean bashfulness and shame, while another guest is absolutely certain they represent prosperity and honour. The host eventually bans flower language discussion from her future parties. Some practitioners become insufferable. They show off their knowledge of obscure flower meanings. They correct others constantly. They write long letters to newspapers debating whether monkshood means beware or knight-errantry. They take a charming practice and turn it into competitive academics. A magazine publishes a satirical article in 1878 titled The Complete and Absolute Language of Flowers, including every plant known to man and several yet to be discovered. It lists absurd meanings for ridiculous plants. Garden weeds mean philosophical doubt. Moss indicates a tendency toward melancholy combined with excellent posture. Dead leaves represent the futility of human ambition. The article is meant as mockery. But several people write to the magazine asking where they can purchase seeds for some of the listed plants. The commercial aspects get out of hand as well. Florists charge premium prices for fashionable flowers. A woman who wants to send a message using flowers mentioned in the latest popular dictionary might pay triple the normal rate because demand has outstripped supply. Some entrepreneurs start growing flowers specifically for their symbolic value rather than their beauty. Gardens fill with plants chosen entirely for their meaning in flower dictionaries. The result is often botanically correct but visually unappealing. A garden might contain plants that collectively mean hope, fidelity, eternal devotion, and domestic happiness while looking like a weedy mess. You visit such a symbolic garden in 1879. Every plant has been chosen for meaning rather than aesthetics. The owner proudly explains the message of each bed. This corner represents marital happiness. That section indicates maternal devotion. The area near the fountain suggests intellectual pursuits. The garden looks terrible, plants clash. Colours war with each other. Nothing is placed with any consideration for how gardens actually work. But the owner insists it is the most meaningful garden in England. It is definitely the ugliest. The obsession with flower language begins to attract criticism. Some writers call it frivolous. Others argue it distracts young women from more serious pursuits. A few critics suggest that excessive focus on flowers indicates shallow minds. These critics somewhat miss the point. Floriography offers women a creative outlet in an era that restricts female expression. It provides an intellectual challenge that society considers acceptable. It allows for emotional communication that direct speech forbids. But they are not entirely wrong about the ridiculousness. By the late 1800s, floriography has become baroque and overcomplicated. What began as elegant, silent communication has transformed into something approaching absurdity. The peak has passed. What comes next will be decline. But for now, you witness the magnificent excess of a practice that has gone wonderfully, beautifully out of control. You move now into the 1880s. Something is happening to the way people think about the world. Science is changing everything, and science does not care about flower symbolism. The Victorian era loves science almost as much as it loves flowers. Scientific education improves, more people study biology, chemistry, and physics. Scientific methods and rational thinking spread through society. This creates a problem for floriography. Botanical science classifies plants by their actual characteristics rather than symbolic meanings. It organises flowers into families based on structure, reproduction, and genetic relationships. It studies plants as living organisms rather than metaphorical devices. A botanical scientist looks at a rose and sees sepals, petals, stamens, and pistils. They notice the arrangement of thorns. They study the chemical compounds that produce scent and colour. They categorise roses within the family Rosaceae based on shared physical traits. Nowhere in this scientific analysis does love, passion, or romantic devotion appear. You attend a lecture in 1883 given by a botanist at a London scientific society. She explains plant reproduction in precise detail. She discusses pollen transfer. She describes the structure of flower anatomy. She presents careful diagrams showing how different species have evolved specific reproductive strategies. A woman in the audience raises her hand. She asks whether the lecturer plans to discuss the symbolic meanings of the flowers she has mentioned. The lecturer looks puzzled. She politely explains that symbolic meanings are not scientific facts. They are cultural inventions. They vary by time, place, and dictionary. They have nothing to do with the actual biology of plants. The questioner looks disappointed. Half the audience looks disappointed. This is the beginning of the end. Scientific education spreads through schools. Young people learn to think critically. They learn to distinguish between evidence and belief. They learn that just because something appears in a book does not make it true. They start questioning flower dictionaries. A bright young woman in 1885 realises that different dictionaries contradict each other constantly. She approaches this as a scientific problem. She compares 20 different flower dictionaries published between 1780 and 1885. She makes charts. She tracks which meanings appear most frequently. She notes when and where new meanings enter the tradition. Her conclusion is that flower symbolism is arbitrary and culturally constructed. There is no universal language of flowers. There are only various competing systems that people have invented and modified over time. She publishes her findings in a ladies' magazine. The article causes controversy. Traditional practitioners of florography accuse her of destroying something beautiful with cold logic. She responds that truth matters more than pretty illusions. The debate spreads. Scientific-minded people increasingly view flower language as charming but ultimately meaningless. Romantic-minded people defend it as a valuable form of emotional expression that transcends mere facts. The argument reveals a deeper cultural shift. Victorian society is moving away from romantic sentiment and toward rational thought. The same culture that once embraced flower language now finds it quaint and old-fashioned. You watch a mother in 1887 try to teach her daughter flower meanings. The daughter is 15 and has been educated at a progressive school that emphasises science and logic. She listens politely to her mother's explanations. Then she asks why anyone would accept arbitrary symbolic associations as meaningful communication. The mother has no good answer. She falls back on tradition. This is simply what these flowers mean. This is how things are done. The daughter is not convinced. She sees no logical connection between roses and love. She points out that roses existed long before humans invented symbolic associations. She notes that the ancient Romans used roses differently than Victorian England does. She argues that meaning is imposed rather than inherent. She is correct. And her correctness undermines the entire system. Florography depends on shared belief. It requires participants to accept that flowers carry specific meanings. Once people start questioning those meanings, the whole structure begins to crumble. The scientific revolution is not the only threat. Social changes challenge flower language as well. Women gain more freedom in the late 1800s. They attend universities. They pursue careers. They travel without chaperones. They have more direct control over their own romantic lives. They need secret flower language less than their mothers did. A woman in 1889 who wants to communicate with a potential suitor can now speak to him directly in many social situations. She can write him a letter without causing scandal. She can even reject his advances in clear language rather than coded flowers. The practical need for florography diminishes as social restrictions ease. You observe a young couple courting in 1890. They exchange flowers occasionally, but they also take walks together. They have real conversations. They discuss their hopes and plans openly. The flowers are a nice gesture, but not a necessity. This would have been impossible 50 years earlier. The grandmother watches the couple with mixed feelings. She remembers when flowers were the only way to conduct romance. She sees the freedom her granddaughter enjoys and feels both happy and wistful. Something has been gained, but something has also been lost. You enter the 1890s. Flower language has not died, but it is clearly declining. Fewer young people learn the symbolic meanings. Fewer dictionaries are published. The practice becomes something old-fashioned rather than current. Florography becomes associated with an earlier generation. It belongs to grandmothers and maiden aunts rather than modern young women. Using flower language marks you as old-fashioned or overly sentimental. The new generation prefers directness. They find elaborate flower codes needlessly complicated. Why send a bouquet requiring hours to decode when you can simply write a letter saying what you mean? You watch a flower shop in London in 1895. The florist still knows all the traditional meanings. He learned them from his father, who learned them from his grandfather. But customers rarely ask for specific symbolic arrangements anymore. They want flowers that look pretty. They care about colour combinations and visual appeal. They might request roses because roses are beautiful and smell wonderful, but they are not encoding messages about passionate devotion versus friendly affection. The florist feels this shift keenly. He remembers when every bouquet he created carried a carefully constructed message. He remembers customers spending an hour discussing which flowers would best express complex emotions. He remembers the intellectual satisfaction of translating feelings into flowers. Now people just point at whatever looks nice and say they will take a dozen of those. The tradition persists in some communities. Conservative families continue teaching flower meanings to daughters. Rural areas where social change arrives more slowly maintain the practice longer. Some women keep flower dictionaries as cherished possessions even if they rarely use them. But these are holdouts against inevitable change. The general trend moves away from flower language. By 1900, florography has become a quaint historical curiosity rather than a living practice. Some aspects survive in simplified form. People still give red roses for romantic love. This association is so deeply embedded that it survives the decline of broader flower language. White flowers remain common at funerals. Certain basic associations persist even after the elaborate system collapses. But the nuanced communication that florography once allowed disappears. The ability to send complex messages through carefully arranged bouquets fades. The grammar and syntax of flower language are forgotten. You find a flower dictionary in a used bookshop in 1905. It was published in 1860. It shows signs of heavy use. Pages are dog-eared. Certain entries have notes in the margins. Someone clearly consulted this book frequently. Now it sits on a dusty shelf marked antiquarian books. It costs less than a new novel. No one has touched it in months. The shopkeeper notices your interest. He explains that such books are no longer popular. People buy them occasionally for historical curiosity, but nobody actually uses them to compose messages anymore. He sounds sad about this. He is old enough to remember when flower language mattered, when knowing that mignonette meant your qualities surpass your charms could make a real difference in someone's life. The early 20th century brings new forms of communication. Telephones become more common. People can talk to each other across distances. Written letters grow more casual and direct. Social restrictions continue easing. The need for coded communication decreases. Technology kills flower language more effectively than science or social change could. Why spend hours composing a floral message when you can simply pick up a telephone? World War I deals another blow. The war disrupts normal social patterns completely. Millions of young people die. Those who survive return to a changed world. The elaborate social customs of the Victorian era seem absurd after the brutality of trench warfare. Flowers remain important for remembrance and mourning. Poppies become associated with war dead. But the complex language of Victorian florography does not survive the war intact. By 1920, flower language belongs firmly to history. Books about it appear in sections on Victorian customs rather than practical communication guides. It becomes a subject for historians rather than practitioners. You watch One of the Last True Believers in 1922. She is 80 years old. She maintains a traditional garden arranged by symbolic meaning. She still sends carefully composed bouquets to friends and family on significant occasions. Her grandchildren find her charming but strange. They accept her flower gifts politely, but they have no idea what messages she is trying to send. To them, flowers are just flowers. She knows the tradition will die with her generation. This makes her melancholy. But she continues practicing flower language anyway. Not because it is useful, not because anyone understands it anymore, simply because she loves it and cannot imagine communicating any other way. You move now into your own time, the 21st century. Flower language as a living practice is long dead, but remnants survive in unexpected ways. Red roses still mean love. This association is so strong that almost everyone knows it. Valentine's Day demonstrates the persistence of at least this one piece of flower symbolism. Millions of red roses are purchased every February 14th. The vast majority of people buying them have never heard of Lady Mary Wortley Montagu or read a Victorian flower dictionary. But they know that red roses express romantic love. White lilies remain common at funerals. The association between white flowers and death or mourning persists. Modern funeral arrangements might not encode complex messages about the quality of grief, but they still rely on colour associations that originated in flower language traditions. Certain flowers carry emotional weight because of their Victorian associations. Forget-me-nots still suggest remembrance. Pansies are still associated with thoughts and affection. These meanings survive in poetry, song lyrics, and cultural memory. Wedding flowers maintain some traditional symbolism. Brides still carry orange blossoms or use them decoratively because they represent marriage and eternal love. Ivy appears in wedding decorations because it means fidelity. These choices are often made unconsciously. People select these flowers because they feel right for weddings, without knowing the historical reasons why. The language is simplified drastically. Where Victorian florography included hundreds of specific meanings for individual flowers, modern flower symbolism reduces to a handful of basic associations. Roses mean love. Lilies mean purity or death, depending on context. Sunflowers mean happiness. Everything else is mostly decorative. Some people attempt to revive flower language. Books appear claiming to teach the forgotten art. Websites list flower meanings for those interested in adding symbolic depth to their bouquets. A few contemporary florists specialise in creating symbolically meaningful arrangements. But these revivals are self-conscious. They are deliberate historical recreations rather than living traditions. The people learning flower meanings today are history enthusiasts or romantic hobbyists. They are not using flowers as their primary means of communication because they have no other option. You can still purchase flower dictionaries. Most are reprints of Victorian texts or modern compilations of historical meanings. They sell to a niche audience interested in Victoriana. Nobody consults them before sending flowers to a romantic interest. The decline of flower language reflects broader changes in human communication. Direct expression has replaced coded messaging. Technology allows instant communication across any distance. Social restrictions that once made secret languages necessary have largely disappeared. People simply do not need flowers to say what they cannot express in words. They can express it in words now, or texts, or emails, or phone calls, or video messages. Flowers remain popular gifts, but they are appreciated for their beauty, scent, and gesture rather than any encoded meaning. A modern person who receives flowers understands that someone cared enough to send them. The specific type of flowers chosen usually matters only aesthetically. This is both gain and loss. Modern communication is clearer and more efficient. But something has been lost too. The poetry of flower language, the romance of silent communication, the intellectual pleasure of encoding and decoding complex messages through botanical selections. Victorian flower language represents a specific moment in history when several factors aligned. Social restrictions on direct communication, female education focused on accomplishments, a romantic movement that valued nature and symbolism, a prosperous middle class with leisure time for elaborate courtship rituals. When those conditions changed, flower language faded. It was too fragile and too dependent on specific social structures to survive their transformation. But you can still walk through a garden and imagine what those flowers once meant to someone. You can look at old photographs of Victorian bouquets and try to decode the messages they carried. You can press flowers between book pages and wonder what similar flowers meant to young women doing the same thing 150 years ago. The language itself may be dead, but its echo lingers in gardens, in art, in literature, and in the persistent human desire to say important things in beautiful ways. You have followed the story of flower language from Ottoman gardens to modern times. You have seen how it rose, flourished, and faded. You have learned that roses once carried complex messages beyond simple love. You have discovered that entire conversations could happen through carefully arranged bouquets. The language of flowers reminds us that communication takes many forms. Before telephones and email, before even widespread literacy, people found creative ways to express what mattered to them. They turned gardens into vocabularies. They made grammar from petals. You might look at flowers differently now, my sleepy blossoms. Next time you see roses or lilies or forget-me-nots, you might remember that these flowers once spoke volumes to those who knew how to listen. If you enjoyed this quiet journey through botanical history, consider subscribing to the channel. More stories from the past await you, each one designed to help you drift gently towards sleep while learning something fascinating about how people once lived. For now, let the flowers of history carry you toward your dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as a Victorian garden at dusk. You are stepping into the world of 1831 when a young naturalist named Charles Darwin joined a small British surveying ship called HMS Beagle. Over 5 years, this vessel would carry him across oceans, along coastlines, and into quiet harbours where careful observation became a daily practice. Tonight we follow the slow, steady rhythm of that voyage. The ship is smaller than you might imagine. HMS Beagle measures just 90 feet from bow to stern, and most of that space is claimed by equipment, supplies, and the crew of 74 men. You wake in a narrow cabin that you share with charts, instruments, and collections of specimens stored in bottles and boxes. The ceiling is low enough that you cannot stand fully upright. Light enters through small portholes, and the air smells of wood, canvas, and salt. Morning begins with a bell. It rings at regular intervals, marking the watches that organise shipboard time. You rise from your hammock, dress in layers suitable for the weather, and make your way to the upper deck. The motion of the ship is constant. Even in calm seas, the Beagle shifts and rolls with the water beneath its hull. You learn to move with this rhythm, bracing yourself as you walk, adjusting your balance without thinking. Breakfast is simple: ship's biscuit, salted meat, and tea. You eat at a small table in the cramped poop cabin, sometimes alone, sometimes with Captain Fitzroy or the ship's officers. Conversation is practical: weather conditions, the day's planned route, notes about provisions. There is little ceremony. only the steady continuation of shipboard routine. After breakfast, you step out onto the deck. The crew is already at work. Ropes are checked and adjusted. Sails are trimmed according to the wind. Decks are scrubbed with seawater and stiff brushes. The work is repetitive, a cycle that repeats itself day after day. You watch the crew move with practiced efficiency, each man knowing his task without needing instruction. Your own work begins quietly. You carry a notebook, a few glass jars and tools for collecting. When the ship anchors close to land, you get ready to disembark. On days at sea, you observe from the deck. Seabirds follow the ship gliding on air currents. You note their colours, their calls, and the way they dip toward the water. You sketch their forms in your notebook, recording details that seem small but may later prove significant. The ship's naturalist role is not an official naval position. You're a guest aboard the Beagle, invited to accompany the voyage and make observations. This means you fit your work into the ship's schedule rather than directing it. You wait for opportunities. When the ship stops for surveying work, you explore. When it sails, you organise your notes and specimens. Midday brings another meal. Often it is similar to breakfast, salted pork or beef, dried peas, ship's biscuit again. The food is plain and becomes familiar quickly. You eat what is provided, grateful for the sustenance. On days when fresh provisions are available, there might be eggs or fruit, purchased from coastal settlements. These are welcomed but not expected. Afternoons vary. Sometimes you work in your cabin, arranging specimens collected during recent shore visits. Rocks are labelled and wrapped. Plants are pressed between sheets of paper. Small creatures are preserved in spirits. Each item requires careful handling and notation. You record where it was found, the date, and any observations about the environment. This work is slow and requires concentration. Other afternoons you simply watch. The ocean changes with the light. Morning seas are one colour, afternoon seas another. Clouds shift across the sky. The horizon remains constant, a line that never approaches. You lean against the rail and let your mind settle into the rhythm of observation. There is no urgency, only attention. The ship's carpenter works nearby, mending a section of rail. The sailmaker sits cross-legged on deck, stitching canvas. The cook prepares the evening meal below. Life aboard the Beagle is a collection of individual tasks performed side by side. Everyone works at a steady pace. The work simply continues. As afternoon turns toward evening, you return to your cabin. The light through the porthole shifts to a warmer tone. You review your notes from the day, adding details you remember and correcting errors. Your handwriting is small and precise, filling page after page of bound journals. These records will outlast the voyage itself, but for now, they are simply part of the daily routine. Evening comes gradually. The crew changes watches. Those who have worked through the afternoon descend below deck to rest. Others take their places, maintaining the ship through the night. You eat your evening meal, which is much like the others. The sameness is comforting. You know what to expect. Before full darkness, you spend a few more minutes on deck. The air cools. Stars begin to appear, first a few, then many. The ship's lanterns are lit, casting small pools of light. You listen to the sounds, canvas snapping in the wind, ropes creaking and water moving along the hull. These sounds become a kind of music, a backdrop to thought. You return to your cabin and prepare for sleep. The hammock sways with the ship's motion, a gentle rocking that makes rest easier. Tomorrow will bring another day much like this one. The routine is dependable. The voyage continues steady and slow across weeks that blend into months. A ship at sea requires constant care. The Beagle is a working vessel, and its maintenance shapes the rhythm of each day. You watch the crew perform tasks that seem small but are essential. Wood swells and shrinks with moisture. Ropes fray. Sails weaken. Nothing aboard the ship can be neglected. The carpenter is one of the busiest men. He inspects the hull regularly, looking for signs of wear or damage. When he finds a loose plank, he secures it. When a joint weakens, he reinforces it. His work is preventive, catching problems before they grow. You see him at his bench, planing wood, fitting pieces together with careful precision. The smell of fresh-cut timber mixes with the salt air. The sailmaker's work is equally important. Canvas sails endure tremendous strain. Wind fills them, stretching the fabric tight. Rain soaks them. Sun bleaches and weakens them. The sailmaker examines every sail regularly, running his hands over the surface, feeling for thin spots. When he finds damage, he cuts a patch and stitches it into place. His needle moves in a steady rhythm, pulling heavy thread through layers of canvas. Ropes require attention too. The rigging that controls the sails is a complex network of lines, each with a specific purpose. The crew inspects these ropes daily, looking for wear. When a rope shows signs of fraying, it is replaced before it fails. Spare rope is stored below deck, coiled neatly, ready for use. The boatswain oversees this work, his experience guiding the crew's efforts. Navigation is another ongoing task. Captain Fitzroy takes regular measurements of the ship's position, using a sextant and chronometer. He measures the angle of the sun at noon, calculates latitude, and records the information in the ship's log. These measurements are cross-checked and verified. Accuracy matters. The difference between a correct position and an incorrect one can determine whether the ship finds safe harbour or dangerous reefs. Charts are consulted frequently. The Beagle carries maps of coastlines, though many are incomplete or based on earlier surveys. Part of the ship's mission is to improve these charts, adding detail and correcting errors. This means coastal waters are approached carefully, with frequent depth soundings. A weighted line is dropped over the side, measuring the distance to the seafloor. The crew calls out the depth, and the information is recorded. You assist with some of this work when asked. You learn to read the instruments and to understand how position is calculated. The mathematics involved are straightforward but require care. A small error in measurement can compound over time. You appreciate the discipline required and the patience to double-check and verify before trusting a number. Below deck, the ship's stores require management. Barrels of salted meat are stacked in the hold. Sacks of dried peas, flour and ship's biscuit are arranged to maximise space. Water casks are secured against shifting. The purser keeps detailed records of what is consumed, calculating how long supplies will last. Rationing is standard practice, not because supplies are scarce, but because the next resupply point may be weeks away. Fresh water is precious. The crew uses it sparingly. Washing is done with seawater when possible. Drinking water is measured out carefully. Rain is collected when it falls, channeled from the sails into barrels. You grow accustomed to using water with intention, never wasting what cannot easily be replaced. The cook works in a small galley, preparing meals for the entire crew. His stove is fired with coal, and the heat it produces makes the galley uncomfortably warm even in cool weather. He boils salted meat to soften it, soaks dried peas overnight, and bakes ship's biscuit into something approaching bread. The meals he produces are plain, but they are regular and filling. Every few weeks, the ship requires a more thorough inspection. When the Beagle anchors in a sheltered harbour, the crew takes the opportunity to careen the vessel. This means tipping it onto its side to expose the underwater hull. Barnacles are scraped away, the hull is checked for damage. If needed, repairs are made. This work takes several days and involves the entire crew. It is labour-intensive but necessary. You help where you can, though your contributions are modest. You pass tools, carry supplies, and assist with measurements. The work is repetitive but satisfying. There is a sense of shared purpose, of maintaining something larger than any individual. The ship depends on this collective effort. Discipline structures the work. Orders are given clearly and followed promptly. The crew knows the consequences of neglect. A poorly maintained ship is a dangerous one, but the discipline is not harsh. It is simply the framework that allows 74 men to live and work together in close quarters for months at a time. At night, you sometimes hear the officer of the watch making his rounds, checking that all is secure, hatches are fastened, lanterns are positioned safely, the helm is manned, the ship is never left unattended. This vigilance continues regardless of weather or fatigue. It is part of the rhythm, one more element of the routine that keeps the voyage moving forward. The Beagle is not a swift ship, but it is a sturdy one. It was built for coastal surveying and designed to handle shallow waters and variable conditions. Its reliability comes from careful construction and diligent maintenance. You come to trust the ship, to feel secure in its solid timbers and well-tended rigging. The voyage depends on this trust. Your days are filled with looks. You're not searching or hunting for something specific, but simply observing what appears before you. The practice becomes habitual. You wake with the intention to notice, and that intention shapes how you move through each day. When the Beagle approaches land, you prepare your tools: a small hammer for breaking rocks, glass vials for specimens, paper for pressing plants, a notebook always at hand. These objects become extensions of your purpose. You carry them ashore when the ship's boats ferry crew and supplies to the beach. The shoreline offers endless variety. Rocky coasts differ from sandy beaches. Tidal pools contain creatures that disappear when the water recedes. You kneel beside these pools, watching small crabs navigate between stones, observing the patterns on shells, and noting which plants grow just above the waterline and which tolerate submersion. Your notes accumulate slowly. Each entry is dated and located. You describe what you see in plain language, avoiding assumptions: a shell's colour, a bird's size relative to familiar species, the texture of a leaf. These details may seem trivial, but you have learned that patterns emerge from accumulated observations. What appears random in a single instance may reveal structure when examined across many examples. Rocks interest you particularly. You break open samples, examining the layers within. Some show clear stratification, alternating bands of different materials. Others are uniform throughout. You collect samples of each type, wrapping them carefully and labelling them with the location where they were found. Later, aboard the ship, you will compare these samples to others collected from different sites. The comparison reveals something. Rocks from distant locations sometimes resemble each other closely. This suggests common origins or similar processes of formation. You begin to wonder about the forces that shape landscapes over time: water, wind, heat, and pressure. These forces work slowly, but their effects accumulate. A coastline that appears permanent is perhaps slowly changing, wearing away grain by grain. Plants show equal complexity. You collect leaves, flowers, and seeds. You press them carefully between sheets of paper, applying weight to flatten them without crushing. Once dried, these specimens can be studied indefinitely. You note where each plant grew. Was it near water? Did it grow in shade or full sun, among other plants or isolated? These details help you understand what conditions each species requires. Animals are harder to observe. Many move quickly or hide when you approach. You watch from a distance when possible, using patience rather than pursuit. Seabirds nesting on cliffs ignore your presence once they become accustomed to it. You sit quietly and watch them feed their young, noting the frequency of feeding, the types of food brought, and the behaviour of the chicks. Insects are everywhere, even on remote islands. You collect them carefully, preserving them in small vials. Their diversity is astonishing. Different species occupy different niches. Some feed on particular plants, others prey on other insects. The relationships between species are intricate, each one adapted to its specific role. You begin to notice patterns in these adaptations. Island species sometimes differ from mainland species in subtle ways. Size varies, coloration shifts, behaviour changes. These differences are small, but they are consistent. You record them without yet understanding their significance. The patterns are there, waiting for interpretation. Your geological observations accumulate alongside the biological ones. You notice fossils embedded in rock layers, remnants of creatures that no longer exist. These fossils are sometimes similar to living species, sometimes quite different. Their presence in rock suggests great age, time measured on scales beyond human experience. You think about these things during the long hours at sea. The ship moves slowly across the ocean, and there is time for reflection. You review your notes, looking for connections. You sketch diagrams, trying to visualize relationships. The work is tentative and exploratory. You're not reaching conclusions, only gathering evidence. Captain Fitzroy sometimes asks about your findings. You share what you have observed, describing specimens and locations. The conversations are cordial, but brief. Fitzroy's interest is genuine, though his own work focuses on charts and navigation. The ship values your observations, even though they are supplementary to its primary mission. Other crew members occasionally bring you specimens. A sailor finds an unusual shell on the beach and carries it back to the ship. The cook discovers a strange insect in the provisions. You accept these offerings gratefully, adding them to your collection. The crew's participation broadens what you can observe, extending your reach beyond your efforts. In the evenings, you organise the day's collections. Each specimen is examined, described, and stored. The work is meticulous and time-consuming. You cannot rush it. Accuracy matters more than speed. A specimen poorly preserved or incorrectly labelled loses much of its value. You take care working by lamplight until fatigue forces you to stop. The collection grows steadily. Boxes fill with rocks. Bottles line the shelves of your cabin. Pressed plants accumulate in portfolios. This physical accumulation represents months of patient observation and countless hours spent looking closely at the natural world. Specialists will eventually return the collection to England for examination, but for now it simply forms part of your daily routine. The work itself brings you satisfaction. The process of observing, recording and organising brings you satisfaction. There is a calm rhythm to it, a sense of purpose that does not require dramatic discovery. Each day adds a little more to the accumulation of knowledge. Each observation contributes significantly to the larger puzzle. It's not necessary to view the entire picture to appreciate the individual pieces. The voyage is long and rest becomes its kind of practice. This is not the dramatic exhaustion of a crisis, but rather the steady fatigue that builds up over weeks and months of ship life. You learn to rest in stages, in moments stolen between tasks and in the regular intervals built into each day's schedule. Between landfalls, the ship settles into its sailing rhythm. Days pass without significant events. The horizon remains empty. The wind blows steadily, or not at all. During these stretches, the crew's energy shifts. Work continues, but at a measured pace. There is no urgency, only the slow movement toward the next destination. You spend these quiet days below deck more often. Your cabin becomes a refuge. The space is small, but it is yours. You arrange it to suit your needs. Books are stacked within reach. Specimens are organised on makeshift shelves. The hammock hangs at a height that allows you to sit on a low stool and write at the small fold-down desk. Afternoon light filters through the porthole, creating a small circle of illumination that moves across the cabin as the day progresses. You follow this light, positioning your work to take advantage of it. When the light fades, you light a lamp, though you try to conserve oil. The lamp's flame flickers with the ship's motion, casting shifting shadows on the wooden walls. Rest comes in unexpected moments. You sit with a book but find your eyes growing heavy. The text blurs. You set the book aside and close your eyes, letting the ship's motion rock you into a brief sleep. 20 minutes later, you wake refreshed. These short rests punctuate your days, small pauses that prevent deeper fatigue from accumulating. The crew has its rest rhythms. Men off watch gather below deck, some sleeping, others playing cards or mending clothes. Conversation is quiet and respectful of those trying to rest. The ship's bell marks the passage of time, but between these regular signals, hours drift by without urgency. Seasickness, when it comes, demands its kind of rest. The motion that becomes familiar can sometimes overwhelm. You lie in your hammock, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The discomfort passes eventually. You learn to recognise the early signs and to rest before the sickness becomes severe. Ginger, when available, helps. Fresh air on deck helps more. But sometimes the only remedy is stillness and patience. Recovery follows its schedule. After a period of illness or particular fatigue, you need extra rest. You sleep longer. You work less. The ship tolerates this. There is no pressure to maintain a constant pace. The voyage is too long for unsustainable effort. Everyone aboard understands the need for recovery time. Shore visits provide a different kind of rest. After weeks at sea, solid ground feels strange beneath your feet. The earth does not move, and your body, accustomed to compensating for the ship's motion, initially struggles with stability. You walk on land with careful steps, your balance slowly readjusting. On shore, you sometimes find places to sit and simply be still. You may find a flat rock that provides a stunning view of the water. A grassy area nestled beneath a tree can also serve as a peaceful spot to relax. These moments of stillness on land are precious. The sounds are different here. Birdsong instead of rigging, wind through leaves instead of through canvas. You close your eyes and listen, storing the memory for the next stretch at sea. Returning to the ship after days ashore requires another adjustment. The first night back in your hammock, the motion seems pronounced again. You sway with the ship, your body relearning the rhythm. By the second night, it feels normal once more. This cycle of adjustment and readjustment becomes familiar. Sleep at sea is usually interrupted. The watch bell rings every 4 hours, footsteps sound on the deck above. The ship's motion changes with shifting winds. You learn to sleep through most disturbances, waking only when something truly unusual occurs. This light sleep is restorative enough. Your body adapts. Some nights are calmer than others. When the sea is smooth and the wind steady, the ship barely rocks. These nights allow deeper rest. You wake feeling genuinely refreshed, ready for whatever the day brings. You treasure these nights, knowing they are not guaranteed. On rougher nights, rest comes in fragments. You doze, wake, and doze again. The hammock sways more dramatically. Objects shift in the cabin. You hear the crew working above, adjusting sails to manage the conditions. You do not worry. The ship is well handled, and rough seas are part of the voyage. You simply rest as best you can. Midday often brings a quiet period. After the noon meal, when the sun is high and the day's work has settled into routine, you find yourself growing drowsy. Sometimes you surrender to this feeling, returning to your cabin for a short rest. Other times you fight it, preferring to use the daylight for observation. Both choices are acceptable. The voyage is long enough to accommodate either approach. You notice that rest and observation are not opposites but companions. When you are well rested, your observations are sharper. You notice details you might otherwise miss. Conversely, after intense periods of observation and collection, rest becomes necessary. Your mind needs time to process what you have seen, to consolidate memories and insights. The rhythm of rest aboard the Beagle is not dramatic. It does not involve collapse and recovery, but rather gentle waves of energy and fatigue that alternate throughout each day and week. You ride these waves, working when energy is available and resting when it is not. The pattern is sustainable, designed for the long duration of the voyage. Eating aboard the Beagle follows a strict schedule. 3 meals per day, served at consistent times. The predictability is comforting. You know when to expect food, and your body adjusts to the rhythm. Hunger arrives on schedule, and meals satisfy it reliably. Ship's biscuit forms the foundation of the diet. These hard, dry crackers are baked before the voyage begins and designed to last for months without spoiling. They are plain, nearly tasteless, but substantial. You learn to soften them in tea or coffee, making them easier to chew. Sometimes they contain weevils, small insects that have burrowed into the flour before baking. You learn to tap the biscuit against the table, dislodging the weevils before eating. This routine becomes automatic. Salted meat is served regularly. Pork and beef, preserved in barrels of brine. The salt draws out moisture, preventing decay, but it also makes the meat tough and intensely salty. The cook boils it for hours to make it palatable. Even so, it retains a strong flavour that dominates whatever else is on the plate. You grow accustomed to it, as everyone aboard does. Dried peas are soaked overnight and then boiled into a thick soup. This provides variety in nutrition. The peas are plain, but they are filling and easier to digest than the salted meat. Sometimes the cook adds small amounts of onion or other vegetables when fresh supplies are available, but these additions are rare and brief. Fresh food is a luxury. When the ship stops at a port or coastal settlement, provisions are purchased if available. Provisions include items such as eggs, fruit, vegetables, and fresh bread. These items transform the meals temporarily. You savour the taste of an orange and the crisp texture of a fresh carrot. But fresh food spoils quickly in the ship's warm hold, so these pleasures are fleeting. Water is rationed carefully, as discussed earlier. Each person receives a daily allowance. You use it for drinking and sparingly for washing. The water has a stale taste after weeks in the barrel, but you learn to ignore this. Thirst is a more powerful motivator than preference. Tea and coffee are available daily. The cook prepares large pots of each, sweetened with sugar when supplies allow. These hot drinks are welcome, especially in cool weather or rough seas. You develop a preference for tea in the morning and coffee in the afternoon, though both are drunk black and strong. Rum is issued to the crew in small measures. This is a naval tradition, meant to boost morale and provide a brief respite from routine. You receive a portion as well, though you often decline it. The effects of alcohol are more pronounced aboard a moving ship, and you prefer to keep your mind clear for observation and note-taking. Meals are eaten in shifts. Officers eat in the poop cabin. Crew members are below deck. You usually eat with the officers, though the atmosphere is informal. Conversation centres on practical matters. The day's progress, weather predictions. Plans are being made for the next landfall. There is little ceremony, only the efficient consumption of food before returning to work. The monotony of the diet becomes a kind of comfort. You know what to expect, and the familiarity reduces one source of uncertainty in a voyage filled with variables. The food is not exciting, but it is sufficient. It sustains you day after day, month after month. Health concerns arise occasionally. Scurvy, caused by a lack of fresh vegetables and fruit, is a known danger on long voyages. The ship's surgeon monitors the crew for early signs, bleeding gums, fatigue and bruising. When fresh provisions are available, they are consumed eagerly, not just for taste but for their protective effect. You experience occasional digestive troubles, as most aboard do. Salted meat and ship's biscuits can cause discomfort to your stomach. The ship's motion can worsen these issues. You learn which foods sit better and which to avoid when feeling unsettled. The surgeon provides simple remedies when needed, though often time and rest are the only real cures. Minor injuries are common. Splinters from rough wood, small cuts, and rope burns are common injuries. The surgeon treats these efficiently. Cleanliness is important, though limited water makes thorough washing difficult. Wounds are bandaged, monitored for infection, and generally heal without complication. More serious illness is rare but concerning. When fever strikes, the affected person is isolated as much as the ship's cramped quarters allow. Rest, water, and time are the primary treatments. The surgeon has some medicines, but their effectiveness is limited. Most illnesses simply need to progress naturally. You maintain your health through routine, regular sleep, adequate food, and fresh air on deck when possible. You avoid excess. You listen to your body's signals, resting when tired and eating when hungry. This attentiveness prevents small issues from becoming larger ones. Physical activity is limited but important. Walking the deck provides exercise. Occasional shore visits allow for more vigorous movement. You climb hills, walk along beaches, and explore inland when time permits. These periods of activity balance the long hours of sitting and studying. The ship's routine supports health through its very regularity. Meals at consistent times. Everyone respects the sleep periods. Work distributed across the day. This structure creates stability that helps everyone aboard maintain physical and mental well-being through the long voyage. You become aware of the relationship between food, rest, and work. When you eat well and sleep adequately, your observations are sharper and your notes are more detailed. When fatigue accumulates or meals are particularly poor, your work suffers. You learn to manage these variables as best you can, accepting what you cannot control. You become accustomed to the rhythm of eating, resting, and working. You wake, eat, work, eat, rest, work, eat, and sleep. The pattern repeats with variations, but maintains its basic structure. This regularity is part of what makes the long voyage endurable. The routine provides a framework within which life continues, day after day, across months and years. As daylight fades, the ship's atmosphere changes. The pace of work slows. Crew members complete their final tasks before the evening watch begins. You feel this shift as a subtle relaxation, a collective exhale as another day at sea draws toward its close. You descend to your cabin while a little light still enters through the porthole. The space is familiar now, every object in its place. Your notebooks are stacked on the small desk. Specimen jars line the makeshift shelf. The hammock hangs ready for the night ahead. You light your lamp, adjusting the wick to produce steady, even light. Evening is your time for writing. You open your current notebook and review the day's rough notes, scribbled quickly during observations. Now you transfer these notes into a more permanent form, expanding abbreviations, clarifying descriptions, and adding details you remember but did not have time to record earlier. Your handwriting is small and precise, each word carefully formed. This is partly to conserve paper, which is limited, but also a matter of habit. Clear writing aids clear thinking. You describe what you saw, where you saw it, and what conditions surrounded it. The act of writing helps you remember, embedding the observations more firmly in memory. Some evenings you work on sketches. Your artistic skill is modest, but drawings capture information that words cannot. You capture the shape of a shell, the pattern on a leaf, and the structure of a rock formation through your drawings. You draw with simple tools, pencil, occasionally ink, and sometimes coloured pencils when you need to record specific hues. The drawings are functional rather than beautiful, but they serve their purpose. Other evenings you organise specimens. Rocks are sorted by type and origin. Plant samples are checked to ensure they are drying properly. Preserved creatures in jars are examined for any signs of deterioration. This maintenance work is essential. A collection is only valuable if it is properly curated. You sometimes read during these evening hours. The ship carries a small library, books shared among the officers. You borrow volumes on geology, natural history, and travel narratives. Reading expands your understanding, providing context for what you observe. You take notes as you read, marking passages that seem particularly relevant. The cabin is quiet except for small sounds. Water moving along the hull just beyond the wooden planks. Footsteps on the deck above. The ship creaks as it flexes with the waves. These sounds are constant, a backdrop to your evening work. They do not disturb you. They are simply part of the environment. Occasionally you hear voices from the crew's quarters nearby. Low conversation, sometimes laughter. The crew spends their evenings much as you do, occupied with small tasks or simple relaxation. Some write letters that will be sent when the ship next reaches port. Others mend clothes or repair personal items. The work is unhurried, almost meditative. Your lamp burns steadily, consuming oil slowly. You are conscious of the need to conserve, but these evening hours of work are important. The lamplight creates a small sphere of visibility in the growing darkness. Beyond that sphere, the cabin fades into shadow. You focus on what you can see, on the page before you, on the work at hand. Sometimes your mind wanders. You think about observations from earlier in the voyage, patterns you have noticed, and questions that have emerged. You do not try to force conclusions. You simply let thoughts surface and drift, trusting that insights will come when they are ready. Evening's quiet pace encourages this kind of reflection. The ship's motion is usually gentler in the evening. Winds often decrease as night approaches. The Beagle rocks slowly, a steady rhythm that becomes almost hypnotic. You sway slightly as you work, your body unconsciously moving with the ship. This motion is soothing rather than disruptive. You pause occasionally to rest your eyes. Staring at notebook pages by lamplight can be tiring. You look away, focusing on the shadows in the cabin's corners, letting your vision relax. These brief pauses help you maintain concentration over several hours of close work. Some evenings, Captain Fitzroy stops by your cabin. He knocks lightly and enters when you invite him. The conversations are friendly and informal. He asks about your recent observations. You share fascinating specimens or sketches. He tells you about the day's navigation or upcoming plans for the route. These exchanges are brief but valued. They connect your work to the larger purpose of the voyage. As the evening deepens, you become aware of fatigue settling into your body. Your eyes grow heavy. Your hand, holding the pen, begins to ache slightly. These are signals to finish your work and prepare for sleep. You complete the sentence you are writing, close your notebook, and cap your ink bottle. Before extinguishing the lamp, you arrange the cabin for the night. Tools are put away. Notebooks are stacked securely so they will not slide if the ship's motion increases. The desk is folded up against the wall. You check that specimen jars are stable, that nothing can tip or spill during the night. You undress partially, keeping on layers appropriate for the cabin's temperature. The hammock waits, gently swaying. You extinguish the lamp, and darkness fills the cabin. The sounds of the ship seem slightly louder now without the distraction of lamplight, water, wood, wind. You climb into the hammock, settling into its familiar cradle. The day is complete. Tomorrow will bring more observations, more notes and more specimens, but tonight is the only rest. The evening's work has provided a sense of accomplishment, of progress made. You close your eyes, feeling the ship carry you forward through the darkness, toward whatever the next day will bring. Night aboard the Beagle is orderly and predictable. The ship does not sleep, but it settles into a quieter rhythm. The watch changes every 4 hours, marked by the bell whose sound carries clearly through the night air. These bells organise time, dividing the darkness into manageable intervals. Your hammock sways gently in the cabin's darkness. The motion is constant, matching the ship's movement through the water. This rocking is familiar now, a sensation you have come to associate with safety and rest. The hammock's gentle swing helps rather than hinders sleep. Above you, footsteps mark the watchkeeper's patrol. He walks the length of the deck at regular intervals, checking that all is secure. Sails properly set. Rigging sound. Helm manned and attentive. These sounds of vigilance are reassuring. The ship is being cared for while you rest. The cabin is dark except for faint moonlight or starlight that sometimes enters through the porthole. Your eyes adjust to this darkness, distinguishing shapes. The outline of your desk, the shelves of specimens, and the hanging hammock beside your own where equipment is stored. The darkness is complete but not oppressive. Sounds change throughout the night. Wind shifts, and you hear canvas adjusting. Rain begins, drumming on the deck above. The ship's motion alters slightly with changing seas. None of these variations are alarming. They are part of the night's natural progression. You register them without fully waking. You're sleep light enough to notice, but deep enough to rest. The crew maintains the ship through the night with practiced efficiency. When sails need adjustment, you hear quiet commands and the sound of many hands working together. Ropes run through blocks. Canvas flaps briefly before being secured. The work is done quickly and competently, then silence returns. Below deck, men sleep in shifts. Those off watch rest in their hammocks, crowded together in the crew's quarters. The air is close there, filled with the breathing of many sleepers. But this closeness also provides warmth, particularly welcome on cooler nights. The crew sleeps soundly, bodies worn from the day's work. In the officers' quarters, which include your cabin, conditions are slightly less cramped but still close. The ship is small and space is precious. Every cubic foot serves multiple purposes, but the arrangement works. Everyone has a place to sleep, and that is sufficient. Nighttime offers a particular quality of quiet. Even the sounds that continue, water, wind, the creak of timber, seem muted, softened by darkness. Voices, when you hear them, are low. No one shouts unless necessary. The night watch respects those sleeping, keeping noise to a minimum. Sometimes you wake during the night, pulled from sleep by the bell or a change in the ship's motion. You lie still, listening, assessing. The sounds tell you it's all well. The ship moves steadily. The watch is alert. You close your eyes and return to sleep within minutes. Other times you wake more fully, unable to immediately return to sleep. On these occasions you might light your lamp briefly, read a few pages, or review notes. The activity is quiet and brief, just enough to settle your mind before attempting sleep again. Usually the procedure works, and you drift off within a short time. The ship's bell marks the passage of hours with reassuring regularity. 4 bells, 8 bells, 2 bells. Each pattern is distinct, announcing the time to anyone listening. The bells structure the night just as they structure the day, providing rhythm and order to time that might otherwise feel formless. On clear nights, you sometimes go on deck briefly before sleeping. The stars are spectacular at sea, away from any land-based lights. The Milky Way stretches across the sky, a river of light. Constellations wheel slowly overhead. You stand at the rail for a few minutes, looking up, feeling the smallness of the ship beneath the vast night sky. The watchkeeper might nod to you in greeting but does not interrupt his duties. You're simply another person on deck, taking a moment of night air before rest. The exchange requires no words. After a few minutes you return below, your eyes readjusted to darkness, ready for sleep. The hammock receives you again. You arrange yourself, finding the position that will be most comfortable through the remaining hours of night. The ship rocks. Water sounds along the hull. These sensations are so familiar now that they barely register consciously. These sensations represent the conditions of sleep, as normal as having a bed and blankets on land. Some nights are easier than others. On calm seas with gentle winds, sleep comes quickly and lasts until morning. On rougher nights, rest is more interrupted and more fragmented. But even fragmented sleep is restorative. Your body has adapted to the ship's rhythms, learning to rest whenever opportunity allows. Dreams come and go, influenced by the day's observations and the ship's motion. You dream of landscapes visited, creatures observed, and rocks broken open to reveal their hidden structures. These dreams are usually calm, processing rather than anxious. You wake from them easily, without disturbance. As night progresses toward dawn, the darkness begins to thin. The first hint of light appears, barely perceptible at first. The watch prepares for the morning change. Below deck, sleepers begin to stir, bodies sensing the approaching day before conscious minds register it. You wake gradually, returning to awareness as you have on countless mornings before. The cabin is still dark, but you know day is near. You lie still for a moment, gathering yourself, preparing mentally for another day at sea. The night has passed safely. The ship has carried you forward while you slept, adding miles to the voyage. Outside, the watchkeeper calls the time, the bell sounds, a new watch assembles on deck. The cycle continues reliable and steady. Night gives way to dawn, and the pattern of another day aboard the Beagle begins to unfold once more. The voyage of the Beagle stretches across 5 years, a span of time that transforms through its very length. Days blend into weeks, and weeks into months. The calendar progresses, but aboard the ship time feels different. The pace is not particularly slow, but rather patient. Not rushed, but steady. You notice changes in yourself that accumulate gradually. Your hands become more skilled at preserving specimens. Your eye grows sharper at distinguishing species. Your understanding of geological processes deepens through repeated observation. These changes happen so slowly that you barely perceive them day to day. Only looking back across months can you see how much has shifted. The collection you maintain grows steadily. Boxes fill with geological samples from dozens of locations. Portfolios overflow with pressed plants. Bottles line every available shelf space, each containing a preserved creature. This physical accumulation represents something larger, the patient gathering of evidence, the slow building of understanding. You do not yet see the full pattern. The observations you have made, the specimens you have collected, and the notes you have written. All of this remains somewhat fragmentary. Individual pieces, not yet assembled into a coherent whole. But you trust the process. You believe that patterns will emerge when enough pieces are gathered, when enough time has passed for reflection. The ship continues its work, surveying coastlines, correcting charts, and mapping harbours. This mission proceeds independently of your natural history observations, yet the two efforts share a common character. Patient, methodical, careful. Both require attention to detail and a willingness to work slowly toward distant goals. You think often about what you have seen. Islands where creatures exist that are found nowhere else. Rock layers revealing vast spans of time. There are fossils from extinct species that bear a striking resemblance to their living counterparts. These observations suggest something, though exactly what remains unclear. The implications linger on the brink of comprehension, yet they remain elusive. The routine of shipboard life continues to anchor you. Wake, eat, observe, record, rest. The pattern repeats with variations but maintains its essential structure. This consistency allows the work to continue without interruption. The routine becomes a kind of foundation on which everything else rests. Seasons change, though at sea the shifts are subtle. Temperatures vary, weather patterns alter, the angle of the sun shifts. You track these changes in your notes, marking seasonal variations in the creatures and plants you observe. These meticulous observations document the passage of time. The crew changes too, though slowly. Men leave the ship at ports, replaced by new recruits. Faces become familiar, then disappear, and then new faces take their places. But the ship's essential character remains constant. The work continues regardless of individual changes. The Beagle persists. You correspond with colleagues when opportunity allows, sending letters and specimens back to England when ships heading that direction can carry them. These communications are irregular and slow. Months pass between sending a letter and receiving a reply. Yet this connection to the wider scientific community matters. Your work does not exist in isolation, even when you are thousands of miles from home. Physical endurance becomes a kind of achievement. The voyage demands stamina. The ability to continue day after day without dramatic milestones. You develop this endurance without particularly noticing. Your body adapts to ship life. Your mind becomes accustomed to the pace. What once seemed difficult becomes simply normal. You observe changes in your thinking. Ideas that once seemed certain become more flexible. Questions you thought answered open up again, revealing new complexity. This intellectual growth happens quietly, shaped by repeated observation and the time to reflect on what you have seen. The landscapes you have visited create lasting memories. Particular images remain vivid. A volcanic island rising from the sea, a coral reef teeming with life, and a cliff face showing millions of years of geological history. These images become reference points, mental anchors that organise your understanding. Conversations with Captain Fitzroy continue throughout the voyage. You discuss observations, debate interpretations, and share perspectives. These exchanges sharpen your thinking, forcing you to articulate ideas clearly. The captain's questions push you to consider alternatives, to examine assumptions. The specimens you send back to England begin to attract attention. Letters arrive from naturalists who have examined your collections. They ask questions, request more information, and point out intriguing features you may have missed. This dialogue enriches your work, connecting your individual observations to broader scientific discussions. You begin to sense the shape of ideas that will require years more to fully develop. The voyage is providing raw material, observations, specimens, questions, that will sustain future work long after the ship returns to England. This realization brings satisfaction. The voyage is not an end in itself, but a beginning. The Beagle eventually turns toward home. The final leg of the journey reverses the early route, bringing familiar coastlines back into view. But you're not the same person who left England 5 years earlier. The voyage has changed you, shaped you, and given you a foundation of experience and observation that will inform everything that follows. The ship sails steadily toward home waters. The routine continues, even as the voyage nears its end. You maintain your observations, keep your notes, and care for your specimens. The work does not stop simply because the destination approaches. The practice you have developed is now part of who you are. England appears on the horizon eventually. The voyage that has consumed 5 years of your life approaches completion. But the ideas born during these years will continue to grow, to develop, and to reshape understanding. The voyage's end is only the beginning of its true impact. For now, though, there is only the ship, the sea, and the steady rhythm of observation and rest. The Beagle carries you forward through calm waters. The sky is clear. The horizon stretches endlessly ahead, just as it has for days and weeks and months. You stand at the rail, watching light play across the water, noting details as you have done countless times before. The work continues, the voyage continues, life aboard the ship continues in its patient, methodical way. And in this continuation, in this steady accumulation of observation and thought, something significant is quietly taking shape. This transformation occurs not in a dramatic or sudden manner, but rather through the gentle persistence of curiosity, patience, and time. The ship sails on. You rest when rest is needed, watch when observation is possible, and trust that understanding will come through this slow, steady practice of attention. The rhythm holds, the voyage continues, and in the continuity itself there is peace. Before we meet our remarkable lady, you need to understand the world she rode into. Medieval Wales wasn't just rolling green hills and dramatic coastlines, though it certainly had those. It was a place where stories mattered as much as food, where poets held social rank just below kings, and where the past and present existed in a kind of permanent conversation with each other. The stories about Rhiannon come from a collection called The Mabinogion, which is essentially Wales's greatest hits of medieval tales. These weren't written down until somewhere around the 11th to 13th centuries, but the stories themselves are far older. They'd been passed down orally for so long that their origins disappeared into the mists of prehistory, like watching someone walk into fog until you can't tell if they're still there or have become part of the weather. Think of the Mabinogion as a medieval playlist that someone finally got around to transcribing. Bards had been performing these tales at feasts and festivals for generations, each storyteller adding their own flourishes while keeping the essential melodies intact. By the time scribes wrote them down in manuscripts like the White Book of Riddoch and the Red Book of Hergest, these stories had been refined by countless retellings into something approaching perfection. Rhiannon's tale appears in the first branch of the Mabinogi, and it opens in a place called Dyfed, which was a real kingdom in southwest Wales. The ruler was a man named Pwyll, whose name means sense or wisdom, though as you'll see, he didn't always live up to his name. He was what medieval Welsh society considered an ideal lord. Generous with his warriors, brave in battle, and reasonably fair in his judgments. Not perfect, but decent enough that people didn't actively plot his overthrow, which in medieval terms counted as a success. Now, medieval Welsh society had some interesting quirks that are worth knowing before we continue. Unlike many medieval cultures where women were essentially property with fewer rights than livestock, Welsh law gave women surprising autonomy. They could own property, initiate divorce, and receive compensation if wronged. This legal framework helps explain why Rhiannon's story, while certainly dramatic, never treats her as a passive object to be moved around by male characters. The Welsh also had a complex relationship with the otherworld, which they called Andabwen. This wasn't heaven or hell in the Christian sense, though by the time these stories were written down, Christian monks were doing the transcribing and occasionally tried to make things fit their worldview. Annan was more like a parallel realm that existed alongside the everyday world, separated by boundaries that were sometimes as solid as stone walls and sometimes as permeable as breath. People from Annan could visit the mortal world, and occasionally, mortals ventured into their realm, usually by accident or invitation rather than intentional tourism. The otherworld folk weren't quite gods and weren't quite fairies. They were something in between. Powerful beings who operated by their own rules and occasionally took interest in human affairs, for reasons that range from love to boredom to purposes mortals could never quite fathom. Understanding this context helps you appreciate what happens when Rhiannon appears in the story. She's not arriving in a world that would find her presence impossible or even particularly shocking. Wales had a long tradition of powerful women in mythology, goddesses like Ceridwen, the fierce Branwen, and the wise Arianrhod. A woman with supernatural connections riding a magical horse? That was unusual enough to be noteworthy, but familiar enough to fit into the existing pattern of how the world worked. The landscape itself played a role in these stories. Wales is a country of dramatic geography. Mountains that seem to touch clouds, valleys that hold on to morning mist like secrets, and coastlines where the sea appears to be constantly trying to have a conversation with the land. In this kind of landscape, it's easy to believe that the world contains layers, that what you see isn't necessarily all there is. Pwyll ruled from a place called Arbeth, which had a special feature, a magical mound called Gorzed Arbeth. This wasn't just any hill, it was one of those liminal spaces where the boundary between worlds grew thin. The tradition said that anyone who sat on this mound would experience one of two things. They would receive blows and wounds, or they would witness a marvel. It was basically ancient Wales's version of a cosmic slot machine, except instead of losing money, you might lose consciousness, or gain a story worth telling for the rest of your life. This is where Pwyll chose to sit one day, and this is where our story truly begins. Imagine you're Pwyll, a reasonably successful medieval Welsh lord having a fairly ordinary day by your standards. You've handled some administrative matters, possibly settled a dispute about cattle theft or boundary stones, and now you're looking for a bit of entertainment. You remember that magical mound near your court, the one that promises either injury or wonder, and you think, why not? What's life without a little supernatural gambling? So Pwyll climbs up Gorsedd Arbeth with a few of his men, because medieval lords rarely went anywhere alone, partly for protection, and partly because witnessing was important. If something marvellous happened and nobody saw it, did it even count? They settle onto the mound, probably making themselves comfortable because magic doesn't run on a schedule, and they wait, and then she appears. The story describes her simply at first. A woman dressed in gold brocade, riding a white horse along them, rode below the mound, but there's something about the way she moves. The horse's gait is steady and unhurried, as smooth as if it's gliding rather than walking. She's travelling the road that runs past Arbeth, and there's nothing obviously magical about the scene except for this quality of deliberate grace, like watching someone who knows they're being watched and doesn't mind at all. Pwyll's immediate reaction is curiosity mixed with attraction, which will become something of a pattern for him. He asks one of his men to go down and find out who she is. Simple enough, right? Just a quick jog down the hill, catch up with the lady and ask her name and business. Except here's where things get interesting. The servant hurries down the mound and tries to catch up with the rider. The horse is still moving at that same steady, unhurried pace. It looks like it's barely moving faster than a walk. But no matter how fast the man runs, he can't close the distance. It's like one of those dreams where you're trying to reach something and your legs work fine, but you're somehow not getting any closer. The servant returns, probably winded and confused, and reports his failure. Pwyll, displaying the kind of logic that makes sense if you don't think about it too hard, decides the problem was that his man was on foot. He sends another servant, this time on horseback. Surely a horse can catch another horse, especially when the target appears to be moving at such a leisurely pace. But the same thing happens. The rider urges his horse faster, then faster still, eventually pushing the animal to a full gallop. The white horse ahead maintains that same smooth, unhurried gait, and the distance between them never changes. It's not that the white horse is running away, it's more that the normal rules of speed and distance have stopped applying. The pursuer is running as fast as possible while making no progress, like someone on a treadmill watching scenery scroll past. This continues for 3 days. 3 days of Pwyll watching this woman ride past on her white horse, 3 days of sending increasingly desperate pursuers after her, and 3 days of experiencing the kind of frustration that makes you question your understanding of how the physical world works. Now you might be wondering why Pwyll didn't just try talking to her from the mound, or why he didn't think there might be something supernatural about a woman who can't be caught. But medieval Welsh stories often work on a kind of fairy tale logic, where the obvious solution only becomes visible once everyone has exhausted all the complicated alternatives. On the third day, Pwyll finally does the sensible thing. He saddles up his own horse, the best one he has naturally, and positions himself on the mound to wait. When the lady appears again, riding at that same maddeningly steady pace, Pwyll doesn't order someone else to pursue her. He doesn't try to race after her, instead he calls out, just a simple request. Would she please stop because he needs to speak with her? And she does, immediately. Just stops, turns, and waits for him to approach. The horse that couldn't be caught by the fastest riders in his kingdom stops the instant he asks politely. When Pwyll reaches her, she lifts her veil, and he sees her face fully for the first time. The text describes her as the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. But more than that, there's something about her presence that confirms what Pwyll must have already suspected. This is no ordinary mortal woman. Her first words to him are probably not what he expected. She tells him it would have been better for his horse if he'd simply asked earlier, rather than putting his men and their mounts through 3 days of impossible pursuit. There's a gentle rebuke in this, but also humour. She's been waiting for him to figure out the obvious, and she's not particularly impressed that it took him 3 days. Then comes the revelation that changes everything. She tells him her name is Rhiannon, and she's been riding past his mound deliberately, hoping to catch his attention. In fact, she's been promised in marriage to someone she doesn't want, and she's come here specifically because she wants Pwyll instead. Let that sink in for a moment. This otherworldly woman, who could clearly go anywhere she wants at speeds that defy normal physics, has been riding past Pwyll's territory for 3 days, waiting for him to notice her. She's engineered this entire encounter, making herself just impossible enough to catch that he'd be intrigued, but stopping the moment he asked directly, because she wanted him to choose to engage with her as a person, rather than a prize to be captured. It's one of medieval literature's great meet-cutes, if you think about it. a supernatural being courting a mortal lord by making him work for the privilege of talking to her, then revealing that she's been hoping he'd show interest all. Along Quill's reaction to Rhiannon's declaration is worth examining because it tells you something about his character. He doesn't panic, doesn't question his sanity, and doesn't demand proof that she's telling the truth. Instead, he essentially says yes, he'd be honoured to marry her, and also he has no idea how to make that happen, given that she's apparently from another realm and already promised to someone else. It's a remarkably honest response. Most medieval heroes would bluster about their prowess or make grand declarations. Quill admits he's out of his depth and asks for guidance, which turns out to be exactly the right approach when dealing with supernatural beings who value straightforwardness. Rhiannon, in turn, shows the kind of practical thinking that will characterise her throughout the story. She doesn't expect Will to storm the otherworld or fight for her hand in single combat. Instead, she explains that she's been promised to a man named Gwall through trickery and pressure from her family, but she doesn't want him. She wants Will, and she has a plan. The plan is delightfully specific. A year from now, there will be a feast in her father's court, ostensibly celebrating her impending marriage to Gwall. Will should attend this feast with 100 knights, but keep them waiting outside. He should enter alone, disguised as a beggar, carrying a small bag that Rhiannon will give him. Then, at the crucial moment, he should ask Gwall for a single favour, just enough food to fill the bag. The bag, she explains, is magical. It can never be filled by ordinary means. No matter how much food is put into it, there will always be room for more. The only way to fill it is for a wealthy man to step into it and declare that enough has been given. When Gwall inevitably does this, because he'll want to appear generous and be done with this strange beggar's request, Quill should trap him in the bag, and his knights should rush in. It's a plan that requires patience, disguise, and a willingness to look foolish in front of an otherworldly court. It also requires trust. Quill has to believe that Rhiannon is telling him the truth and that her magical bag will work as promised. Quill agrees to all of this. He takes the bag Rhiannon offers, promises to appear at the feast in a year's time, and then, showing unusual restraint for a medieval hero, doesn't try to kiss her or seal the bargain with anything beyond his word. They part ways, and Rhiannon rides off on her white horse at that same unhurried pace, while Quill returns to his court to spend a year thinking about the extraordinary woman he's promised to marry. That year must have felt long. Imagine trying to focus on the daily business of ruling a kingdom, while knowing that in 12 months you'll be attempting to trick an otherworldly noble at his own engagement party, using a magical bag that supposedly never fills. You'd probably find yourself double-checking that the bag was still there, wondering if you'd imagined the whole encounter, and practicing what you'd say when you showed up dressed as a beggar. But Quill keeps his word. When the year passes, he gathers his 100 best knights and rides to the location Rhiannon specified. He finds her father's court exactly where she said it would be, because otherworldly beings don't give false directions, and positions his men outside as instructed. Then comes the hard part, transforming himself from a lord into a convincing beggar. Quill puts on ragged clothes, probably rubs some dirt on his face, and adopts the posture of someone asking for charity rather than commanding it. It's a complete inversion of his normal role, and doing it voluntarily requires a kind of humility that many medieval nobles lacked. He enters the hall during the feast, and the scene must have been spectacular. Otherworldly courts in Welsh mythology aren't quite like mortal ones. They're brighter, richer, and more beautiful in ways that are slightly unsettling because they're too perfect. The food never runs out, the musicians never miss a note, and everyone is just attractive enough to make you wonder if you're underdressed for the occasion. Quill sees Rhiannon seated at the high table between her father and Gwall, who presumably thinks this is his wedding feast and is probably feeling pretty pleased with himself. Rhiannon sees Quill too, though she gives no sign of recognition. She's playing her part perfectly, waiting for him to play his. Quill approaches the high table and makes his request with appropriate deference. He's just a poor wanderer asking for a little charity. Just enough food to fill this small bag he's carrying. Surely such a grand feast can spare something for a hungry traveller. The request seems modest, even generous to refuse. Rhiannon's father, displaying the hospitality that otherworldly nobles pride themselves on, agrees immediately. Gwall, not wanting to appear less generous than his future father-in-law, endorses this charity enthusiastically. Servants begin filling the bag. They put in bread, meat, fruit and delicacies from the feast table. The bag swallows it all without appearing any fuller. More food goes in. Still nothing. The servants look confused, then concerned, then slightly panicked as they keep filling this impossible bag while the beggar stands patiently waiting. Finally, Gwall, probably more irritated than generous by this point, asks what it would take to fill the bag. Pwyll, following Rhiannon's script exactly, explains that the bag can only be satisfied when a true nobleman steps into it and declares that enough has been given, and Gwal, perhaps wanting to end this strange spectacle, perhaps pushed by pride, steps into the bag. The moment his feet touch the bottom, Pwyll pulls the bag closed and ties it shut. He whistles and his 100 knights pour into the hall. What follows is sometimes called Badger in the Bag. The knights take turns hitting the bag with sticks while Gwal, trapped inside, protests vigorously. It's violence with a cartoonish quality, more humiliation than actual harm, and it serves its purpose. Gwal eventually agrees to give up his claim on Rhiannon in exchange for being released, swearing oaths that he won't seek revenge. Rhiannon's father, faced with a situation that has clearly moved beyond his control, accepts the new arrangement. And just like that, through a combination of magical assistance, careful planning, and a willingness to look foolish, Pwyll wins his bride. Pwyll and Rhiannon's wedding must have been an event worth witnessing. A mortal lord marrying a woman from Andubian, with guests from both worlds presumably in attendance. The text doesn't give us many details, but you can imagine the mixture of Welsh nobility trying to maintain proper feast protocol, while otherworldly guests did things that probably made the mortal attendees question their understanding of physics and etiquette. What the text does emphasise is Rhiannon's extraordinary generosity. As the feast progresses, she gives gifts to everyone who asks for them. In medieval Welsh culture, generosity was one of the highest virtues, especially for nobility. A good lord or lady was expected to give freely, and the quality of your reputation often depended on how open-handed you were. Rhiannon takes this to supernatural levels. She doesn't just give gifts, she gives perfect gifts, the kind that somehow match exactly what each person needs or wants. It's generosity that goes beyond mere wealth and enters the realm of almost magical understanding of human desire. The text tells us that no one leaves the feast disappointed or refused, which in medieval terms is basically saying she achieved the impossible. After the wedding, Rhiannon returns with Pwyll to Dyfed, and they begin their life together. Here's where the story does something interesting. Instead of immediately plunging into crisis, it gives them time, a full year of apparent happiness, where Rhiannon proves herself to be everything Pwyll's court could want in a lady. She's generous with Pwyll's subjects, continuing the pattern of gift-giving she displayed at the wedding. She's wise in her counsel, helping Pwyll make decisions about governance and justice. She integrates herself into mortal society while maintaining an otherworldly grace that makes her memorable. The text suggests that people genuinely love her, not out of fear or obligation, but because she treats them with a combination of dignity and kindness that transcends her supernatural origins. This is important to understand because of what comes next. When disaster strikes, it won't be because Rhiannon was a poor wife or lady. It won't be because she failed to earn her place in Pwyll's court. The tragedy that's coming isn't a result of her inadequacy. It's a result of forces beyond her control and accusations that say more about human nature than about her character. But for now, for 1 year, everything is perfect. Pwyll has his otherworldly bride, Rhiannon has escaped an unwanted marriage, and Dyfed has a lady whose generosity and wisdom benefit everyone. It's a brief shining moment before the story takes its darker turn. You might find yourself wishing the story could stay in this space. Just let them be happy. Let the magical woman and her mortal husband live out their days in peace. But stories like life rarely work that way. The peace we're experiencing is the calm that makes the coming storm meaningful. As you settle deeper into your blanket, remember this year of happiness. Hold it in your mind like a pleasant dream, because Rhiannon will need you to remember it. When people start making accusations and demanding punishments, you'll need to remember that there was a time when everyone loved her, when no one questioned her place in Pwyll's court, when she was the perfect lady whose generosity knew no bounds. That memory will matter more than you might think. After that year of happiness, Rhiannon becomes pregnant. This is cause for celebration in any medieval court, but especially in Dyfed. An heir means continuity, stability, and the promise that the kingdom will pass to the next generation without conflict. Pwyll and Rhiannon's child will bridge two worlds, mortal and otherworldly, and that's an exciting prospect. The pregnancy proceeds normally, and when the time comes, Rhiannon gives birth to a son. The text emphasises this detail. A healthy boy, crying lustily, perfect in every way. Midwives attend her, as was customary for noble births, and 6 women are assigned to watch over mother and child during the crucial first night. This is where you need to understand another aspect of medieval belief. The time immediately after birth was considered dangerous, a liminal period when both mother and child were vulnerable to supernatural forces. That's why 6 women were assigned to keep watch. This wasn't casual babysitting, it was serious protective duty. Their job was to stay awake all night, ensuring nothing happened to the child. They fail at this job in the most dramatic way possible. Sometime during the night, all 6 women fall asleep. Not one at a time, not in the natural way people get drowsy on a long watch, but simultaneously, as if some supernatural force has simply turned off their consciousness like switching off a light. When they wake up, probably in the grey hour before dawn, they face every guardian's nightmare. The baby is gone. Just gone. No sign of violence. No indication of how someone could have entered the room, taken the child and left without disturbing anyone. The cradle is empty, and 6 women who are supposed to be watching suddenly realise they've lost the heir to Dyfed and the child of a woman from Unwind. Their first emotion is probably terror. In medieval Wales, losing a noble child through negligence could result in severe punishment, possibly execution. 6 women, all of whom fell asleep on duty, all of whom have no explanation for what happened. They're facing disgrace at best, death at worst. So they make a decision that will define the rest of Rhiannon's story. Instead of telling the truth and accepting their punishment, they decide to blame Rhiannon. The plan they devise is horrific. They take puppies, the text specifies puppies, young dogs from the court, and kill them. They smear the blood on Rhiannon's face and hands while she sleeps, exhausted from childbirth. They scatter bones around her bed. Then, when she wakes, they tell everyone that Rhiannon has killed and eaten her own child. It's an accusation of the most unnatural crime imaginable, a mother murdering and consuming her newborn. It plays on deep fears about the boundary between human and animal, about maternal instinct perverted into something monstrous. It also plays on existing prejudices about Rhiannon's otherworldly nature. She's not quite like other women, so perhaps she's capable of things other women would never do. When Rhiannon wakes to find herself covered in blood, surrounded by bones, and accused by 6 witnesses of infanticide and cannibalism, she denies it. Absolutely. She knows what happened, or rather she knows what didn't happen. She didn't kill her child. She doesn't know where he is, but she knows with complete certainty that she didn't harm him. But she's facing 6 women who all tell the same story. Physical evidence that seems to support their account, and a court full of people who are shocked, horrified, and looking for someone to blame for this tragedy. Will finds himself in an impossible situation. On one hand, he knows Rhiannon, has lived with her for over a year, and has seen her generosity and kindness. On the other hand, he has 6 witnesses, physical evidence, and a missing child. His nobles are demanding that he put Rhiannon aside, divorce her, and possibly execute her for this unnatural crime. To his credit, Pwyll refuses to divorce her. Despite the pressure, despite the evidence, despite how much easier it would be to simply cut his losses and find another wife, he won't abandon her. It's one of the few moments where Pwyll fully lives up to his name, showing the wisdom and loyalty that presumably made him a good lord in the first place. But he can't completely shield Rhiannon from consequences. The court demands some form of punishment, some acknowledgement that something terrible has happened and someone must answer for it. A compromise is reached, though it's a compromise that will test Rhiannon in ways that might be worse than execution. The punishment they devise for Rhiannon is specific and deliberately humiliating. For 7 years she must sit by the mounting block at the entrance to Pwyll's court. Every person who arrives she must tell them her story, that she killed her own child. She must offer to carry them on her back like a horse, transporting them from the gate to the court. Think about what this means. Rhiannon, the lady who rode the white horse that couldn't be caught, is being reduced to a beast of burden herself. The woman who gave generous gifts to everyone is now forced to offer her own body as transport. The wife of the lord must sit at the gate like a criminal, confessing to a crime she didn't commit over and over to every visitor who arrives. It's punishment as perpetual performance, humiliation as daily routine, and it's designed to continue for 7 years, long enough that most people would break, would confess to anything just to make it stop, and would lose themselves in the repetition of shame. But here's what makes Rhiannon remarkable. She endures it, day after day, season after season, year after year, she sits at that gate. When visitors arrive, she tells them the story of her supposed crime in a steady voice. When they look at her with horror or pity or disgust, she meets their eyes. When some accept her offer to carry them, and the text suggests many do, either out of cruelty or curiosity, she bears their weight without complaint. The text doesn't dwell on these 7 years in detail, but let's think about what they must have been. Like, 7 years is long enough that children grow from infancy to childhood, long enough that seasons become just another form of measurement, and long enough that the person you were at the beginning might seem like a stranger by the end. Rhiannon endures Welsh weather, rain that comes sideways, wind that cuts through clothing, summer heat that makes stones too hot to touch, and winter cold that settles into bones. She endures the stares of people who think they are looking at a monster. She endures the weight of travellers on her back, the stone of the mounting block beneath her, and the endless repetition of her own story told as a confession. And through it all, she maintains something essential about herself. She doesn't become bitter or broken. She doesn't lash out at the women who lied about her or demand that Pwyll investigate further. She simply endures with a kind of quiet dignity that suggests she knows the truth even if no one else believes her. This is where Rhiannon transforms from a supernatural woman choosing her own destiny into something else. A figure of endurance, patience and strength that goes beyond magic or otherworldly power. Anyone can be powerful when they have advantages. Rhiannon is showing what remains when all advantages are stripped away. Medieval audiences would have recognised what was happening here. The patient wife wrongly accused was a common motif in their literature, but Rhiannon's version has a particular quality. She's not waiting passively to be rescued. She's actively surviving, choosing each day to continue, to maintain her dignity in circumstances designed to destroy it. The 7 years are also biblically significant. A complete cycle, a time of trial and testing. Jacob worked 7 years for Rachel. The Israelites circled Jericho for 7 days. 7 years suggests both endurance and eventual completion, suffering, and the promise of change. But the text doesn't ask us to simply skip over these years to get to the resolution. By mentioning the 7-year span, it's asking us to sit with Rhiannon's suffering, to understand that her vindication, when it comes, is earned through patience that most people couldn't sustain. As you lie in the comfort of your bed, warm and safe, think about sitting at a gate for 7 years. Think about telling the same humiliating story to strangers day after day. Think about maintaining your sense of self when everything around you insists you're something monstrous. Rhiannon does this. She survives her punishment with her essential self intact. And while she sits at that gate, in another part of the kingdom, her son is growing up. On the same night that Rhiannon's child disappeared, something strange happened at the home of a nobleman named Tiernan Twrfliant. Tiernan had a beautiful mare that gave birth every May Eve, but mysteriously the foal always vanished before morning. Year after year the mare would deliver a perfect foal, and year after year it would disappear without a trace. This particular May Eve, the same night Rhiannon gave birth, Tiernan decided he'd had enough of this pattern. He determined to stay awake all night in the stable, armed and ready, to discover what was taking his foals. So while 6 women were falling into supernatural sleep in Pwyll's court, Tiernan was forcing himself to stay awake in his stable, watching his mare labour. The foal was born, a magnificent colt, even by the mare's high standards. Tiernan admired it for a moment, probably feeling protective and determined that this time, finally, he'd save one of these foals. Then, exactly at midnight, something reached through the window. The text describes it as a claw or arm of enormous size. Grabbing for the newborn foal, Tiernan, without hesitation, drew his sword and struck at it, severing the arm at the elbow. Whatever creature it belonged to screamed and vanished into the night. Tiernan rushed outside to pursue it, sword ready, prepared to fight whatever monster had been stealing his foals for years. But he found nothing, just darkness and the sound of something fleeing into the distance. When he returned to the stable, frustrated at losing his quarry, he discovered something that stopped him in his tracks. On his doorstep, wrapped in fine cloth, was a baby boy. Now Tiernan was a practical man, not given to flights of fancy, but even he could put together the timeline. The same night, a mysterious creature and a missing child wrapped in noble cloth appeared at exactly the moment he was fighting off something supernatural. He brought the child inside to his wife, and they made a decision that speaks to their character. They would raise the boy as their own. Tiernan's wife had wanted children but had none, so she welcomed this mysterious infant with genuine love. They named him Gry Walt Urin, Gry of the golden hair because his hair was as bright as polished metal. They told people he was hers, a late blessing, and no one questioned it because medieval record-keeping wasn't exactly stringent, especially in rural nobility. And then something remarkable happened. Gry grew, not at a normal rate, but at a speed that was supernatural yet somehow natural. By the end of his first year he had the development of a 3-year-old. By the end of his second year he was like a child of 6. He was bright, healthy, strong, and remarkably good with horses, especially with the colt that had been born the same night he appeared. Tiernan and his wife raised Gry with love, teaching him the skills appropriate to a young nobleman: riding, hunting, courtesy, and the management of a household. The boy thrived in their care, growing not just in size but also in capability and character. He was everything parents could hope for: kind, brave, intelligent and loyal. But as Gree grew older, his resemblance to someone became impossible to ignore. Visitors to Teianon's court started remarking on it. The boy looked remarkably like Pwyll, the Lord of Dyfed. Not just a passing resemblance, but the kind of similarity that suggests a blood relationship. Teianon began hearing stories about Pwyll's court, how the Lady Rhiannon had supposedly killed her child, and how she'd been sitting at the gate for years, now confessing to the crime and offering to carry visitors like a horse. The timeline matched, the appearance matched, and that mysterious creature that had tried to steal the foal the same night, a noble child, disappeared. Tiernan faced a difficult choice. He and his wife loved Gree as their own son. The boy called them mother and father and had known no other family. They'd raised him through infancy and childhood, celebrated his accomplishments, and cared for him when he was sick. In every way that mattered emotionally, he was their child. But Tiernan was also a man of honour, and the honour of the situation was clear. This was almost certainly Pwyll and Rhiannon's son. A woman was suffering endless punishment for a crime she didn't commit. A kingdom was without its rightful heir, and Tiernan was keeping them all in ignorance, however unintentionally it had begun. The decision he made shows real nobility of character. He chose to do the right thing even though it cost him dearly. He told his wife what he suspected, and together they decided to take Gree to Pwyll's court and reveal the truth. Imagine that conversation with Gree, trying to explain to a child who's maybe 3 or 4 years old but older in development that the parents he's known all his life aren't his birth parents, that he's actually the son of a lord and a lady from Anwen, and that his real mother has been suffering because he disappeared. How do you make that make sense to a child? But Gree, showing the wisdom that would characterise him throughout his life, seemed to understand. Or perhaps he didn't fully understand, but trusted the people who'd raised him enough to accept what they said. Either way, he agreed to go with Tiernan to Pwyll's court. The journey there must have been bittersweet. Tiernan knew he was doing the right thing, but every mile brought him closer to losing the child he'd raised. His wife had stayed behind, perhaps unable to bear the actual moment of separation. Gree rode beside him, probably quiet, processing what was about to happen. And at the end of their journey, sitting at the gate as she had for nearly 7 years, was Rhiannon. Picture the moment when Tiernan and Gree arrive at Pwyll's court. Rhiannon is at her usual position by the mounting block, probably wearing clothes that have seen better days, her face bearing the marks of 7 years of exposure to weather and hardship. She looks up as they approach, ready to tell her story once more, ready to offer to carry them if they'll accept. But something happens before she can speak. Tiernan looks at her, really looks at her, and sees not the monster the stories describe, but a woman who has endured something almost beyond human capacity. And Gree, who has never seen his mother before, stares at her with the kind of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Something in the blood, perhaps, or in the soul. Tiernan tells Rhiannon they've come to see Lord Pwyll, and he gently refuses her. Offer to carry them. There's a kindness in his voice that Rhiannon probably hasn't heard in years from strangers. They proceed to the court, where Pwyll receives them with the hospitality due to a noble visitor. Tiernan doesn't waste time with small talk or elaborate preambles. He tells Pwyll the entire story. The mare that lost foals every May Eve, the creature that reached through the window, the child found on his doorstep, Gree's remarkable growth, and his unmistakable resemblance to Pwyll. He presents the boy, now perhaps 4 years old, but with the development of someone much older, and lets the physical evidence speak for itself. Pwyll looks at Gree and sees himself. The resemblance is undeniable. The same features, the same colouring, the same bearing. This is his son, the child who disappeared 7 years ago, returned as mysteriously as he vanished. The court erupts in exclamations, questions, and wonder, but Pwyll's first thought is for Rhiannon. He immediately sends for her, bringing her in from the gate where she's spent 7 years. When she enters the hall, she's probably expecting another humiliation, another performance of her supposed crime. Instead, she sees her son. The text doesn't dwell on the emotional details of their reunion, but you can imagine it. 7 years of separation, 7 years of punishment for a crime she didn't commit, and 7 years of not knowing if her child was alive or dead. And now here he stands, healthy and whole, raised with love by people who chose to do the right thing at great personal cost. Rhiannon's reaction is described with a simple phrase that carries enormous weight. She experiences great joy. After 7 years of sitting at a gate, confessing to infanticide, bearing travellers on her back like a beast of burden, joy. Not anger at her false accusers, not bitterness about lost years, not demands for revenge. Joy at her son's return, The court, faced with undeniable proof of Rhiannon's innocence, must now reckon with what they've done. 6 women lied about her. Countless people believed those lies. Rhiannon was punished for 7 years while the real culprit, whatever supernatural creature tried to steal both a foal and a child that night, went unpunished. But here's where Rhiannon shows something remarkable. She doesn't demand that the 6 women be executed or even severely punished. The text doesn't record her calling for revenge or justice against those who wronged her. Instead, she focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, her name is cleared, and she's free from the punishment that has defined her life for 7 years. There's a brief discussion about what to name the boy. He's been Gree to the family that raised him, but Rhiannon looks at him and says a word that captures everything: Pryderi. The name means care or worry, and it refers to the anxiety she's suffered, the worry that defined her years of punishment. It's both a memorial to suffering and a transformation of that suffering into something meaningful, a name for her son that acknowledges what they've been through. And remarkably, the name sticks. The boy who is Gree becomes Pryderi, carrying in his very name the story of his mother's ordeal and survival. Tiernan and his wife could have kept Pryderi. They could have stayed silent, let the boy remain theirs, and allowed Rhiannon to continue her punishment. No one would have known, but they chose truth and honour over comfort and love, which is one of the hardest choices anyone can make. Will, recognising this extraordinary sacrifice, doesn't simply thank Tiernan and send him home. He offers Tiernan and his wife a place in his court, grants them lands and honours, and establishes a relationship where Pryderi can maintain connection with the people who raised him. It's a solution that honours everyone's role in the child's survival. The fostering relationship between Tiernan's family and Puil's court becomes one of deep mutual respect. Pryderi grows up knowing his birth parents and his foster parents, loved by both, benefiting from the wisdom and care of multiple families. In this way, the trauma of his disappearance transforms into something rich and complex, a web of relationships that might never have existed without the initial tragedy. Rhiannon's vindication should have meant the end of her story in the first branch, but there's more to unpack about what happens after the truth comes out. Medieval Welsh stories rarely waste time on lengthy emotional processing. They move from one event to the next with the efficiency of people who understood that listeners wanted action and resolution. But we can pause here and think about what the aftermath must have been like. For 7 years, Rhiannon sat at that gate. 7 years of daily humiliation, of telling her story over and over to strangers, of being treated as something less than human. That kind of experience changes a person. It has to. The question is how. Some people would emerge from such an ordeal broken, bitter, and consumed by anger at those who wronged them. Others might become hard, closed off, and unable to trust or feel joy again. Rhiannon seems to have done neither. She emerges with her essential self intact, still generous, still dignified, still capable of joy when her son returns. This suggests something important about her character. Rhiannon's strength isn't just supernatural power or otherworldly knowledge. It's a kind of internal resilience that allows her to endure suffering without letting it define her. She knows who she is, and 7 years of being told she's a monster doesn't change that fundamental self-knowledge. Think about the 6 women who accused her. The text doesn't tell us what happened to them after the truth came out, but they must have faced some consequences. At minimum, they faced public shame for their lies. More likely, they faced legal or social punishment for their false accusation. But here's what's interesting. The story doesn't give them names. They remain anonymous, a collective rather than individuals. This literary choice does something subtle. It makes them representatives of a pattern rather than specific villains. They're what happens when fear overwhelms integrity, when self-preservation leads to the destruction of someone innocent. Their lie worked because it was believable. Rhiannon was otherworldly, different, and not quite like other women. When something inexplicable happened, it was easy to blame the person who was already outside normal categories. The 6 women didn't have to work hard to make people believe them. They just had to tap into existing prejudices and fears. This pattern appears throughout history. When something goes wrong, communities look for someone to blame, and they often choose whoever is already marked as different. Rhiannon's story is medieval and magical, but this dynamic is depressingly familiar across cultures and centuries. Her vindication doesn't just clear her name, it challenges the community's willingness to believe the worst about someone based on their otherness. The people of Dyfed have to reckon with the fact that they condemned an innocent woman, that their lady whom they had loved during that first perfect year was exactly who she appeared to be, and that their willingness to believe otherwise said more about them than about her. Will, too, must live with his choices. He refused to divorce Rhiannon, which shows loyalty, but he also allowed her punishment to continue for 7 years. He could have investigated more thoroughly, could have questioned the 6 women more aggressively, and could have considered whether the evidence really supported their story. Instead, he chose a middle path that kept Rhiannon as his wife, but subjected her to ongoing humiliation. Was this wisdom or cowardice? The text doesn't judge, but you can make your own assessment. Pwyll was caught between his personal knowledge of Rhiannon's character and the political pressure from his nobles, between loyalty to his wife and duty to his kingdom. He chose a compromise, and Rhiannon paid the price for 7 years. Their relationship after her vindication must have been complex. They're reunited, their son is returned, but 7 years of injustice stand between them. The text suggests they continue as husband and wife, ruling Dyfed together, but it doesn't claim everything returns to exactly how it was before. How could it? You can't go through something like Rhiannon's ordeal and return unchanged. You can't watch your wife suffer for 7 years and not carry some guilt. The question is whether they find a way to build something new from what remains, or whether the past always stands between them like a ghost. Pryderi, meanwhile, grows up with the knowledge of what his mother endured for him. He knows that his birth caused her suffering, that his disappearance led to her punishment, and that 6 women lied about her because of him. This is a heavy burden for a child to carry, even a child who grows at a supernatural rate and has wisdom beyond his years. But perhaps the knowledge also gives him something valuable, an understanding of his mother's strength, a model of how to endure, injustice with dignity, and a lesson in the importance of truth even when lies are more convenient. These are the kinds of lessons that shape a person's character in fundamental ways. The story of Tiernan and his wife becomes a legend in its own right. The nobleman who raised a foundling with love, and then gave him back when honour required it. In a medieval culture that valued hospitality and honour, their actions represent the highest ideals. They loved without possessing, cared without demanding ownership, and chose truth even when it cost them dearly. As you lie there in the darkness, think about what it means to be vindicated after years of false accusation. The relief certainly, but also the strange adjustment of being believed again, of having your truth acknowledged after years of having it denied. Rhiannon has her name, her son, and her position restored, but she also has 7 years of memory that no vindication can erase. The question the story leaves hanging is whether justice delayed is truly justice at all, and whether any amount of restoration can truly compensate for years of suffering. Medieval audiences might have had clearer answers to these questions than we do, but the questions themselves remain uncomfortably relevant. Now that we've lived through Rhiannon's story from her first appearance to her vindication, it's worth stepping back and thinking about one of the tale's most persistent symbols, horses. Rhiannon first appears riding a white horse that moves at an impossible pace, unhurried yet uncatchable. This isn't just magical transportation, it's a statement about her nature. She can't be pursued and captured like a prize or a possession. She can only be approached through respect and direct communication, through asking rather than taking. The white horse itself carries symbolic weight throughout Celtic mythology. White animals generally signified otherworldly connection, creatures that existed in that liminal space between the mortal realm and Unwind. Rhiannon's horse is white, smooth-gaited and supernatural in its abilities, all markers of her own otherworldly nature. But then look at what happens during her punishment. Rhiannon, who rode the uncatchable horse, is reduced to being a horse herself. She offers to carry people on her back, performing the exact function that her white horse performed, transportation from one place to another. It's a deliberate inversion of her original appearance, a humiliation that strikes at the core of who she was. The symbolism goes deeper when you consider the foal that was born the same night as Pryderi. Tiernan's mare had been losing foals every May Eve to a supernatural creature. The night Pryderi disappeared, Tiernan saved the foal by cutting off the creature's arm and found the baby on his doorstep. The connection between child and foal is explicit. They appear together, they grow up together, and Pryderi develops an exceptional bond with the horse. In some way, they're linked, both stolen by the same creature, both saved by Tiernan's intervention. The foal that should have been taken becomes Pryderi's special companion, a living reminder of the night they both survived. This pairing of human child and horse has roots deep in Celtic culture. Horses were sacred animals in many Celtic societies, associated with sovereignty, the land, and divine power. The bond between Pryderi and his horse suggests he carries both human and equine blessings, both mortal and otherworldly power. There's also something worth noting about the name Rhiannon itself. Scholars have connected it to an earlier Celtic goddess figure called Rigantona, meaning Great Queen or Divine Queen. This goddess was associated with horses, sovereignty, and the land itself. While the medieval Rhiannon is presented as a character in a story rather than a goddess in a myth, echoes of divine power remain. In Celtic tradition, queens and goddesses were often connected to the land they ruled. Their fertility, health, and justice affected the kingdom itself. Rhiannon's unjust punishment and suffering might represent not just personal tragedy, but a kind of cosmic disorder. The land's queen wrongly accused and humiliated while the kingdom's heir is missing. Her vindication, then, becomes more than just clearing her name. It's a restoration of proper order. The queen returned to her rightful position, the heir was revealed and acknowledged, and balance was restored between the otherworldly and mortal realms. The punishment of carrying people like a horse also inverts traditional power dynamics in interesting ways. In Celtic culture, horses were associated with nobility and sovereignty. To ride a horse was to demonstrate status and power. By being reduced to a horse herself, Rhiannon experiences a complete reversal of sovereignty, from queen to beast of burden. But here's what's remarkable. Even in this degraded position, Rhiannon maintains her dignity. She performs her punishment without resistance, but also without being broken by it. In some way, she proves that sovereignty isn't just about position or status. It's about an internal quality that can't be taken away even when everything external is stripped down. When she's vindicated and restored, she doesn't just return to her former position. She's transformed by her experience, carrying knowledge that only suffering can teach. She's been both the rider and the horse, both the queen and the humiliated prisoner. This complete experience of both extremes might actually make her more complete, more capable of understanding the full range of human experience. The white horse that couldn't be caught becomes a metaphor for Rhiannon herself. She couldn't be truly caught by Pwyll until she chose to stop. She couldn't be broken by 7 years of punishment because her essential self remained free, and she couldn't be defined by either her supernatural origins or her mortal suffering because she existed beyond simple categories. Pryderi's bond with the foal suggests he inherits this horse nature from his mother. He's comfortable moving between worlds, capable of supernatural growth but also very human in his attachments and loyalties. The child of a woman associated with horses naturally bonds with horses, carrying forward his mother's connection to these powerful symbols. As you drift towards sleep, imagine Rhiannon on that white horse, moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, but responsive to respect. Imagine the years at the gate, carrying the weight of others while maintaining herself. Imagine the vindication, the return to her true nature, but carrying the memory of everything she endured. The horse connection isn't just decorative symbolism, it's the heart of who Rhiannon is. Free-moving, powerful, dignified, and ultimately ungovernable by anything except her own choices. The first branch of the Mabinogi ends with Rhiannon vindicated and Pryderi acknowledged, but that's not the end of her story in the larger cycle. Rhiannon appears again in the third branch, and what happens to her there adds another layer to our understanding of her character. By the time of the third branch, Pwyll has died, and Pryderi has inherited the lordship of Dyfed. Rhiannon is now a widow, no longer the otherworldly bride, but a mature woman who has lived through marriage, motherhood, false accusation, suffering, vindication, and loss. She's seen most of what life can offer, both wonderful and terrible. Pryderi decides his mother should remarry, and he arranges a marriage between Rhiannon and Manawydan, son of Leah. Manawydan is himself a figure of considerable importance, a man who has lost his own kingdom and is essentially in exile. He and Rhiannon are both people who have experienced displacement, and who know what it means to fall from high status and endure suffering. Their marriage is described as harmonious and based on mutual respect. Two people who have both suffered, both endured, and both survived. They understand each other in ways that people who have only known comfort never could. It's a second-act romance, quieter than the dramatic courtship with Pwyll, but perhaps deeper for being rooted in shared experience rather than supernatural attraction. But peace doesn't last. While Rhiannon and Manawydan are with Pryderi and his wife, a magical mist descends on Dyfed. When it clears, everything living has vanished except for the four of them. The entire kingdom is empty. No people, no animals, just empty buildings and silent fields. They endure this desolation for a time, living off the land, hunting what wild game they can find. But eventually, Pryderi sees a mysterious fortress that wasn't there before. Against advice, he enters it and finds a beautiful golden bowl attached to chains. When he touches it, he becomes frozen, unable to speak or move. Rhiannon, hearing that her son is trapped, doesn't hesitate. She goes after him despite the warnings, despite knowing this is obviously a trap. When she finds Pryderi frozen and unable to speak, she touches him, and immediately becomes trapped as well. Then the fortress and both of them vanish, leaving Manawydan alone. This is Rhiannon's second great trial. Once again, she's trapped through no fault of her own. Once again, she's suffering because of circumstances beyond her control. But this time it's different. She's not falsely accused of a crime. She's actually enchanted, held prisoner in the other world. The text tells us that Rhiannon and Pryderi are taken to the other world, where they're forced to wear magical collars and perform degrading labour. Rhiannon, who was once forced to carry people like a horse, is now yoked like an ox, compelled to perform menial work in the realm she once came from freely. It's worth noting the pattern here. Rhiannon's trials consistently involve humiliation and degradation, being reduced from queen to beast of burden, being trapped and forced into labour. It's as if she's being tested to see if anything can break her essential dignity, can reduce her to something less than she is, and consistently she endures. The text doesn't dwell on her suffering in the other world, but it acknowledges that she and Pryderi are held there until Manawydan, through cleverness and persistence, wins their release. When she's finally freed, Rhiannon returns to the mortal world. Changed again? She's been a bride from Andion, a queen of Dyft, a woman falsely accused, a vindicated mother, a widow, a remarried woman, and now a prisoner who has survived captivity in her own homeland. Each experience adds layers to who she is, building a character of remarkable complexity and depth. The third branch doesn't give us Rhiannon's emotional interiority during her captivity. Medieval Welsh storytelling wasn't particularly interested in detailed psychological exploration, but we can imagine what it meant for her to return to Annwn as a prisoner, rather than as a free woman choosing to leave, to be collared and yoked in the realm where she once rode that white horse with such grace and power. Humiliation as a pattern in Rhiannon's story seems almost deliberate, as if the universe is repeatedly testing her to see if she can be broken, reduced or made into something less than she is, and repeatedly she proves that her essential self remains intact regardless of external circumstances. This is perhaps Rhiannon's greatest quality, the ability to endure degradation without being degraded, to suffer humiliation without being humiliated in her own eyes. She knows who she is, and no amount of unjust punishment or magical captivity changes that fundamental self-knowledge. Her final appearance in the Mabinogi shows her restored once again, living with Manawydan and Pryderi, her trials behind her. The text gives her a happy ending, or at least a peaceful one, the reward for surviving everything that was thrown at her with dignity and tact. As we approach the end of our time with Rhiannon, it's worth considering why her story has endured for over 1,000 years. What is it about this woman from Welsh mythology that continues to speak to people across centuries and cultures? Part of it is simply that Rhiannon is an exceptionally well-drawn character. Even in a medieval text that doesn't spend much time on psychological depth, she comes through as a complete person, someone with agency, dignity, complexity, and remarkable strength. She makes her own choices, endures suffering without being destroyed by it, and maintains herself through trials that would break most people. But I think there's something more specific about what Rhiannon represents. She embodies a particular kind of strength that's often overlooked in favour of more obvious forms of power. She doesn't win through physical force or magical combat. She wins through endurance, through maintaining her essential self in the face of everything that tries to break or change her. This is a kind of strength that resonates particularly with people who have experienced injustice, false accusation, or circumstances beyond their control. Rhiannon's story says that you can survive being wrongly blamed, that you can endure public humiliation, and that you can maintain your dignity even when everyone else treats you as if you have none. Her story also speaks to the experience of being an outsider. Rhiannon is literally from another world, and she never quite fits into mortal society despite her best efforts. When something goes wrong, she's blamed partly because she's different, because she doesn't quite belong. This is an experience that transcends medieval Wales. It's the experience of anyone who has been marked as other, who doesn't fit neatly into the categories their society has established. The vindication that eventually comes provides hope that truth can prevail even after long delays, that being wrongly accused doesn't have to mean permanent disgrace. But the 7 years of suffering before that vindication also acknowledge that justice is often slow, that being right doesn't protect you from punishment, and that endurance is sometimes all you have. Modern retellings and adaptations of Rhiannon's story tend to emphasise different aspects depending on what resonates with their particular moment. Some focus on her as a goddess figure, reclaiming the divine power that medieval Christianity tried to diminish. Others emphasise her strength as a woman surviving in a patriarchal society. Still others focus on her as a symbol of patience and endurance through unjust suffering. The folk rock band Fleetwood Mac famously wrote a song called Rhiannon, that introduced her to millions of people who had never heard of the Mabinogi. Stevie Nicks' mystical lyrics transformed the medieval Welsh character into a symbol of feminine power and mystery for the 1970s, which then inspired countless women to name their daughters Rhiannon, creating a chain of influence that spans from medieval Wales to modern maternity wards. Modern paganism and neo-Celtic spirituality have claimed Rhiannon as a goddess, building practices and devotions around her that would probably puzzle medieval Welsh storytellers. But this reimagining speaks to something real. People continue to find in Rhiannon a figure who represents qualities they value and aspire to. Academic scholars study her as a window into pre-Christian Celtic religion, trying to reconstruct the goddess, figure she might have descended from. Feminist scholars examine her story for what it reveals about women's lives and experiences in medieval Wales. Literary scholars analyse the narrative structure and symbolic patterns in her tale. All of these interpretations have validity because Rhiannon is rich enough as a character to support multiple readings. She's not a simple figure with one obvious meaning. She's complex, contradictory in some ways, and capable of being understood from multiple angles. But perhaps what makes Rhiannon most enduring is simply that she's memorable. That image of the woman on the white horse moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, it sticks in your imagination once you encounter it. The patience of sitting at a gate for 7 years, the joy of vindication, the strength to endure multiple trials without losing yourself. These are images and ideas that lodge in your mind and stay there. In a world that often celebrates flashy heroism and dramatic victories, Rhiannon offers something different. The quiet heroism of endurance, the victory of maintaining yourself when everything tries to break you down. That's a kind of strength that never goes out of style. Because every generation has people who need to hear that they can survive injustice, that being wronged doesn't mean being broken. As your breathing deepens and sleep comes closer, let's think about what we can take from Rhiannon's story into our own lives. What does this medieval Welsh tale about a woman from the other world have to teach us in our very different world? First, there's the lesson about patience. Rhiannon's trials weren't resolved quickly. She sat at that gate for 7 years before truth caught up with lies. In our world of instant communication and rapid news cycles, 7 years feels like an eternity. We expect justice quickly, vindication immediately, and truth to triumph in the next news cycle. Rhiannon's story reminds us that sometimes justice takes time. Truth doesn't always prevail immediately. Being in the right doesn't protect you from suffering in the short term. The question is whether you can maintain yourself during the waiting, whether you can endure without becoming what your accusers claim you are. This doesn't mean accepting injustice passively. Rhiannon endured her punishment, but she never admitted to the crime she didn't commit. She performed what was required of her while maintaining her own internal knowledge of the truth. There's a difference between endurance and capitulation, between patience and passive acceptance. Second, there's something important in Rhiannon's relationship with her otherworldly nature. She comes from Enowen, but she chooses to live in the mortal world. She has supernatural power, but she endures very human suffering. She could presumably have used magic to escape her punishment or to prove her innocence, but she doesn't. Instead, she experiences the consequences of living in the mortal world according to mortal rules. This suggests something about integration, about choosing to fully inhabit whatever world you find yourself in, rather than constantly retreating to the safety of being different or special. Rhiannon doesn't use her otherworldly status as an escape hatch from human consequences. She lives fully in the world she's chosen, even when that world treats her terribly. For those of us who sometimes feel like outsiders, who don't quite fit into the categories our society establishes, there's both challenge and comfort in this. The challenge is to fully engage with the world as it is, rather than retreating into the fantasy of being too special for ordinary problems. The comfort is that you can maintain your essential differentness while still participating fully in the world around you. Third, there's the lesson in how Rhiannon handles vindication. When the truth comes out, she doesn't demand revenge on the 6 women who lied about her. She doesn't rage about the 7 years she lost. She focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, the truth is known, and life can continue. This isn't about being weak or accepting injustice. It's about understanding what actually serves you once vindication comes. Sometimes the desire for revenge keeps you trapped in the past, tied to your suffering even after the external circumstances have changed. Rhiannon's ability to focus on joy rather than retribution suggests a kind of wisdom that knows the difference between justice and revenge. In our cancel culture moment, where public accusations and counter-accusations fly constantly, where everyone seems focused on punishing wrongdoing and demanding accountability, Rhiannon offers a different model. Not accountability-free, The truth does come out, she's vindicated, but focused on moving forward rather than dwelling in justified anger. Fourth, there's something in Rhiannon's multiple trials. She faces false accusation and imprisonment, she loses and regains her son, she's widowed and remarries, and out, and she's captured by the other world and freed again. Life keeps throwing things at her, and she keeps surviving, keeps maintaining herself, and keeps finding ways forward. This feels particularly relevant for those of us in middle age, the target audience for this bedtime story. By your 40s and 50s, you've likely been through some things. Maybe not magical imprisonment in the other world, but perhaps divorce, job loss, health crises, grief, betrayal, or any of the other trials that come with living a full life. Rhiannon's story suggests that surviving one trial doesn't exempt you from future ones. Life isn't a video game where you beat one level and move on to permanent safety, but it also shows that surviving each trial builds strength for the next one, that endurance is a skill that improves with practice, and that you can be tested multiple times and still maintain your essential self. Finally, there's the lesson in Rhiannon's choices. She chooses Pwyll over Gwall. She chooses to endure her punishment rather than abandon Dioed or use supernatural means to escape. She chooses to enter the mysterious fortress to save her son, even knowing it's a trap. She's not a passive victim of fate. She's someone who makes active choices and lives with their consequences. This agency is important. Even in circumstances that seem completely beyond her control, Rhiannon finds spaces where choice exists. She can't control being falsely accused, but she can control how she responds to punishment. She can't control the magical trap, but she can choose whether to enter it. In our own lives, we often face situations where we feel powerless. Rhiannon reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, small spaces of choice remain. How we inhabit those spaces and how we make the choices available to us shapes who we become. The moon is riding high over ancient Wales, casting silver light across the landscape where Rhiannon's story has been told for over 1,000 years. Somewhere in that landscape, in the space between what was and what might have been, a white horse moves at its own pace, unhurried and uncatchable. Rhiannon's story is complete, but in another sense, it continues. Every time someone tells it, she rides again. Every time someone finds strength in her example, she endures again. Every time someone chooses truth over convenience, maintains dignity in the face of humiliation, or survives injustice without being broken by it, her legacy lives on. You've spent this hour with a woman from another world who chose to live in this. One who faced trials that would have destroyed most people, and who maintained herself through everything life and legend could throw at her. You've walked with her from her first appearance on that white horse to her final vindication and beyond. As you drift towards sleep, let Rhiannon's strength be with you. Not the flashy strength of magic or power, but the deeper strength of endurance, of maintaining your essential self regardless of circumstances, of knowing who you are when everyone else is telling you you're something different. Let her patience be with you, the patience to endure when justice is slow, to wait for truth to catch up with lies, to survive the years at the gate knowing that vindication may come eventually, even if it doesn't come soon. Let her dignity be with you, the ability to perform humiliating tasks without being humiliated in your own eyes, to endure degradation without being degraded internally, and to know that what others say about you doesn't change the truth of who you are. Let her joy be with you, the capacity to celebrate when good things finally happen, to focus on what's found rather than what was lost, and to experience genuine happiness even after years of suffering. And let her agency be with you, the knowledge that even in the worst circumstances, choices remain available, that you can make decisions about how to respond if not about what happens to you, and that being trapped in external circumstances doesn't mean being trapped in your own mind. The white horse is still moving somewhere, between worlds, and Rhiannon is still riding it, patient and dignified and free. She's been riding for over 1,000 years, and she'll continue to ride as long as people tell her story, finding in it something that speaks to their own struggles and triumphs. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll return to your ordinary world with its ordinary challenges, but you'll carry with you the memory of a woman who moved between worlds, who endured the unendurable, who maintained herself through trials that should have broken her, and who emerged with her essential self intact. That's not a bad companion to have as you navigate whatever trials your own life presents. Rhiannon rode between the mortal world and Annan. You can ride between sleeping and waking, between the world of medieval legend and modern life, carrying her strength with you as you go. Sleep well, knowing that some stories are more than entertainment. They're maps for navigating the difficult terrain of being human, guides for surviving the trials we all face in one form or another. Rhiannon's story has guided people for over a millennium, and tonight it's guided you towards sleep with its lessons of strength, patience, and unbreakable dignity. The white horse moves on, unhurried and uncatchable, carrying the Lady of the White, horse through the centuries and into your dreams. May you meet her there, in that space between worlds, and may she teach you whatever you most need to learn. Rest now. The story is told, the lady is vindicated, the sun is restored, and truth has triumphed over lies. Tomorrow brings its own challenges, but tonight belongs to rest, to sleep, to the gentle space where ancient stories become part of who we are. Good night. May Rhiannon's strength be yours, her patience guide you, and her dignity sustain you through whatever gates you must sit at in your own life. You're stepping into the everyday life of ancient Egypt, far from the grand temples and royal processions. Here, along the Nile's banks and within mud-brick villages, ordinary people wake each morning to work that has sustained their families for generations. The rhythm of their days follows the river, the sun and the seasons, creating a world held together by routine, shared labour, and the quiet knowledge of how things have always been done. You wake before dawn most mornings, not to an alarm but to your body's recognition of first light filtering through the small window, opening near your sleeping mat. The air holds a coolness that will disappear within hours. You sit up slowly, letting your eyes adjust to the dim interior of your home, where your family still sleeps in the comfortable silence of early morning. Your first task, like most mornings, involves water. You reach for the ceramic jar near the doorway, checking its weight. Nearly empty. This means a walk to the riverbank or to the village well before the day grows hot. You step outside into air that feels gentle against your skin, carrying the faint dampness that rises from the Nile each night. Other people are already moving through the village. You see a neighbour lifting her own water jar onto her shoulder, balancing it with practiced ease. A man passes, leading a donkey loaded with bundles of reeds. Children who woke early play quietly near a doorway, drawing shapes in the dust with sticks. No one speaks much yet. Morning feels like a time for movement rather than conversation. The path to the river follows the same route you've taken since childhood. Your feet know each dip and rise in the packed earth. Date palms create patches of shade along the way. You notice the season by small signs, the height of the river against its banks, the colour of the water, and whether certain plants have begun to flower or fade. These details tell you what work needs doing, what foods might be available, and how the weeks ahead will unfold. At the riverbank you find others already filling their jars. The water moves slowly here, barely rippling. You kneel on the smooth stones worn by countless people performing this same task. The water feels cool as you dip your jar beneath the surface, letting it fill gradually to avoid stirring up silt from the bottom. You lift it carefully, testing its weight before hoisting it onto your hip for the walk home. On your return, you pause where someone has set up a simple arrangement of baskets containing vegetables and dried fish. This isn't a formal market, just a neighbour with extra produce from their garden plot. You trade a small piece of linen you wove last week for a handful of onions and some lettuce. The exchange happens with nods and brief words. Both of you know roughly what things are worth, and what constitutes fairness in these small transactions. Back home, you pour some water into a shallow bowl for washing, and save the rest for cooking and drinking throughout the day. Your family begins to stir. Your youngest child sits up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Your wife moves to the grinding stones to begin working grain into flour, a task that takes up a portion of nearly every morning. The sound of stone against stone creates a steady, rhythmic scraping that carries through the village as other women do the same work in their homes. After a simple breakfast of bread and some dates, you head to your work. If you're a farmer, this means walking to the fields that your family has cultivated for generations. The Nile's annual flooding has left behind rich, dark soil that needs little encouragement to produce wheat and barley. You check the irrigation channels, making sure water flows where it should. Sometimes a channel gets blocked with debris or mud, requiring you to clear it with your hands or a simple wooden tool. If you work with your hands in other ways, your morning might involve gathering materials. Reed cutters wade into the marshes where papyrus grows tall and thick. You grasp a stem near its base and slice through it with a curved blade, then gather the reeds into bundles. The work requires attention, but not constant thought. Your hands know what to do. The marsh birds continue their activities around you, barely noticing your presence. Clay workers walk to riverbanks where the mud has the right consistency. You test it with your fingers, looking for that particular texture that will shape well without crumbling. You fill baskets with the clay and carry it back to your work area, where you'll shape it into pots, dishes or bricks over the coming days. Each load represents future objects that your household or neighbours will use until they eventually break and need replacing. Wood is scarce in this landscape, so those who work with it move carefully through stands of acacia trees or tamarisk, selecting branches that can become tool handles, furniture parts, or supports for doorways. You don't cut living trees without need. Instead, you look for dead branches, fallen limbs, and wood that the river has deposited during flood season. You recognise which woods will split easily, which will hold up under weight, and which work best for different purposes. Gathering fuel for cooking fires involves collecting dried dung from livestock pens and fields where animals graze. This isn't unpleasant work, just practical. The dried material burns steadily and provides the heat needed for baking bread and cooking stews. Children often help with this task, filling baskets and carrying them home. They learn early that nothing gets wasted, that every material has its use in keeping daily life running smoothly. Women and girls gather wild plants that supplement cultivated foods. You know which marsh grasses have edible roots, which desert plants produce seeds worth collecting, and when different plants reach their peak. This knowledge passes from mothers to daughters through years of walking the same paths, pointing out plants, and teaching when to harvest and what to avoid. You fill the fold of your linen dress with your findings, carrying them home to sort and prepare. The village well serves as another gathering point. If your home isn't close to the river, you come here instead, taking your turn at the rope and bucket. While waiting, you hear bits of news. Someone's daughter is marrying into a family from the next village, someone's goat gave birth to twins, and someone needs help replastering their roof. Information flows naturally in these spaces where people pause in their work. Basketry materials require regular collecting. You need palm fronds, reeds and tough grasses to weave the containers that hold everything in your household. You gather these materials in quantity when you find them, storing them in a dry place until needed. The work of gathering never really ends. As soon as you've collected enough of one material, another runs low and needs replenishing. By mid-morning, most people have completed their first round of gathering and returned home or to work areas. The temperature has risen noticeably. You see people seeking shade as they continue their tasks, moving their work under trees or beneath simple reed shelters. The urgency of early morning has passed. Now comes the steadier rhythm of the main workday, where tasks begun this morning will continue through the afternoon. You sit in the shade of your home's outer wall, examining a basket that has developed a split along one side. This basket has carried vegetables from the garden and grain from storage for several years. You don't discard it. Instead, you soak some reed strips in water until they become pliable, then weave them through the damaged section, reinforcing the weak spot. Your fingers move almost without conscious direction, following patterns you've repeated countless times. Within a short while, the basket is whole again, ready for more years of use. Repair work fills a significant portion of daily life. Objects break, materials wear down, and structures need attention. You address these needs as they arise, usually before they become serious problems. This morning's maintenance keeps everything functioning without requiring dramatic interventions or expensive replacements. Your neighbour sits nearby, working on a cracked grinding stone. He examines where the stone has split, determining if it can still be used or needs replacing. The crack isn't severe. He'll continue using it for now, but he's already thinking about where to obtain a new stone when this one finally gives out completely. That might not happen for months or even years, but awareness of eventual need guides his planning. Clothing requires constant attention. Linen fabric, while durable, develops tears and worn spots with regular use. Women spend parts of most days mending garments, using bone needles and linen thread to close seams and reinforce areas that receive the most stress. A man's loincloth that tears at the waist gets a new tie, A child's dress that has grown too short receives an added band of fabric at the hem. Nothing gets thrown away while it can still serve a purpose. You watch your wife work on a piece of weaving, creating new linen from thread she spun herself. The loom stands upright, leaning against the house wall. She works the shuttle back and forth, building the fabric row by row. This slow, methodical process eventually produces the material your family uses for clothing, bedding, and trading. She can work while also keeping an eye on the children and participating in conversations with neighbours who pass by. Pottery repair happens regularly. Clay vessels crack or chip. For small damage, you make a paste from mud and use it to seal the crack. For larger breaks, you might drill small holes on either side of the break and tie the pieces together with cord. A pot that can no longer hold liquids might still serve for storing dry goods. Even broken pieces get ground up and mixed into new clay rather than discarded. Your home itself needs regular maintenance. The mud brick walls don't last forever without care. You mix new mud with chopped straw and water, creating a plaster that you spread over areas where the wall has begun to crumble or crack. The work isn't difficult, just repetitive. You smooth the mud with your hands, working it into all the gaps and weak spots. Once it dries, it blends with the existing wall, adding strength and extending the structure's life. Roof repair requires more effort. The roof consists of wooden beams covered with reed mats and topped with mud. When rain comes, rare but hard, it can wash away some of the mud covering or loosen the reeds. You climb onto the roof several times a year to check its condition and make repairs. You replace old reed mats with new ones, add fresh mud where needed, and make sure water will drain properly rather than pooling and seeping through. Tools need sharpening and repair. You take your hoe to a neighbour who has skill with stone and metal. He examines the blade, noting where it has worn down or developed nicks. Using careful strikes with a harder stone, he reshapes the edge, making it effective again. You'll return his help later when he needs assistance with a task that requires more than one person. This exchange of skills and labour holds the community together without formal accounting. Fishing nets need constant attention if you make your living from the river. You spread the net on the ground and examine every section, looking for breaks in the cordage. Where you find damage, you tie new cord into place, matching the net's pattern. This work requires good light and patience. Rush through it, and you'll miss problems that will cost you fish later. Take your time, and the net will serve reliably when you cast it into the water. Boats require even more careful maintenance. Whether you own a small reed boat for personal use, or work on a larger wooden vessel, you check it regularly for damage. Reed boats need rebinding where the bundles have begun to separate. Wooden boats need their seams sealed with pitch and resin to prevent leaking. You turn the boat over to examine its bottom, looking for areas where wear has made the hull thin or weak. Early attention to small problems prevents larger failures that could leave you stranded on the water. Storage containers for grain and other foods need protection against moisture and pests. You coat the insides of large clay vessels with a mixture that helps preserve their contents. You check wooden boxes and baskets for signs of insect or mould. Good storage means your food lasts from one harvest to the next, providing security through seasons when fresh food becomes scarce. Children learn repair work by watching and helping. A young boy holds tools for his father while a broken plough gets fixed. A girl watches her mother mend clothing, learning which stitches work best for different types of tears. By the time children reach adolescence, they already possess many of the skills they'll need to maintain their own households. This knowledge transfers through quiet demonstration rather than formal teaching. You notice that repair work creates a meditative state. Your hands stay busy while your mind wanders or rests. You think about tomorrow's tasks, remember past events, or simply exist in the moment without particular thoughts demanding attention. The repetitive nature of the work allows for this kind of mental ease, making it restful despite being physical labour. Older people in the village often specialise in repair work that requires experience and knowledge rather than physical strength. An elderly woman might spend her days repairing baskets while sitting in the shade, her skilled fingers working quickly through problems that would stump younger people. An older man might shape replacement tool handles, drawing on decades of knowledge about which woods work best and how to shape them for comfortable use and long life. Seasonal changes affect repair work. After the flood season, Many items need attention due to the moisture and rough handling during that busy time. After harvest, tools that saw heavy use need care before storage. You develop a mental calendar of when different types of maintenance typically become necessary, preparing for these needs in advance when possible. The afternoon grows hotter, and you move your repair work to a shadier spot. You'll continue until the temperature becomes truly uncomfortable, then pause for rest before resuming later when things cool down. The pace of work adjusts naturally to the day's conditions. No one expects maximum effort during the hottest hours. That would be wasteful of energy and potentially harmful. Instead, you work steadily when conditions allow and rest when they don't. You live surrounded by people you've known your entire life. The village consists mostly of extended families whose connections go back generations. Your neighbour to one side is your cousin. The family across the narrow lane shares a grandparent with your father. This web of relationships shapes daily life in ways that don't require explanation or enforcement. Children move freely between households. A child playing near your doorway might belong to your sister's family, your neighbour's family, or your own family. Adults keep a general watch over all children without strict assignment of responsibility. If a child wanders too close to danger, whoever notices will redirect them. If a child needs food or water, they can get it from any nearby adult. This collective care means children rarely lack supervision, even though no single person watches them constantly. You share labour naturally when tasks require more hands than one household can provide. Building a new storage shed, replastering a large wall, or moving heavy stones becomes a group activity. People show up without formal invitation, understanding that today you need help and tomorrow someone else will. You work together in comfortable silence or with light conversation, breaking periodically to drink water or rest in the shade. Food sharing happens regularly without formal ritual. If your family has caught extra fish, you give some to neighbours. When someone bakes more bread than their household needs, they distribute the surplus. No one tracks these exchanges precisely. The assumption is that everything balances over time, that generosity flows in all directions, and that everyone benefits from this informal system. A family experiencing temporary hardship receives food and help from others without shame or obligation to repay quickly. Knowledge passes between neighbours constantly. You mention that your onions are being affected by some kind of pest. An older neighbour describes a mixture of water and crushed leaves that might help. Another person suggests planting something different in that spot next season. You try these suggestions, and if they work, you'll pass the information along to someone else facing a similar problem. The village collectively holds far more knowledge than any individual possesses. Disputes happen, but rarely escalate. If your goat wanders into someone's garden and causes damage, you apologise and help repair any harm done. If someone's child accidentally breaks something of yours, the parents acknowledge it and make things right. The close quarters and extended relationships encourage resolution rather than ongoing conflict. Holding grudges becomes too costly when you see the person every day and rely on them for various forms of help and cooperation. Women gather in the mornings to grind grain together. This work goes faster with company, and the time becomes social. You talk about children, about whose palm tree is producing well this year, and about small, funny incidents that happened recently. Laughter comes easily. The sound of multiple grinding stones creates a rhythm that carries across the village, marking the morning hours as surely as the sun's position. Men often work near each other even when performing individual tasks. You might repair a fishing net while your brother-in-law shapes a new hoe handle, and your neighbour patches his sandals. Being together makes the work feel less solitary. If someone encounters a problem, others can offer suggestions or assistance. The loose congregation of people creates a sense of companionship without requiring constant interaction. Elderly members of the community receive care from the whole village. If an old woman can no longer walk to the river for water, younger women bring it to her. If an elderly man needs help with repairs to his home, others take care of it without being asked. In return, older people offer wisdom, settle occasional disputes, and provide childcare when their mobility allows. Their presence stabilises the community, connecting present activity to past experience. Skill specialisation exists but isn't rigid. One person might have a particular talent with pottery, another with basket weaving, and another with carpentry. People seek out these specialists when they need something made well, but everyone possesses basic competence in most necessary tasks. If the potter needs a basket, he can make it himself, even though it won't be as fine as what the basket weaver would produce. This widespread capability means the community doesn't become helpless if one skilled person is unavailable. Children learn adult work through gradual inclusion. A young girl begins by watching her mother bake bread, then helps with simple tasks like adding fuel to the fire, then assists with mixing dough, and eventually makes bread herself while her mother watches. A boy follows his father to the fields, first just walking along, then carrying light loads, then learning to use tools, and finally working independently. This progression happens naturally over years without formal stages or ceremonies. Families often work their fields or pursue their crafts side by side. Your field borders your brother's field, making it easy to talk while you both work. If one of you finishes a task earlier, you might help the other complete theirs. This cooperation increases efficiency without requiring planning or meetings. It simply makes sense to help each other when you're already present and able. Evening brings different patterns of gathering. After the main work ends, people sit outside their homes, enjoying cooler air and softer light. Conversations happen between doorways. Someone might be carving a piece of wood, another person braiding rope, and another person just sitting and watching children play. The atmosphere feels relaxed, with no urgency pushing anyone to accomplish specific goals. Music sometimes emerges spontaneously. Someone begins singing while they work. Others might join in or might not. A person with a simple flute plays a melody that drifts across the village. These moments of music create shared pleasure without interrupting other activities. The songs often have words everyone knows and verses that have been sung for generations, telling stories or describing seasonal changes or simply celebrating ordinary life. Festivals and celebrations punctuate the year, bringing more formal gatherings. But even these maintain an easy, familiar quality rather than requiring elaborate preparation or exotic elements. People wear clean clothing, share special foods, and perhaps dance or play games. Children especially enjoy these breaks from routine. The celebrations acknowledge the seasons, the river's cycles, and the community's continuation through another year. The village functions through habit as much as through active cooperation. You know when your neighbour typically goes to the river, so you time your trip differently to avoid crowding. You understand which paths people prefer for different purposes, so you don't block them with your activities. These small adjustments happen unconsciously, creating order without rules or enforcement. Strangers rarely appear in the village. When they do, people approach them with cautious curiosity rather than fear or hostility. A travelling merchant might arrive with goods from distant areas. People examine what's offered and make some trades, and the merchant moves on. A message carrier bringing news from another village receives food and rest before continuing. The occasional presence of outsiders reminds you that your world extends beyond immediate surroundings, even though most of your life unfolds within a small, familiar territory. The sun reaches its highest point, and you feel the temperature increase noticeably. This isn't a signal to stop working entirely, but everyone automatically adjusts their pace and location. You move from direct sunlight into shade. If you've been performing strenuous physical labour, you switch to lighter tasks or simply pause. Your body has learned over years to recognise when pushing forward would be unwise. You sit with your back against the cool mud brick wall of your home, feeling the contrast between the wall's temperature and the heated air. Others in your family and throughout the village make similar adjustments. The streets become quieter. The sounds of grinding stones and hammering fade. Children retreat to shaded areas, their play becoming calmer and less energetic. Water becomes especially important during these hours. You drink from the jar you filled this morning, feeling the liquid cool your throat and settle in your stomach. You wet a cloth and wipe your face, neck and arms, removing dust and sweat. This simple act refreshes you without requiring much effort or water. The damp cloth also helps lower your body temperature slightly as the moisture evaporates. Some people use this time for tasks that don't require movement or exertion. Your wife continues her sewing in the shade, her hands working slowly and steadily. An older child practices writing on a piece of broken pottery, forming the symbols they're learning. A neighbour repairs a sandal, the leatherwork requiring attention but not physical strength. These activities maintain productivity while respecting the day's thermal peak. Sleep isn't uncommon during these hours. You might lie down on a mat inside your home, where the walls block direct sunlight and provide relative coolness. Your eyes close, your breathing deepens. This rest isn't full nighttime sleep, just a brief surrender to the body's preference for stillness when conditions become uncomfortable. You wake naturally after a short time, feeling somewhat restored and ready to resume work. Babies and young children almost always sleep during these hours. The heat affects them more strongly than adults, and their bodies demand more frequent rest anyway. Mothers nurse their infants, then lay them down in the coolest part of the home. Older toddlers curl up on sleeping mats, sometimes several children together, seeking each other's company even in sleep. The household becomes very quiet, most voices dropping to whispers to avoid disturbing these resting children. Animals also seek rest during peak heat. Donkeys stand in whatever shade they can find, heads lowered, appearing almost to doze. Dogs sprawl in dust beneath trees, barely moving. Even birds reduce their activity, calling less frequently and staying within foliage rather than flying between trees. The whole landscape seems to acknowledge the sun's power during these hours and chooses not to challenge it unnecessarily. You notice how rest creates a natural division in the day. Morning work feels like one complete period, ending when heat becomes too strong. Afternoon work, which will resume later, becomes a second period with its own character. This break prevents exhaustion and makes the total amount of work feel more manageable. Without it, the day would feel relentless, wearing you down rather than simply keeping you busy. Conversation during rest periods differs from morning talk. Voices remain lower, quieter. Topics become less practical and more reflective. Someone might mention a dream they had, or recall an event from years ago, or simply make observations about birds or clouds or the quality of light. No one expects quick responses or active engagement. The talk drifts, pauses and resumes without pressure. If you're in the fields rather than the village, you rest beneath whatever trees are available or in the shadow of a wall or large rock. Other workers spread out similarly, each finding their own spot. The fields become still except for the occasional sound of someone shifting position or taking a drink. The landscape shimmers in the heat, making distant objects unclear and wavering. Some people use rest time for grooming and personal care. You might check your fingernails and toenails, trimming them with a sharp stone if needed. You comb through your hair with your fingers, removing tangles and debris. These small acts of maintenance feel satisfying without requiring real energy. They also help you feel more comfortable when you return to work. The river continues flowing regardless of human activity, its sound constant and soothing. If you're resting near the water, you listen to its gentle movement, the way it laps against the banks and swirls around reeds. This sound has accompanied every moment of your life, becoming so familiar you barely notice it consciously. Yet its absence, if you travelled far from the river, would feel strange and unsettling. As the afternoon progresses, the worst heat gradually passes. You sense this shift before you could name any specific change. Perhaps the air feels slightly less heavy. Perhaps shadows have lengthened just a bit. Perhaps your body simply knows it has rested enough. You stand, stretch, and prepare to return to work. Others throughout the village make similar movements. The sounds of activity resume gradually rather than all at once. A grinding stone starts up. Someone calls out to a neighbour. Children emerge from their sleeping spots and begin playing again, their energy renewed. The day's second phase begins naturally, without any signal or announcement. You return to the task you left earlier, or begin a new one if the previous work finished before rest became necessary. Your body feels capable again, ready for several more hours of effort. The rest has served its purpose, not just restoring physical energy, but also providing mental relief from sustained focus. The afternoon stretches ahead, long enough for meaningful accomplishment, but not so long that you can't envision its end. You begin preparing the evening meal while afternoon light still provides good visibility for the detailed work involved. First, you check your supplies, inventorying what's available. The household stores barley and emmer wheat in large clay vessels. You also have onions, garlic, and some dried fish from recent trading. A basket holds dates that are beginning to wrinkle but remain good. Some fresh lettuce and cucumbers came from the garden this morning. Making bread forms the foundation of the meal, as it does most days. You measure out grain and carry it to the grinding stones. These stones, one flat and one curved, have worn smooth hollows from years of use. You pour grain into the hollow of the lower stone, then use the upper stone to grind it with repeated circular motions. The grain gradually breaks down into flour, though it remains coarser than what you could achieve with more time and effort. The grinding produces a rhythmic scraping sound that other women in neighbouring houses also create. You can hear 3 or 4 other families performing the same task at roughly the same time. Your arms develop a steady rhythm that you can maintain for the extended period needed to produce enough flour for your family's bread. The motion becomes almost meditative, requiring attention but not intense concentration. Once you have sufficient flour, you mix it with water in a ceramic bowl. Your hands work the mixture, adding water gradually until the dough reaches the right consistency. Too dry and it won't hold together. Too wet and it will stick to everything. You've made bread countless times, and your hands know the feel you're seeking. You knead the dough briefly, then shape it into flat, round loaves. The fire pit sits outside your home, a circle of stones containing ashes and partially burned wood. You add dried dung and some small sticks to the existing coals, blowing gently to encourage flames. The fire catches, growing gradually rather than blazing up all at once. You let it burn until you have a good bed of hot coals, then reduce the flames to a more controlled level. You place the bread loaves directly on hot stones arranged around the fire, turning them periodically to ensure even cooking. The bread begins to firm up, developing a slightly crispy exterior while remaining softer inside. The smell of baking bread drifts through the village, mixing with similar scents from other households. This smell signals the approach of evening and the end of the workday as reliably as the sun's position. While the bread bakes, you prepare other food. You slice onions and garlic, combine them with water and a bit of oil in a clay pot, and set it near the fire to cook slowly. The dried fish gets soaked in water to soften it, then added to the pot. This simple stew will provide flavour and substance beyond the bread. You stir it occasionally, making sure nothing sticks to the bottom of the pot. Fresh vegetables require minimal preparation. You rinse the lettuce and cucumbers in water, then slice them into pieces that can be easily eaten. These will be served raw, providing a crisp texture and fresh taste that contrasts with the cooked elements of the meal. You arrange them on a flat ceramic dish that has survived years of daily use despite several repaired cracks. Dates need only to be checked for any that have spoiled or attracted insects. You sort through them, discarding a few that have gone bad and arranging the rest in a bowl. Dates provide sweetness that most other foods lack. Children especially look forward to them, often eating them as a treat separate from the main meal. You have some beer that you prepared several days ago. The process involves sprouting grain, drying it, grinding it, mixing it with water, and allowing it to ferment. The result is thick, nutritious, and mildly alcoholic. You strain it through a basket to remove solid particles, then pour it into jars for serving. Beer provides hydration, nutrition, and a pleasant mild buzz that helps everyone relax in the evening. The bread finishes baking. You remove each loaf from the hot stones using a folded cloth to protect your hands. The bread has risen slightly and developed brown spots where it contacted the stones. You stack the loaves in a basket, covering them with a cloth to keep them warm and protect them from dust. The stew has simmered long enough for the flavours to blend and the fish to break down into small tender pieces. You taste it, judging whether it needs anything else. Perhaps a bit more water to thin it slightly. You stir in the addition and let it cook a few moments longer. Your children gather as the cooking nears completion, drawn by the smell and by the knowledge that mealtime approaches. They know not to ask for food until you're ready to serve, but they stay close, anticipating. Your husband arrives from the fields, setting down his tools and washing his hands and face before joining the family. You lay out the food on simple ceramic dishes and the woven mat where your family eats. Everyone sits, reaching for bread first, tearing pieces from the loaves. You ladle stew into bowls, passing them around. The vegetables get shared from the common dish, each person taking what they want. The dates remain in their bowl, available throughout the meal. Eating doesn't require much conversation. Hungry people focus on food. The tastes are familiar, comforting rather than exciting. This meal closely resembles yesterday's meal and tomorrow's meal. The consistency provides security rather than boredom. You know what to expect. You know you'll have enough. You know your body will feel satisfied when you finish. Children eat quickly, their hunger demanding immediate satisfaction. Adults eat more slowly, taking time to enjoy the food and the break from work. Someone might comment on the bread's texture or mention that the fish was particularly good. These observations acknowledge the cook's work without requiring elaborate praise or response. After the main eating finishes, people continue sitting, perhaps having a few more dates or another cup of beer. The children drift away to play briefly before full darkness arrives. Adults talk quietly about tomorrow's plans or about nothing in particular. The empty dishes sit temporarily forgotten, the clean-up something that can wait for the moment. Eventually you gather the dishes and carry them to a large bowl, where you'll wash them with water and sand. The simple friction of sand removes food particles and grease. You rinse the dishes with clean water and stack them to dry. The cooking pot gets similar treatment, though you leave a thin layer of residue that will season it for future use. The fire dies down to coals. You don't extinguish it completely. These coals will make starting tomorrow's fire easier, saving time and fuel. You sweep up any spilled grain or food scraps, feeding them to the household animals or adding them to the compost area. Nothing edible goes to waste. Even scraps have value as feed or fertilizer. The sun lowers toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the village. The quality of light changes, becoming softer and more golden. You feel the temperature dropping, the oppressive heat of midday finally breaking. This shift brings relief and signals the day's end approaching. Work that must finish today receives final attention, while tasks that can wait get set aside for tomorrow. You sit outside your doorway, taking advantage of the pleasant temperature and remaining light. Your wife joins you, bringing simple handwork that doesn't require close focus. She's repairing a tear in a child's clothing, her fingers moving automatically through familiar stitches. You're not doing anything in particular, just resting and watching the village settle into evening. Children play in the narrow lanes between houses, their games growing gentler as their energy wanes. They chase each other at half speed, laughing but without the shrieks that characterised their earlier play. Some draw in the dust with sticks, creating temporary pictures that will be erased by tomorrow's foot traffic. Others sit in small groups, talking and handling simple toys made from clay, wood or bundled reeds. A neighbour passes by, leading their donkey back from the fields. The animal walks slowly, its head bobbing with each step. Its load has been removed, and it seems to understand that work has ended for the day. Your neighbour nods in greeting but doesn't stop. Everyone is engaged in the same process of winding down, and interrupting it with lengthy conversation feels wrong somehow. Smoke rises from cooking fires throughout the village, creating a haze that softens the air and carries mixed scents of baking bread and cooking stews. This communal cloud of smoke marks the transition from work time to home time, from public activity to private family life. The smell has become so associated with evening that you probably feel disoriented if it were absent. You hear someone singing in a nearby house, a woman's voice carrying a familiar melody. The song has words you've known since childhood, verses about the river and the harvest and the turning seasons. Other voices occasionally join in for a phrase or two before falling silent again. The music provides a soundtrack to the evening's activities without demanding active listening or participation. A few older children gather around an elderly man who's begun telling a story. He's told this particular story many times before, and the children know most of it, but they listen anyway. The story involves animals that can talk, and a series of mishaps that eventually resolve happily. The old man's voice rises and falls with practiced timing. The children laugh at the funny parts even though they know they're coming. Inside your home, you light a simple oil lamp as the natural light becomes insufficient for seeing clearly. The lamp consists of a shallow dish containing oil with a twisted wick of linen. The flame is small but provides enough light for basic tasks and navigation. Most families have several of these lamps placed strategically around their homes. The flickering light creates moving shadows that give the space a different character than it has during the day. Your youngest child comes to you, tired and ready for sleep earlier than the older children. You pick her up, feeling her weight settle against your chest. She's had a full day of playing, helping with small tasks and exploring her immediate world. Now her body demands rest. You carry her to the sleeping area, lay her on her mat, and cover her with a light piece of linen. She's asleep almost immediately, her breathing deepening into the rhythm of rest. Your wife finishes her mending and sets it aside. She drinks some water, then begins braiding her hair for sleep, working it into a simple plait that will keep it from tangling during the night. You watch this familiar routine, having seen it nearly every evening of your married life. The consistency of these small rituals creates a sense of order and predictability that feels comforting rather than boring. The older children eventually come inside, surrendering to the growing darkness and their own fatigue. They don't need much encouragement to prepare for sleep. They move to their sleeping mats, arranging them in preferred positions. They might talk quietly among themselves for a few minutes, reviewing the day's events or making plans for tomorrow's play. Their voices grow softer and less frequent as sleep overtakes them. You step outside one more time, checking the sky. Stars are beginning to appear, faint at first but gradually becoming more visible as the last daylight fades. The air has cooled significantly. You can hear the river's constant sound more clearly now that daytime activity has ceased. A dog barks somewhere in the village, its sound carrying clearly in the quiet. Another dog answers briefly, then silence returns. The fire outside has reduced to a few glowing coals. You decide whether to bank it for the night or let it die completely. If you bank it, you cover the coals with ash, which preserves some heat and makes morning fire starting easier. If you let it die, you'll need to start fresh tomorrow, but that's not difficult when you have experience and proper materials. You return inside and secure the door by placing a piece of wood across the opening. This provides minimal security, but the village is safe and theft is rare. The door mainly keeps out animals and provides privacy rather than functioning as serious protection. You check that all family members are present and accounted for, a quick mental inventory that brings reassurance. The oil lamps burn quietly, their flames barely moving. You leave one lamp lit but reduce its wick to conserve oil. This small flame provides just enough light to navigate if someone needs to get up during the night, but not so much that it disturbs sleep. The shadows in the room become deeper, creating a cocoon-like atmosphere that encourages rest. You lie down on your own sleeping mat, feeling the day's accumulated fatigue in your muscles and joints. The mat isn't thick or particularly soft, but you're accustomed to it. Your body relaxes into the familiar surface. Your wife lies nearby, close enough to touch if either of you reaches out. The children's quiet breathing creates a subtle rhythm in the darkness. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks, similar rhythms, and similar challenges. But that thought doesn't trouble you. The consistency means you know what to expect, know you can handle it, and know your family will be fed and safe and together. These certainties allow you to let go of the day without worry, to sink into sleep without your mind churning through anxieties or concerns. The lamp flame wavers slightly as air moves through the room. The night settles fully over the village. All the preparation, all the work, and all the cooperation that sustained this day have brought you to this point of rest. You close your eyes, feeling sleep approach like a gentle tide. You wake in darkness when your infant daughter begins to fuss. The sound starts quietly, just small noises that signal discomfort or hunger rather than true distress. You're alert immediately but not alarmed. Nighttime waking is normal, expected, and part of the natural rhythm of caring for young children. You've done this many times before with your older children, and you'll do it many times more before this child grows past the need for night feeding. You reach for the baby, lifting her gently. Her body feels warm and slightly damp from sleeping in the night's warmth. You settle her against you in the position that works best for nursing, supporting her head and body with practiced ease. She latches quickly, her suckling creating a small rhythmic sound in the quiet house. You lean back against the wall, comfortable enough for the duration of the feeding. The rest of the house remains mostly asleep. Your husband has stirred slightly but not fully awakened. The older children haven't moved. This kind of night waking rarely disturbs the whole household. Everyone has learned to sleep through the quiet sounds of infant care, waking only if something seems genuinely wrong. The remaining oil lamp casts barely any light, just a dim glow that allows you to see shapes and movement without fully illuminating the space. Your eyes have adjusted to the darkness well enough that this minimal light feels sufficient. You don't need to see clearly to care for your baby. Your hands and body know what to do without guidance from your eyes. The baby nurses steadily, her small hands resting against your chest. You feel her gradually relaxing as her hunger eases. These nighttime feedings create moments of quiet connection. Just you and this child in the peaceful darkness. During the day, other demands constantly interrupt your attention. At night, there's nothing else requiring your focus. You can simply be present with her without thinking about the dozen other tasks that usually occupy your mind. When she finishes nursing, you hold her upright briefly, gently patting her back until she burps. Then you lay her back down on her mat, covering her again with the light cloth. She settles immediately, her body going limp with satisfied sleepiness. You remain sitting for a moment, making sure she's truly settled before you lie down yourself. An older child wakes, needing to relieve himself. He sits up quietly, then makes his way to the doorway. The family keeps a simple pot near the entrance for nighttime use, avoiding the need to go outside in darkness. The child uses it without difficulty, then returns to his sleeping mat. The whole process happens almost silently, disturbing no one. By the time the child lies back down, he's already falling back into sleep. You hear someone in a neighbouring house moving around, probably dealing with their own child's nighttime needs. The sounds carry easily through the thin walls and in the still night air. You find these sounds companionable rather than intrusive. They remind you that other families are managing the same nighttime routines, that your experiences are shared and normal rather than unique or difficult. Sometimes a child has a bad dream. One of your sons whimpers in his sleep, his body twitching slightly. You move to him quickly, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. He wakes briefly, disoriented and upset. You speak softly, reassuring him that he's safe, that it was only a dream, and that nothing bad is happening. He calms within moments, his fear dissipating as consciousness returns, and he recognizes his familiar surroundings. He lies back down, and you stay beside him briefly until his breathing deepens again. The night is never completely silent. The river provides constant background sound. Occasionally an animal makes noise outside, a donkey shifting position, or a dog investigating something. These sounds don't alarm you. They're part of the normal nighttime soundscape, familiar and expected. True silence would actually feel strange, perhaps even worrying. If a child becomes ill during the night, you respond calmly. You check for fever by touching their forehead, offer water if they're thirsty, and clean up any mess if they've been sick to their stomach. You know which mild herbs can help with common problems, and you keep some prepared for easy access. Most childhood illnesses pass quickly without needing anything more than comfort and basic care. You stay close to a sick child throughout the night if necessary, sleeping lightly so you can respond to their needs. Your own sleep during these years of young children is rarely unbroken. You've adjusted to this pattern, learning to fall back asleep quickly after attending to a child's needs. Deep sleep still happens, just in shorter periods between wakings. Your body has adapted to this rhythm, taking rest where it can find it rather than demanding 8 uninterrupted hours. Older children and adults might wake to step outside briefly, preferring to walk a short distance from the house rather than use the indoor pot. The night air feels cool and fresh. Stars fill the sky with more brightness than seems possible during the day. You notice the moon's phase without thinking about it, the same way you notice the river's level or the season. This information becomes part of your general awareness of the world's cycles. Occasionally someone has difficulty sleeping, lying awake while their mind churns through worries or plans. When this happens, you don't fight it. You simply lie quietly, resting your body even if your mind won't settle. Sometimes you step outside and sit for a while, looking at the stars and listening to the night sounds. The cool air and change of position often help sleep return. If not, you remain calm, knowing tomorrow's work will happen regardless of whether you slept perfectly tonight. The period before dawn brings the deepest sleep of the night. After whatever middle-of-the-night wakings have occurred, everyone tends to sink into heavier rest during these hours. The house becomes very still, even the baby sleeps soundly, her small body finally satisfied with milk and rest. This is the time when you truly rest, when your body repairs itself from the previous day's work and prepares for the next day's demands. You wake gradually as first light begins to penetrate the darkness. You don't rise immediately. Instead, you lie quietly, noticing your body's transition from sleep to wakefulness. Your mind becomes aware before your body wants to move. You hear the first morning sounds beginning outside, birds calling, someone else starting their fire, and the village beginning its daily return to activity. The baby wakes and needs feeding again. You nurse her while still lying down, both of you drowsy and comfortable. The older children begin to stir, their movements becoming less still as consciousness returns. Your husband sits up, stretching and preparing to face the day. The night has done its work, providing rest and renewal. Now morning arrives again, bringing with it the familiar cycle of tasks and rhythms that structure your life. The routines you follow each day are the same routines your parents followed, and their parents before them, reaching back through more generations than anyone can count. The methods for grinding grain, building homes, weaving baskets and catching fish have changed little over centuries. This continuity creates a deep stability that allows life to proceed without constant reinvention or adaptation to dramatic change. You inhabit a world where knowledge accumulates gradually and then plateaus. Your grandparents knew essentially everything you need to know to sustain your life. They taught your parents, who taught you, and you're now teaching your children. The substance of this teaching remains constant. How to read the river's moods, when to plant and harvest, which materials work best for different purposes, how to maintain tools and structures, and how to live cooperatively within a close community. The gods exist in your awareness and occasionally receive offerings or acknowledgement, but they don't dominate daily life. You're not particularly religious in any intense sense. The divine feels distant, concerned with large matters beyond your immediate experience. Your practical concerns centre on crops, family, neighbours, and the steady progression of seasons. The massive temples and elaborate rituals belong to a different world than the one you inhabit most directly. Similarly, the pharaoh rules in theory but affects your daily life minimally. You're aware of his existence. You know your village exists within a larger political structure. Occasionally officials pass through collecting taxes or organising labour for large projects. But these intrusions are infrequent. Most days you live without thinking about royal authority or national politics. Your immediate world consists of people you know personally and work you understand completely. This narrow scope might seem limiting, but you don't experience it as confinement. You have everything necessary for life: food, shelter, family, community, and purpose. The lack of variety doesn't trouble you because you've never experienced anything different. The life you're living is the life everyone has always lived in this place. It feels complete rather than restricted. The Nile provides the foundation for everything. Its annual flood brings the silt that enriches your fields. Its water sustains crops, livestock and people. Its fish supplement your diet. Its reeds provide building materials. Its predictable cycle gives structure to your year and your planning. The river's presence is so constant that you'd struggle to imagine life without it. Some of your ancestors long ago must have migrated to this valley, but that history has been forgotten. Now you simply belong here, part of a landscape shaped by the river's rhythms. Your village continues because each generation successfully raises the next. Children grow into adults who take over their parents' roles. Young people marry, combining families and creating new households that resemble their parents' households. The cycle repeats endlessly, each iteration almost identical to the previous one. This repetition creates profound stability, but also means individual lives blend together, becoming variations on the same essential pattern rather than unique stories. You're aware of other villages along the river, some nearby and some distant. Occasionally people travel between communities for trade or marriage. News filters through these connections, though slowly. You might hear about a particularly good harvest in a village 2 days' walk away, or learn that a skilled craftsperson has moved to a different area. But these distant events rarely affect you directly. Your world remains primarily local, focused on the people and places you encounter regularly. The work you do sustains life but doesn't dramatically improve it. Each generation lives approximately as well as the previous generation. Better weather might bring better crops in one year, and worse weather might bring hardship in another. But over time, things balance out to a consistent level of modest sufficiency. You have enough, which feels like the right amount rather than too little. The concept of having much more than enough doesn't really enter your thinking. Death comes periodically to the village, sometimes to the old, sometimes to the young, and sometimes to people in their productive years. You accept this as inevitable rather than fighting against it or demanding explanations. When someone dies, their family mourns, the community helps with burial preparations, and life continues. The dead person's role gets filled by someone else, usually a family member. The gap they leave closes quickly out of practical necessity. Memory persists for a while, then fades as new births and deaths create fresh memories. Your own individual significance feels small but not depressing. You're part of something larger than yourself. Your family, your village, the long chain of ancestors who lived before you, and descendants who will live after you. This larger context gives meaning to your daily work even when that work seems repetitive or mundane. You're maintaining something important, keeping the pattern going, and ensuring that life continues in the way it should. The physical landscape around you bears the marks of human activity going back many lifetimes. The fields you work were cleared and shaped by your ancestors. The paths you walk have been worn smooth by countless feet. The irrigation channels follow routes established so long ago that no one remembers their creation. You're inhabiting and maintaining a landscape created by cumulative human effort over centuries. Stories circulate in the village about the old days, though these stories have become more myth than history. People speak of ancestors who are unusually wise, strong, or skilled. They mention events that happened long ago, though the details have grown vague. These stories create a sense of connection to the past, without providing precise historical knowledge. They suggest that people have always lived roughly as you live now, facing similar challenges and finding similar solutions. The future feels like it will resemble the past. You expect your children to live much as you've lived, your grandchildren to repeat the same patterns. Change happens, but slowly enough that it's barely perceptible within a single lifetime. A tool design might improve slightly. A crop variety might prove more productive. Building techniques might evolve gradually. But the fundamental shape of life remains constant. This stability allows you to face each day without anxiety about what it might bring. You know what needs doing. You know how to do it. You know others will help when necessary. You trust that the river will flood, crops will grow, children will be born, and life will continue. This trust isn't blind faith, but accumulated experience verified by generations of consistent patterns. As evening approaches and you prepare for sleep once again, you feel the day folding into the endless sequence of similar days that stretches behind you and ahead of you. Tomorrow will bring the same basic tasks with minor variations. The season will progress according to its established pattern. Your children will grow incrementally older. The village will continue functioning through the combined small efforts of all its members. You settle onto your sleeping mat, your body tired from work but satisfied by accomplishment. The day has been neither exceptional nor disappointing, just normal in the best sense of the word. You've done what needed doing, maintained what needed maintaining, and cared for those who needed care. This is enough. This has always been enough. This will continue to be enough for as long as anyone can imagine. The darkness deepens around you. The village grows quiet. The river flows on as it has always flowed. Your breathing slows and deepens. Sleep comes easily, naturally without resistance. Tomorrow waits, patient and predictable, ready to unfold in ways that require no explanation because they've been repeated countless times before. You rest in the knowledge that you're part of something stable, something ongoing, something that works. You are settling into a story from thousands of years ago, when people first began to stay in one place long enough to plant seeds and store grain. In those early villages, warmth and shelter drew not only people together, but also small animals who noticed the steady routines and learned that nearness could mean safety. This is the story of how cats made that choice, quietly and on their own terms. You wake in a settlement built along a river valley where the soil holds water and the sun warms clay walls by mid-morning. The air smells of dust and dry grass. People move through familiar patterns, carrying baskets of barley, sweeping dirt floors and stacking bundles of reeds against low stone walls. Everything happens slowly, shaped by heat and habit. Grain stores sit in ceramic jars with flat lids, stacked in shaded corners of courtyards. The jars hold enough to last through seasons when nothing grows. People check them daily, brushing away insects and tilting the lids to peer inside. The grain shifts with a soft whisper when disturbed. Mice notice this abundance. They arrive in the cool hours before dawn, slipping through gaps in woven fences, following the scent of stored seeds. Cats notice the mice. They move into the edges of the settlement without ceremony, stepping lightly along the perimeter where walls meet open ground. They do not announce themselves. They find places to rest in the shade of overhangs, behind stacks of clay bricks, and under benches where the ground stays cool. They watch the movement of people and animals with calm attention, learning the rhythm of the day. Mornings begin with the scrape of wooden tools against stone, the rustle of baskets being filled, and the low hum of voices discussing tasks. People work steadily, pausing to drink water from shallow bowls, wiping sweat from their foreheads. The settlement feels orderly and predictable. Courtyards fill with sunlight. Shadows shrink toward midday. Cats settle into spots where they can see without being seen. A ledge above a doorway, a gap between two storage jars. The top of a wall warmed by morning sun. They rest with eyes half closed and tails curled around their bodies, breathing slowly. They do not seek attention. They simply occupy space that offers both comfort and vantage. Children scatter grain for chickens in the courtyard. The birds peck and flutter, kicking up small clouds of dust. Cats watch this activity from a distance, noting the movement, the sound, and the predictable timing. They learn when the courtyard fills and when it empties. They learn which paths people take most often and which corners remain undisturbed. By midday, the heat presses down and movement slows. People retreat indoors or into the deepest shade. The settlement grows quiet. Even the chickens settle into dust baths, fluffing their feathers and closing their eyes. Cats remain still, conserving energy, letting the hours pass without effort. There is no urgency here. Time moves in long, unhurried stretches. Late afternoon brings a shift in temperature. Breezes begin to move through the spaces between buildings. People emerge to continue their work. They grind grain with heavy stones, the sound rhythmic and steady. They weave mats from reeds, their hands moving in practice patterns. They mend baskets, repair tools, and tend small fires for evening meals. Cats stretch and shift positions, following the retreating patches of sunlight. They groom themselves with careful attention, smoothing fur and cleaning paws. They yawn widely, showing sharp teeth, then settle again. Their presence becomes part of the landscape, unremarkable and accepted. Mice venture out as shadows lengthen, emboldened by the approaching dusk. They move quickly, darting from one hiding spot to another, always alert. Cats track this movement with focused stillness, bodies low, ears forward. Sometimes they move, sometimes they simply watch. The settlement provides more than enough opportunity. There is no need to rush. People notice the cats in passing, a shape on a wall, a flicker of movement in peripheral vision. No one reacts with surprise or concern. The cats are simply there, as the chickens are there, as the insects are there. They belong to the rhythm of the place without requiring acknowledgement. Evening approaches and the quality of light changes, turning golden and soft. Cooking fires begin to glow in hearths. The smell of baking bread drifts through the settlement. People gather near doorways, sitting on low stools, talking quietly as they eat. Cats remain at a distance, observing. They do not approach the fires or the food. They maintain their own routines, independent but aware. As darkness settles, the settlement grows quieter still. People move indoors, fires burn lower. The sounds of the day fade into the sounds of night. Distant animal calls, the rustle of wind through reeds, and the occasional crack of settling wood. Cats navigate this darkness with ease, their eyes catching faint light, their movements silent and assured. The daily life of the settlement continues this way, day after day, season after season. Patterns repeat. Cats learn them thoroughly. They understand when grain is poured, when courtyards are swept, when people rest, and when they work. This knowledge allows them to exist comfortably within the human world without disrupting it or being disrupted by it. The relationship begins not through intention, but through simple proximity and the gradual recognition of mutual benefit. You watch as people build and repair the structures that define their lives. Walls rise from mud bricks dried in the sun, stacked carefully and mortared with clay. Roofs are formed from wooden beams layered with reeds and packed earth. Each structure takes shape through repetition, lifting, placing, smoothing, and waiting for materials to set and harden. Cats observe this construction from nearby vantage points. They note the appearance of new walls that create shade, new overhangs that block rain, and new corners that hold warmth. As people work, cats test these spaces, stepping carefully onto fresh surfaces, sniffing at new materials and deciding which spots suit them. A beam positioned at just the right height becomes a resting place. A gap between two walls becomes a passage. The cats adapt to the changing landscape as it develops. People sweep courtyards daily using bundles of twigs tied with cord. They push dust and debris toward the edges, clearing paths and gathering areas. This sweeping creates clean, open spaces where movement is easy and visibility is clear. Cats move through these swept areas with confidence, their paws finding smooth ground, their approach unhindered by clutter. The maintenance of order serves both species without either one planning for the other. Storage areas require constant attention. Baskets need mending when reeds crack and split. Clay jars develop hairline fractures that must be sealed with fresh clay. Wooden lids warp in the heat and must be replaced. People work steadily to keep these containers functional, knowing that grain left exposed attracts more than just mice. Insects swarm, birds descend, larger animals investigate. The effort to maintain sealed storage becomes a daily priority. Cats benefit from this vigilance. Sealed storage means concentrated populations of mice and rats drawn to the few accessible points of entry. The cats learn these points. They position themselves near the bases of storage jars, near the seams of woven baskets, and near the gaps where wooden platforms meet walls. They wait with extraordinary patience, bodies still, breathing slow. When movement occurs, they respond with sudden precision. Then they settle again, waiting for the next opportunity. Pathways develop through repeated use. People walk the same routes between buildings, between work areas and water sources, and between homes and fields. Their footsteps wear the ground smooth, creating defined trails. Cats use these same paths, finding them easier to navigate than rough terrain. The shared routes become familiar to both, marked by mutual passage, though never by agreement. Repairs happen constantly. A section of wall crumbles and must be rebuilt. A roof develops a leak and requires new layers of thatch. A doorway sags and needs reinforcement. People approach these tasks methodically, gathering materials, working in the cooler hours, and testing their repairs before considering them complete. Cats adjust to the temporary disruption, moving to adjacent spaces, watching the work with calm interest, and returning once stability is restored. Courtyards become centres of activity. People gather there to work on tasks that require space, spreading grain to dry, sorting harvested crops, and preparing materials for building. The ground is packed hard from constant use. Low walls define the edges. Benches and platforms provide places to sit and rest. Cats navigate the margins of these spaces, staying clear of active work but remaining close enough to observe. Water channels require maintenance. Clay-lined trenches carry water from the river to the settlement. Sediment accumulates and must be cleared. Cracks develop and need patching. People wade into the shallow channels with tools, scraping away build-up, smoothing surfaces and ensuring steady flow. Cats watch from the banks, occasionally lapping water from the edges, taking advantage of the accessible moisture without venturing into the channels themselves. Building materials accumulate in designated areas. Stacks of reeds, piles of clay bricks, bundles of wooden poles. These collections create sheltered nooks and elevated platforms. Cats explore these spaces thoroughly, discovering which stacks are stable enough to climb, which gaps provide shelter from wind, and which heights offer the best view. The unintended architecture of stored materials becomes a landscape of opportunity. People build low walls to define property and create boundaries. These walls are not high, just enough to mark separation and provide modest privacy. Cats use the tops of these walls as highways, moving through the settlement with elevation and speed. The walls become connective tissue, linking different areas, allowing cats to travel without descending to ground level, where people and other animals move more densely. Hearths are built with care, using stones that can withstand heat, positioned to allow smoke to rise and escape through roof openings. Ashes accumulate and are removed regularly, carried away to be used in gardens or mixed with clay for building. Cats avoid active fires but appreciate the residual warmth of stones that have held heat through the day. They rest near these spots in the evening, absorbing warmth as temperatures drop. The act of maintaining shared spaces creates a rhythm that cats can anticipate. Morning sweeping, midday repairs, evening cooking. Each activity signals something about the state of the settlement, about where people will be and what they will be doing. Cats do not participate in this maintenance, but they benefit from its results. Clean paths, stable structures, concentrated resources and predictable patterns. The shared environment becomes gradually a truly shared space. You notice the way presence becomes acceptance without ever becoming partnership. People and cats occupy the same settlement, moving through the same days, yet maintaining separate rhythms that occasionally intersect without collision. A cat rests on a sun-warmed wall. A person walks past carrying a basket. Neither acknowledges the other directly. The person does not stop to observe the cat. The cat does not startle or flee. Both continue with their own concerns, their proximity unremarkable. This happens dozens of times each day, an accumulation of neutral encounters that builds familiarity through sheer repetition. Children are the first to show interest. They notice cats more readily than adults do, pointing them out, watching them groom or stretch or move along the tops of walls. Occasionally a child reaches out, attempting to touch a cat that ventures near. Most cats step away, maintaining distance, unwilling to engage. A few allow brief contact, tolerating a gentle hand before moving on. The children learn gradually which cats accept this attention and which do not. No one teaches them this. They learn through observation and minor disappointment. Adults focus on work and allow cats to exist without interference. A woman grinding grain notices a cat sleeping in the shade of her workspace. She continues grinding, the rhythmic sound unchanging. The cat continues sleeping, undisturbed by the noise. They share the space for hours without interaction. When the woman finishes and moves away, the cat remains. When the cat eventually wakes and leaves, the woman does not notice its absence. Tolerance becomes the foundation of coexistence. People tolerate cats in their storage areas because the cats reduce vermin. Cats tolerate people because the settlement provides resources and safety. Neither species seeks deeper connection. The relationship remains practical, grounded in mutual benefit that requires no affection or loyalty. Some cats become more visible than others. A particular individual might choose a favourite resting spot in a frequently travelled area, becoming a familiar sight. People begin to recognise this cat by its markings or behaviour. They do not name it or claim it, but they notice when it is present and when it is absent. This recognition is passive, a byproduct of routine rather than intention. Meals are eaten in courtyards or near doorways. People sit together, sharing food from common vessels. Small amounts fall to the ground. Crumbs of bread, fragments of cooked grain, bits of dried fish. Cats observe from a distance, waiting until people disperse before approaching to investigate what remains. They eat what interests them and ignore the rest. People do not set food out deliberately for cats, but they do not prevent cats from taking what has been dropped or discarded. Seasonal changes affect both humans and cats. When rains come, people seek shelter indoors and cats find dry spaces beneath overhangs or inside partially open structures. When heat intensifies, both species move more slowly, seeking shade and resting through the hottest hours. When cooler weather arrives, both become more active, working or hunting during longer portions of the day. The shared response to environmental conditions creates parallel patterns of behaviour. Boundaries develop naturally. Cats learn which buildings are occupied and which stand empty. They avoid entering active living spaces where people sleep and gather. They prefer storage areas, workshops and courtyards where human presence is intermittent and predictable. People in turn do not attempt to control where cats go or how they spend their time. The settlement is large enough to accommodate both without crowding or conflict. Illness and injury occur among cats as they do among all animals. A cat limps from a strained paw, moving more slowly for several days before recovering. A cat develops a wound that gradually heals. People notice these conditions in passing but do not intervene. Cats manage their health, resting when needed and continuing to hunt and explore when able. There is no expectation of care and no provision of it. New cats arrive occasionally, drawn by the same resources that sustain the existing population. These newcomers navigate the social landscape of the resident cats, finding their own territories and routines. People observe this process with mild interest but do not interfere. The cat population fluctuates naturally, shaped by available resources and the carrying capacity of the settlement, rather than by human management. Some cats leave. They wander beyond the settlement's boundaries and do not return. People do not search for them or wonder where they have gone. Other cats appear to replace them, and life continues without interruption. The fluidity of the cat population mirrors the fluidity of human life in the settlement, where people also come and go, arriving from other places or departing to establish new homes. The coexistence remains unmarked by ceremony or acknowledgement. There are no rituals celebrating the presence of cats, no stories told about particular individuals, and no attempts to formalise the relationship. Cats and humans simply live near one another, sharing space and resources in ways that require minimal effort from either side. This simplicity, this lack of complication, allows the arrangement to endure without strain or expectation. You feel the weight of midday heat settling over the settlement like a thick blanket. Movement slows until it nearly stops. People retreat to the coolest spaces they can find, sitting in deep shade or lying on floors inside buildings where walls block the sun. Their breathing deepens, their eyes close. Time stretches and softens. Cats respond to the same heat with the same instinct for stillness. They find their own cool spots, beneath carts where air circulates, in the shadow of walls that face away from the sun, and on stone floors inside empty storage rooms where the temperature stays even. They curl into compact shapes or sprawl with legs extended, whatever position offers the most comfort. Their bodies relax completely, muscles loose, tails motionless. The settlement enters a state of collective pause. Even the chickens stop their constant movement, settling into hollows they have scratched in the dirt, panting softly with beaks open. Dogs sprawl in the shade, tongues lolling, sides rising and falling with each breath. The entire community of creatures acknowledges the same need for rest, the same surrender to conditions that cannot be changed or hurried. Cats sleep in short cycles, waking briefly to shift position or groom before settling again. Their sleep is light enough that they remain aware of their surroundings, ears swivelling towards sounds, eyes opening to slits when something moves nearby. They do not dream in ways that show outwardly. They simply rest, allowing their bodies to recover from the energy spent hunting and exploring during cooler hours. People wake from their own rest more gradually. They sit up slowly, rubbing their faces, drinking water from clay vessels, and preparing to resume work as the day cools. Their movements are unhurried, still heavy with the remnants of sleep. They talk quietly if they talk at all, conserving energy for the tasks ahead. Late afternoon brings a shift in energy, Shadows lengthen and the air begins to move. People emerge from buildings, stretching, gathering tools and returning to interrupted work. Cats wake too, rising from their resting places, arching their backs and extending their legs one at a time. They groom thoroughly, attending to every part of their bodies with focused care. This grooming marks the transition from rest to activity. Evening approaches and both humans and cats become more animated. People work steadily, making progress while conditions allow. Cats begin to move through their territories, checking familiar spots, watching for signs of mice or other small animals. The settlement fills with purposeful activity, each creature following its own routine. As darkness falls, patterns of rest shift again. People gather near fires for evening meals, then gradually disperse to sleeping areas. They lie down on woven mats or simple beds of gathered reeds, pulling light coverings over themselves as air cools. Their breathing slows, conversations fade, the settlement quiets. Cats remain active longer, navigating darkness with ease. They move through the settlement on silent paws, their eyes reflecting any available light. They hunt when opportunity presents itself, and rest when it does not. As the night deepens, they find warm spots to settle, near hearths where coals still hold heat, in corners of buildings where warmth collects, and next to walls that radiate the day's absorbed sun. Some cats choose to rest near sleeping humans, drawn by warmth and the sense of safety that comes from proximity to larger creatures who pose no threat. They settle at a respectful distance, maintaining their independence even as they share space. People sleep unaware of this nearness, or aware but unconcerned, accepting the cat's presence as part of the night's stillness. The rhythm of rest becomes a shared language. Both species understand the necessity of pausing, the value of conserving energy, and the importance of responding to environmental cues that signal when to move and when to be still. This understanding requires no communication. It exists in the body's wisdom, in the instinct to rest when rest is needed, and to wake when conditions improve. Mornings begin with gradual stirring. People wake to the first light, rising slowly, moving quietly so as not to disturb others who still sleep. Cats wake too, stretching elaborately, yawning, and beginning to groom before setting out to explore. The settlement transitions from night stillness to day's activity, through a gentle progression that honours the need for both rest and wakefulness. Throughout seasons, the specific timing shifts, but the pattern remains. Summer days bring longer periods of midday rest and shorter, cooler periods of activity. Winter days allow more sustained work, with less need for heat-driven pauses. Cats and humans adjust their rhythms accordingly, both responding to the same environmental pressures, and both finding balance between effort and recuperation. Rest becomes a form of coexistence as meaningful as any other. In the shared need for stillness, in the parallel patterns of sleep and waking, humans and cats find common ground that requires no negotiation. They simply rest when rest is needed, side by side in the same settlement, under the same sun, part of the same rhythm that governs all life. You observe how nourishment shapes the daily patterns of both humans and cats. Food is not abundant, but it is reliable. The settlement stores hold grain harvested from nearby fields. People portion this grain carefully, grinding it as needed, baking it into bread, and cooking it into simple porridges. The work of preparing food happens daily, creating regular scraps and spillage. Grain scattered during processing attracts mice. They emerge at dawn and dusk, moving quickly through shadows, gathering fallen seeds, and retreating to hidden burrows between the settlement's walls. Their presence is constant, sustained by the same resources that feed the human population. The mice thrive wherever grain is stored or handled. Cats position themselves near these areas of activity. They learn the locations where grain is most often spilled, near grinding stones, around storage jars, and in corners where baskets are emptied and filled. They wait with focused patience, bodies low, eyes fixed on spaces where mice are likely to appear. Sometimes they wait for hours. Sometimes they wait through entire days. Their willingness to remain still makes their hunting possible. When a cat catches a mouse, it does so quickly. There is a brief moment of sudden movement, then stillness again. The cat carries its catch to a quiet spot, consumes it efficiently, and returns to waiting. This pattern repeats throughout the day and night, providing the cat with regular meals without requiring human intervention or provision. People prepare food outdoors when weather permits, working in courtyards where smoke from cooking fires can disperse. They gut fish caught from the river, trimming away parts they do not eat. They pluck birds, discarding feathers and offal. They shell nuts and legumes, leaving husks in piles. These byproducts accumulate in designated areas and are later carried away to be buried or burned. Before these scraps are cleared, cats investigate them. They're drawn by the smell of fish entrails and the sight of discarded meat. They approach cautiously, aware that people are nearby, ready to retreat if necessary. Most often, people ignore the cats. Sometimes a person waves a hand to shoo a cat away from fresh scraps they still intend to use. The cat moves back a short distance and waits. When the person finishes and walks away, the cat returns. Certain foods interest cats more than others. Raw fish hold strong appeal. So do the organs and bones of birds. Cats show little interest in grain or bread, though they occasionally sniff at these items before turning away. Their diet remains primarily meat, obtained through hunting or scavenging, shaped by their own preferences and instincts. Opportunity appears in cycles tied to human activity. Morning food preparation creates one set of possibilities. Evening meals create another. Seasonal harvests bring temporary abundance when grain is threshed and winnowed, sending up clouds of chaff and scattering seeds widely. Cats do not eat this grain, but they hunt the mice drawn to it, benefiting indirectly from the harvest plenty. Water is available in the settlement's channels and collection vessels. Cats drink from these sources when they are thirsty, lapping from the edges of clay bowls or from shallow portions of the water channels. People do not prevent this. Water flows steadily enough that sharing it costs nothing. Some cats prove more skilled at hunting than others. A particularly adept cat might catch several mice in a day, eating what it needs and leaving the rest. Other cats hunt less successfully, going longer between meals, appearing thin and sharp-boned. The settlement supports a population of cats roughly proportional to the available prey, with natural fluctuations that balance availability against need. Birds nest in the settlement structures, tucking nests into crevices and overhangs. These nests sometimes hold eggs or fledglings. Cats occasionally discover and raid these nests, climbing to reach them and consuming the contents quickly. People do not intervene. Birds are not domesticated or protected. Their losses to cats are simply part of the ecosystem. Cats do not beg for food. They do not approach people with expectation or demand. Their entire relationship with nourishment remains independent, based on their own efforts, and the incidental bounty created by human activity. This independence preserves the essential nature of the relationship. Cats choose to stay because staying offers advantage, not because they depend on human generosity. Lean times affect both species. When harvests fail or stores run low, people ration grain more carefully, reducing spillage and guarding resources more closely. Fewer scraps appear. Mice populations decline with less available food. Cats find hunting more difficult. Some leave the settlement to search for opportunities elsewhere. Others persist, growing thinner, moving more carefully and conserving energy. When conditions improve, the cat population gradually recovers. The food relationship remains transactional but not contractual. Humans create conditions that produce prey and occasional scraps. Cats reduce vermin and ask for nothing else. Both sides benefit from this arrangement without obligation or expectation. Food provides the practical foundation for coexistence, but it does not create dependency or sentiment. Cats remain free to leave if resources disappear. They stay because, most of the time, resources continue to appear with reliable regularity. You watch as the sun descends toward the horizon, painting the settlement in amber light. The heat of the day gradually releases its grip. Air begins to move more freely, carrying the scent of cooking fires and distant fields. People's movements shift from the focused intensity of afternoon work to the gentler rhythms of evening preparation. Fires are lit in hearths and outdoor pits. Women and men tend these flames, adding wood carefully, adjusting the size of the fire to match the need for cooking. Clay pots are positioned over flames, filled with grain and water, and stirred occasionally as the contents soften and warm. The smell of cooking spreads through the settlement. a familiar marker of the day's progression. Children finish their tasks and begin to gather in open areas, their energy still present but channeled now into games and conversation rather than work. Their voices carry through the settling dusk, punctuated by laughter and the sounds of running feet. They are more relaxed now, released from the discipline of contributing to the household's labour. Cats emerge from their resting places, beginning their evening routines. They move along familiar paths, checking the spots where they have found food before, investigating any changes in the settlement's landscape. Their movements are purposeful but unhurried. Evening offers optimal hunting conditions, fading light that still allows vision, cooling air that brings mice out to forage, and the distraction of human activity that makes prey less cautious. People gather near their homes as meals finish cooking. They sit on stools or on the ground, arranging themselves in loose circles or facing doorways. Food is served from communal pots, ladled into individual bowls, and eaten with fingers or simple tools. Conversations happen in low voices, punctuated by comfortable silences. The day's work is discussed, plans for tomorrow are mentioned, and news is shared about neighbours or family members in distant settlements. Cats observe these gatherings from the periphery. They rest on walls or under carts, watching the movement of people without approaching. They are not excluded, but neither are they invited. Their position remains that of witness, present but separate, sharing the space without sharing the activity. As people eat, small amounts of food inevitably fall. A child drops a piece of bread. An adult tips a bowl slightly and liquid spills. These small losses accumulate in the dust around the eating area. Cats note these occurrences, patient in their awareness that opportunity will come when people disperse. The light continues to fade, deepening from gold to rose to purple. Shadows merge and blend, losing their sharp edges. The settlement structures become silhouettes against the dimming sky. Fires grow brighter in contrast, their flames more visible as ambient light decreases. The visual world simplifies, defined now by points of warmth and light against gathering darkness. People begin to move towards sleep. They rise from their gathering places, bank fires to hold coals through the night, and carry empty vessels back into buildings. Children are called inside or guided towards sleeping areas. The sounds of the settlement change, fewer voices, more footsteps, and the rustle of mats being unrolled and blankets being arranged. Cats move into the spaces people have vacated. They investigate dropped food, consuming what appeals to them and ignoring the rest. They groom themselves in the residual warmth of the areas where people sat. They mark the evening's territory with their presence, claiming the night shift of the settlement's continuous occupation. Some people remain outside longer, sitting by dying fires, reluctant to end the day. They stare into the coals, their faces lit by the warm glow, their thoughts private and unspoken. Cats sometimes approach these solitary figures, settling nearby but not near enough for contact. The two species share the quiet in parallel, each absorbed in their own relationship with the approaching night. Stars appear overhead, first a few bright points, then countless more as darkness deepens. The sky transforms into a vast field of light, familiar to all who live without walls blocking their view. People glance upward occasionally, noting the positions of known constellations, using them to mark the season and passage of time. Cats navigate by different markers. They know the settlement by scent and touch and sound, by the memory of pathways and the location of shelter. They move confidently through darkness that would slow or stop human movement, their eyes gathering available light, their whiskers sensing obstacles, and their paws finding purchase on familiar surfaces. The settlement do not sleep all at once. It transitions gradually, with different households and individuals moving toward rest at their own pace. This staggered settling creates a long period of quiet transition, hours when some sleep while others remain wakeful, when the boundary between day and night stretches and blurs. Fires burn lower, the last voices fade, doorways darken as people move deeper into their dwellings. The settlement achieves a state of deep quiet, broken only by occasional sounds. The crack of a settling log in a banked fire, the call of a distant animal, and the soft footfalls of a cat on patrol. Evening becomes night. The day releases its hold. The the settlement rests in the cool darkness, its inhabitants, human and feline, finding their own forms of rest, their own corners of peace. The bond between them remains unspoken, but it continues, woven into the fabric of daily life, as reliable as the sun setting and rising, as constant as the turning of seasons. You find yourself in the deepest part of night, when darkness is complete and the settlement rests in stillness. The moon may be present or absent, waxing or waning, its light transforming the landscape or leaving it to pure shadow. Either way, the night has its own quality, distinct from day, governed by different rules and rhythms. People sleep inside their dwellings, lying on mats or simple beds, bodies relaxed in unconsciousness. Their breathing is deep and regular. Some snore softly, others shift position occasionally, turning to find comfort, but these movements are minimal and unconscious. Sleep claims them thoroughly, providing necessary restoration after the day's exertions. Cats remain more wakeful. Their biology suits them to nocturnal activity, though they have adapted to also move during daylight hours in response to the settlement's rhythms. At night they return to more ancient patterns, becoming alert and active, using senses honed for darkness to navigate and hunt. The settlement at night is not silent, but the sounds are different. No voices, no tools striking stone, no footsteps on swept paths. Instead, there are subtler sounds. The whisper of wind through reed roofs, the rustle of small animals in grain stores, the distant call of a night bird, and the settling of mud brick walls as they release the day's heat. Cats move through this soundscape with awareness and caution. Their paws make no noise on packed earth. Their bodies slip through shadows without disturbing them. They pause frequently to listen, heads tilted, ears rotating to capture sound from different directions. They process information constantly: wind direction, temperature changes, the presence of other animals, and the state of the night around them. Some cats hunt during these hours. They position themselves near grain stores, near animal pens, near anywhere mice might venture. They wait with the same patience they show during daylight, but now enhanced by the cover of darkness that makes them nearly invisible to prey. When they move, it is with sudden explosive speed, and then an immediate return to stillness. Other cats simply patrol their territories, walking the boundaries, marking their presence through scent, and checking familiar spots for changes or intrusions. This patrolling serves no obvious purpose beyond maintenance of familiarity, but it seems to satisfy some internal need for order and control. Fires still burn in some hearths, reduced to beds of glowing coals that pulse gently with residual heat. These coals provide the only light in many buildings, a soft red glow that barely illuminates the immediate space. Cats are drawn to this warmth, settling near hearths when their activity permits, absorbing heat into their bodies and resting in brief cycles before resuming movement. The settlement's buildings create complex shadows and sheltered spaces. Cats know all of these intimately. They know which wall has a gap that allows passage from one courtyard to another. They know which roof beam provides a route above ground level. They know which corner holds warmth longest and which drains heat most quickly. Safety at night comes from awareness rather than barriers. The settlement has no walls tall enough to prevent animals from entering, and no guards posted to watch for threats. Instead, safety comes from the collective presence of humans and animals together, from the fact that the settlement is occupied and active enough to discourage larger predators from approaching. Cats contribute to this sense of occupied presence. Their movement through the night, their watchfulness, and their responses to unusual sounds or smells all create an atmosphere of vigilance. They are not protecting the settlement deliberately, but their behaviour has that effect, adding to the web of awareness that makes the space feel defended. Sometimes a cat encounters another cat during nighttime wandering. They may approach each other with caution, touching noses briefly, or they may avoid contact entirely, each giving the other space. Their interactions are quiet and brief. There is no aggression, just acknowledgement and continuation of separate paths. Dogs sometimes stir in the night, lifting their heads to investigate sounds or movements. They notice cats passing nearby. Sometimes they watch with mild interest. Sometimes they ignore the cats completely. The two species have reached an understanding. Dogs guard the settlement more actively, responding to larger threats, while cats focus on smaller concerns. Their roles complement each other without overlapping. As night progresses toward dawn, the quality of darkness begins to change. The black sky softens almost imperceptibly toward deep blue. Stars remain visible but lose some of their intensity. The air grows slightly cooler in the hour before sunrise, the temperature dropping to its lowest point. Both humans and cats respond to this cooling. People pull coverings closer in their sleep. Cats seek the warmest spots available, curling tighter to conserve heat. The transition from night to day happens gradually but inevitably. Cats sense it before people wake. Their internal rhythms are tuned to the approaching change. Some settle into final resting spots, preparing to sleep through the morning. Others remain alert, ready to continue their activity into daylight hours depending on opportunity and inclination. Night provides a different dimension to the relationship between humans and cats. While people sleep, cats remain aware, moving through the shared space with familiarity and purpose. They do not guard the humans deliberately, but their presence adds to the sense that the settlement is not abandoned, not empty, and not vulnerable. Life continues through all hours, maintained by different actors at different times, creating continuity that requires no coordination or agreement. The settlement breathes through day and night, its pulse steady, its rhythm unchanged, its coexistence as natural in darkness as in light. You witness how patterns established over days extend into weeks, months, years, and eventually generations. The relationship between humans and cats does not deepen through dramatic moments or significant events. It simply continues, reinforced by repetition, shaped by practical benefit, and sustained by the absence of conflict. Children grow up seeing cats as part of the settlement's landscape. They do not remember a time before cats were present. To them, cats simply exist as chickens exist, as the river exists, as the sun exists. They learn through observation which cats tolerate approach and which prefer distance. This knowledge becomes part of their understanding of the world, unremarkable and assumed. These children become adults who maintain the same relationship their parents had with cats. They do not formalize it or change it. They allow cats to move through storage areas. They tolerate their presence in courtyards and on walls. They benefit from reduced vermin without acknowledging debt or gratitude. The pattern perpetuates through cultural transmission that requires no instruction because it involves no active teaching, only passive modelling. Cats produce new generations within the settlement. A female cat finds a sheltered spot away from heavy traffic, behind stacked grain jars, under a rarely used cart, or in a corner of an abandoned building. She gives birth to several kittens, nursing them through their first weeks, teaching them to hunt and navigate once they can walk steadily. These kittens grow up knowing the settlement as their home territory. Some of these young cats remain in the settlement throughout their lives. Others wander away, seeking new territories, following instincts toward dispersal and exploration. The settlement's cat population remains relatively stable despite this turnover, regulated by available resources and the carrying capacity of the environment. People notice when a familiar cat disappears and a new cat appears, but they make no attempt to track or control this turnover. The specific identity of individual cats matters little. What matters is the presence of cats generally, the continuation of their role in controlling vermin, and the maintenance of the established pattern. Seasonal cycles repeat, each bringing the same challenges and opportunities. Harvest times bring abundant mice and easier hunting. Lean winter months reduce prey populations and make survival more difficult. Cats endure these fluctuations through the same adaptations that allow wild cats to persist in variable environments. Efficient hunting, opportunistic feeding, and the ability to reduce activity when resources are scarce. The settlement itself changes slowly. Buildings are repaired and eventually replaced. New structures are added as the population grows or needs shift. Storage methods improve, tools become more refined. Through all these changes, the relationship with cats remains constant. New buildings provide new perches and shelters. Improved storage still requires protection from vermin. better tools still create scraps and spillage. The fundamental dynamic persists despite surface changes. Generations of humans pass, old people die and are buried, children are born and grow into adults who have children of their own. The collective memory of the settlement shifts and evolves, but certain patterns remain so consistent they become invisible, part of the assumed background of life rather than notable features requiring attention. Cats live shorter lives than humans, their generations turning over more quickly. A human child might see dozens of individual cats come and go during their own lifespan. Yet despite this rapid turnover, cat behaviour remains remarkably consistent. Each new cat learns the same lessons, finds the same opportunities, and settles into the same patterns as those who came before. The relationship reproduces itself naturally without requiring teaching or enforcement. Other settlements develop similar relationships with cats. People travelling between communities observe cats living in the same way elsewhere, tolerated, useful, independent, present, but not possessed. This parallel development across different human groups suggests the arrangement serves fundamental needs for both species, needs that arise naturally wherever humans store grain and build permanent structures. The absence of formalization protects the relationship from the problems that plague more structured arrangements. There are no rules to break, no expectations to disappoint, and no obligations to resent. Cats and humans simply coexist in ways that benefit both. This flexibility allows the relationship to adapt to changing circumstances without requiring renegotiation or conscious adjustment. Stories begin to accumulate, not grand narratives but small observations passed between people. Someone mentions a cat that was particularly skilled at hunting. Another recalls a cat that preferred a specific sunny spot for years. These stories are brief and factual, told without embellishment, and forgotten as quickly as they are shared. They do not accumulate into mythology or meaning. They simply reflect the reality of shared space and accumulated observation. The settlement continues through generations, its basic character maintained even as specific details shift. Cats continue to move through its spaces, hunting its vermin, resting in its shade, and drinking from its water sources. People continue to build and repair, plant and harvest, raise children, and age into elders. The two species remain intertwined not through bonds of affection or formal agreement, but through the simple, durable logic of mutual benefit and peaceful coexistence. You see now how this relationship emerged and persisted, not through moments of decision or acts of will, but through the accumulation of small choices and repeated patterns. Cats chose to stay near humans because staying offered an advantage. Humans allowed cats to stay because their presence reduced problems. Neither species set out to create a partnership, yet a partnership formed nonetheless. One that would continue for thousands of years, changing in certain ways but remaining fundamentally unchanged in others. As evening settles over the settlement once more, fires glow in hearths, and cats settle into familiar resting places. The day ends as countless days have ended before, and as countless days will end in the future. The pattern holds, the relationship endures, the quiet companionship continues, asking nothing more than what it has always asked: proximity, tolerance, and the shared recognition that some of the best arrangements in life are those that require the least effort to maintain. You rest now in this knowledge, in the comfort of understanding how connection can exist without complication, how shared space can create shared benefit, and how the simplest relationships often prove the most enduring. The story ends here, but the pattern it describes continues, as reliable as sunrise, as constant as the turning of seasons, and as peaceful as sleep itself. Welcome to tonight's journey through one of history's most understated treasures. For the next hour, you'll discover how a single golden liquid transformed kitchens, illuminated cities, healed bodies, and connected distant shores across thousands of years. Now please imagine, if you will, in that comfy purple mattress that's so snuggly and cosy, that you're standing in a grove that predates written language. The trees around you twist skyward with bark as gnarled as braided rope. Their trunks wide enough that you'd need 3 people linking hands to encircle the oldest ones. These olive trees have witnessed empires rise and crumble, their roots drinking from the same limestone soil for 1,000 years or more. The leaves catch afternoon light with a peculiar shimmer, silver underneath, grey-green on top, creating a rustling canopy that sounds like distant rainfall even on windless days. Your fingers brush against bark that feels like cooled lava, all ridges and valleys frozen mid-flow. The tree doesn't grow straight. It spirals, corkscrews, and splits into multiple trunks that rejoin higher up, as if the wood itself can't decide which direction leads to sunlight. Some branches look dead until you notice the small green shoots emerging from what appeared to be driftwood. Olive trees, you've learned, refuse to die easily. Cut one down to a stump, and it sends up new growth within seasons. Set fire to an entire grove, and the roots wait patiently underground, ready to sprout again when conditions improve. The fruit hanging before you looks nothing like the glossy black olives in jars. These are small, hard, green things about the size of a large marble, with a waxy coating that repels morning dew. You pick one and bite down without thinking, then immediately regret it. The bitterness floods your mouth like you've licked a battery, a chemical tang so intense it makes your jaw ache. You spit it out quickly, understanding now why these olives need processing, need time, and need human intervention to become edible. Raw olives contain oleuropein, a compound so bitter it serves as the tree's defense mechanism against animals who might otherwise devour the fruit before seeds can spread. Around you, other harvesters work with the patience of people who've performed this task since childhood. An older woman spreads wide nets beneath a particularly heavy-laden tree, securing the corners with stones so wind won't disturb them. Two younger people carry wooden ladders worn smooth by decades of hands, positioning them carefully against branches as thick as their torsos. There's minimal talking. Everyone knows their role in this harvest that's been repeated the same way for generations, stretching back before anyone bothered recording such things. The traditional harvest happens in late autumn when the olives transition from green to purple to black, though your village prefers picking them young and green. This timing affects the oil's flavour. Earlier harvests produce oil with more bitterness and pepper, and later harvests bring sweetness and buttery notes. You watch as someone uses a hand rake to comb through branches, encouraging olives to drop into nets below without damaging the wood. The sound of fruit hitting fabric creates a gentle percussion, hundreds of small impacts that blend into white noise after a while. A few trees over, someone has climbed high into the canopy, visible only as shifting branches and the occasional glimpse of a tunic. Olives rain down in small clusters, bouncing off nets and rolling toward the edges where children wait to gather escapees. The kids compete to see who can collect the most strays, turning tedious labour into a game the way children always manage. Their laughter carries across the grove, breaking the meditative silence for a moment before being absorbed back into the rustle of silver leaves. You bend to help gather olives from a full net, scooping handfuls into a woven basket that smells of earth and previous harvests. Each olive feels cool and firm, with a weight that belies its size. The basket grows heavy quickly. Olive wood is dense, and even the fruit carries substantial mass. Your back reminds you of its presence as you hoist the full basket and carry it toward collection carts, waiting at the grove's edge. The path between trees is worn smooth by countless feet walking this exact route, autumn after autumn, carrying baskets just like yours. At the collection point, baskets get emptied into larger containers, creating small avalanches of green-purple fruit that click against wood like hail on a roof. Someone tallies the harvest in marks on a clay tablet, tracking which families contributed which amounts. The accounting matters less than you'd expect. Most of the oil will be pressed and shared communally anyway, with extra jars going to families who contributed the most labour. It's an economy based on effort rather than ownership, on collective understanding rather than written contracts. The grove extends farther than you can see from ground level, hundreds of trees marching up hillsides too rocky and steep for grain crops. This is the olive's gift to Mediterranean peoples. It thrives where wheat and barley fail, asking only for limestone soil, hot dry summers, and mild wet winters. The trees need almost no care once established. No irrigation, no fertilizer, minimal pruning. They simply exist, producing fruit year after year with a reliability that sustained civilizations through droughts that would have killed any other crop. As sunset approaches, the harvesting slows. People roll up nets, secure ladders, and cover collection baskets with fabric to protect them from dew and opportunistic birds. Tomorrow you'll begin the pressing, but tonight the olives will rest, and so will you. Walking home through dimming light, you notice how the silver undersides of olive leaves seem to glow faintly, catching the last rays of sun and holding them a moment longer than other trees. It's a small magic, this luminescence, but appropriate for a tree whose fruit will eventually become light itself. The pressing room smells of crushed vegetation and stone dust, with undertones of fermentation that aren't unpleasant once you adjust. You're standing before a millstone larger than a wagon wheel, watching it rotate slowly around a vertical axis, while a donkey plods in circles, connected to the stone by a worn wooden beam. The donkey knows this work intimately, requiring no guidance, placing each hoof with the careful precision of someone who's traced this exact circle thousands of times. Its eyes hold that distant look animals develop when performing tasks that require presence but not attention. Beneath the rolling stone, olives gradually transform from individual fruits into a purple-brown paste. The millstone doesn't crush so much as grind. Its weight sufficient to break down flesh and pit together into a thick mixture that releases the first hints of oil. You can see it glistening on the stone surface, catching light from oil lamps hung around the room. The paste collects in a stone basin carved smooth over centuries of use, its surface stained dark from countless pressings. Someone adds a new basket of olives to the mill's edge, where the stone will eventually reach them and pull them into its grinding path. The addition barely interrupts the rhythm. The donkey continues its circuit, the stone continues its rotation, and the paste grows deeper in the collection basin. Watching the process induces a kind of trance. The circular motion, the steady progress, and the gradual transformation happening at a pace that defeats impatience. This isn't work you can rush. Oil extraction requires time to do its work properly. When the paste reaches sufficient consistency, something judged by eye and texture rather than measurement, workers scoop it into woven bags made from esparto grass or hemp. These bags get stacked carefully on a pressing platform, alternating with round wooden discs that distribute pressure evenly. You help position the bags, feeling the paste's cool moisture seep through the weaving, leaving your hands slick. The paste smells vegetal and alive, nothing like the refined oil you'll eventually pour into storage jars. The press itself dominates the room, a massive wooden screw carved from a single beam, operated by a long lever that extends out like a ship's boom. The screw's threads are hand-cut, showing the irregular marks of the adze that shaped them. 4 people take positions along the lever, preparing to walk the circle that will drive the screw downward into the stacked bags. Someone gives a signal and everyone pushes, leaning their weight into wood smoothed by countless palms. The screw descends slowly, grudgingly, protesting with creaks that echo off stone walls. As pressure builds, the first oil emerges. It seeps through the bag, weaving, runs down the sides of the discs, and collects in a shallow trough carved into the pressing platform. The liquid catches lamplight and throws it back transformed, no longer white light but something golden, viscous, and alive. This first pressing produces the finest oil, cold extracted without heat, carrying the full complexity of the fruit. You watch it accumulate with the satisfaction of witnessing creation. Raw material becoming treasure through nothing but pressure and patience. The workers continue pushing, walking their circle around the press, adding their strength to the screw's mechanical advantage. The more oil flows, the more the bags flatten, and the paste inside compresses into denser layers. Eventually the flow slows to occasional drops, each one forming at the bag's lowest point, swelling, then falling to join its predecessors in the collection trough. When drops become rare enough to count individually, the pressing stops. The bags get removed, and the compressed paste inside is now formed into hard cakes. These pressed cakes still contain oil, but extracting it requires different methods. Some producers add hot water and press again, creating a lower grade oil suitable for lamps rather than tables. Others save the cakes as fuel. They burn slowly and steadily, perfect for heating bath water or firing pottery kilns. Nothing goes to waste in this economy where olives represent months of labour transformed into liquid value. You help transfer the freshly pressed oil from the collection trough into settling vessels, wide clay containers where the oil will separate from residual water and plant particles. The settling takes days, gravity doing slow work that can't be hurried. Oil floats naturally above water, creating a distinct boundary you can see even in lamplight. The finest oil rises to the top, clear and golden. Below it, a layer of cloudy oil mixed with plant particles. Below that, the vegetable water, called amurca, is still useful for various purposes, but is no longer food. The pressing room maintains a temperature cooler than outside, taking advantage of thick stone walls and minimal windows. Heat damages oil, encouraging rancidity and destroying the delicate compounds that give good oil its character. The workers here understand chemistry without knowing its name, using observation and tradition to guide processes that modern science has only recently explained. They know that green olives pressed early yield spicy oil. They know that damaged fruit creates off flavours. They know that metal containers corrupt the taste while clay preserves it. A large jar in the corner holds oil from earlier pressings, its surface covered with a layer of natural sediment that protects the liquid beneath from oxidation. Someone dips a small clay cup into the clear oil below the sediment layer, then offers it to you. You taste it carefully. First the fruit, then the pepper at the back of your throat, then a bitterness that's somehow pleasant. All of it balanced in a way that makes you understand why people have valued this substance for thousands of years. It tastes like the grove, like sunlight on silver leaves, like patient labour rewarded. As the day's pressing concludes, workers clean tools with hot water and coarse cloths, scrubbing away paste residue before it can harden. The millstone gets a final rotation with nothing beneath it, clearing away remaining debris. The donkey is unhitched, led to water and feed. Its work done until tomorrow brings another rotation of the same wheel, the same circle, the same transformation of fruit into gold. You leave the pressing room with hands that smell of olives, a scent that will linger for days no matter how many times you wash. Your kitchen measures perhaps 12 feet square, with a floor of packed earth worn smooth as river stones. Sunlight enters through a single window covered with an oiled cloth that glows amber when backlit. The room's heart is a raised hearth built from stacked stone, its surface blackened by decades of cooking fires. Next to the hearth sits a row of storage vessels, each taller than a child, their clay surfaces cool despite the warm afternoon. One of these jars holds olive oil, perhaps 40 litres pressed last autumn, sealed with a clay stopper and wax to keep air from spoiling its contents. You tip the large jar carefully, letting oil flow into a smaller vessel that's easier to handle. The oil moves more slowly than water, with a thickness that makes it want to cling to surfaces. It catches light as it pours, transforming from golden to amber to almost green depending on the angle. This oil will flavour tonight's meal and tomorrow's and the day after that. A constant presence in cooking as fundamental as fire itself. Without it, your cuisine would lose half its identity, becoming something unrecognisable to anyone raised on the Mediterranean shores. On a wooden cutting board, you arrange vegetables for tonight's meal. Leeks, onions, some early greens, and lentils that have been soaking since morning. The knife in your hand is bronze, its edge requiring regular sharpening but holding a keenness that iron tools will later struggle to match. You chop the leeks into rounds and the onions into rough chunks, working with the casual efficiency of someone who's prepared thousands of meals. Each piece falls into a clay bowl already slicked with olive oil, the vegetables beginning their transformation even before heat arrives. The cooking pot is ceramic, its inside surface darkened by use but still sound, free of cracks that would let liquid seep through. You pour olive oil into the pot first, enough to coat the bottom generously, perhaps a quarter cup by modern measurements, though you judge by eye and habit rather than precise amounts. The oil spreads across the pot's interior, finding every curve and depression, creating a golden pool that will prevent food from sticking and contribute its own flavour to whatever cooks within. Coals from the morning's fire still glow red beneath white ash. You brush away the ash with a bundle of straw, exposing the heat beneath, then position the pot carefully over the hottest section. The oil begins warming immediately, its surface developing the faintest shimmer as convection currents move through it. You test the temperature by dropping a small piece of onion into the oil. It should sizzle gently without immediately browning, creating a sustained hiss that tells you the heat is right. The vegetables go in next, tumbling from bowl to pot with sounds that satisfy on some primal level. The hiss of moisture meeting hot oil, the crackle as sugars begin to caramelize, and the aromatic steam that rises to fill the kitchen with promise. You stir with a wooden spoon worn smooth by years of use, its handle permanently stained with oil that seeped into the wood grain. The vegetables soften gradually, their colours intensifying rather than fading. Olive oil preserving the bright greens and deep purples in ways that water-based cooking never could. A small jug on the shelf holds oil reserved for finishing dishes, the finest pressing, kept separate for drizzling over food just before serving. This oil never sees heat, preserving all the delicate compounds that make it special. You'll use it tonight to dress lentils after they finish cooking, adding a final layer of flavour that heat-treated oil can't provide. The difference between cooking oil and finishing oil matters enormously, though explaining exactly why requires vocabulary your culture hasn't yet developed. While the vegetables cook, you prepare flatbread dough. Flour, water, a pinch of salt and olive oil work together until the mixture stops sticking to your hands. The oil makes the dough more forgiving, easier to handle and less likely to tear when you stretch it thin. You let it rest while the lentils simmer, the dough developing texture through time rather than effort. Later you'll form it into circles, cooking them directly on a hot stone at the hearth's edge, brushing each finished bread with olive oil to keep it soft. In the corner, a smaller jar holds olive oil infused with herbs. Rosemary, thyme and bay leaves submerged in oil for weeks, until their essences permeate the liquid. You use this for special occasions, but even ordinary days might see it appear if meals feel too plain. The herbs add complexity, yes, but more importantly they preserve the oil's freshness, their natural antibacterial properties extending shelf life in ways that seem almost magical. You understand this works without knowing why, following practices handed down through generations of cooks who discovered through trial and error what science will later explain. The lentils need another addition of oil midway through cooking, not for flavour this time, but to prevent them from foaming over. A thin stream poured across the pot's surface calms the bubbling immediately, the oil spreading to trap and collapse foam before it can escape. This trick works so reliably you barely think about it anymore, just as you barely think about breathing. Olive oil isn't an ingredient you add to cooking, it's the medium within which cooking happens, as essential as the pot itself. As evening deepens, you light lamps throughout the house. These are simple clay vessels with a spout for the wick and a hole for pouring fuel. Olive oil fills each lamp the same oil you cook with, though perhaps an older pressing or a lower grade that's developed a slight bitterness. The wicks are twisted flax, trimmed regularly to prevent smoking. You light them one by one, watching small flames appear and settle into steady burning. The light they cast is warmer than later petroleum products will provide, with a slight golden quality that makes skin look healthier and food more appetizing. The meal finishes cooking as full darkness arrives. You ladle lentils into shallow bowls, vegetables into a communal dish, and bread onto a wooden board. The final touch, that reserved finishing oil gets drizzled over everything with a practiced hand, creating glossy pools that sink slowly into the hot food. The aroma is extraordinary, all the meal's elements unified by this single ingredient that's touched every component from raw to finished. You eat with bread torn by hand, using pieces to scoop up lentils and vegetables, the bread's oil brush surface making each bite rich enough to satisfy without overwhelming. After the meal, you save the oil that remains in serving dishes, pouring it back into storage rather than discarding it. This oil has taken on flavours from the food it touched, making it perfect for tomorrow's cooking, where those flavours will contribute to new dishes. Nothing goes to waste in a household where olive oil represents stored labour, stored sunlight, and stored wealth in its most fungible form. The jars in your kitchen hold more than food. They hold security, knowing that even if grain harvests fail, these sealed vessels contain enough calories to see your family through lean months. You're walking through the city after sunset, navigating streets that would be treacherous without illumination. Light spills from every window and doorway, each building contributing its share to the collective effort of holding darkness at bay. The primary source of all this light hangs from brackets, sits in niches, and rests on ledges. Thousands of small clay lamps, each burning olive oil with a steadiness that candles will later struggle to match. The flames are surprisingly bright, numerous enough that you can read inscriptions on public buildings, recognise faces from 20 feet away, and avoid stepping in things better left unmentioned. The city's main street features elaborate lampstands taller than a person, designed to illuminate public spaces where citizens gather after daylight ends. These stands hold multiple lamps arranged in tiers, creating islands of brightness that push back shadows. Someone maintains these lamps, refilling oil, trimming wicks, and ensuring flames don't fail during the night hours when their absence would be most keenly felt. It's a public service as important as maintaining wells or repairing roads, paid for by wealthy citizens who understand that dark streets discourage commerce and encourage crimes. You pass a merchant shop where lamplight streams through an open doorway, revealing customers examining goods despite the late hour. The shop's interior blazes with perhaps 20 lamps positioned throughout the space, on counters, hanging from the ceiling, tucked into corners to eliminate all shadows. This abundance of light represents significant expense, with olive oil consumed by the litre each night, but the merchant considers it essential. Customers won't buy what they can't properly see, and the extended hours more than compensate for the fuel costs. A temple ahead uses light as an element of religious experience, with hundreds of lamps arranged to create specific effects. Flames reflect off polished marble, multiply in bronze mirrors, and cast shadows of columns that seem to dance as air currents make the flames flicker. The priests understand lighting design intuitively, positioning lamps to emphasize divine statues while leaving other areas in mysterious dimness. The interplay of the light and shadow transforms architecture into theatre, making the sacred space feel separate from the mundane world outside. At a corner, you notice someone refilling street lamps from a large jug, moving from bracket to bracket with practiced efficiency. The lamplighter pours oil through a small funnel, careful not to spill or overfill, knowing exactly how much each lamp needs to burn through the night. When one lamp shows a weak flame, the lamplighter adjusts the wick, pulling it slightly higher to draw more oil, increasing brightness. This work continues every evening, a routine as regular as sunrise, ensuring the city never returns to the vulnerability of total darkness. You turn down a residential street where light is more modest but still present. Each household maintains at least one lamp visible from the street, a contribution to collective safety that custom demands even from the poorest families. Some windows show the warm glow of multiple lamps inside, suggesting households wealthy enough for evening activities beyond sleep. Others display single flames, sufficient for basic tasks but leaving much of the interior in darkness. You can map the neighbourhood's economic geography by counting visible flames. A tavern ahead spills light and sound into the street, its doorway bright as midday. Inside, lamps hang from every available beam, clustered so densely their individual flames blend into general brilliance. The tavern keeper understands that darkness encourages sleep, while light encourages spending. So the oil flows freely, the wicks burn tall, and customers linger hours past what they originally intended. This calculated generosity with lighting costs less than the additional wine and food sales it generates. Down a side alley, you glimpse a different kind of flame, the blue-tinged burn of a lamp fueled by something other than pure olive oil. Lower-grade pressings, vegetable water with residual oil content, and even fish oil in coastal cities. All these find their way into lamps when pure olive oil's cost exceeds someone's budget. The resulting flames burn dirtier, producing more smoke and less light, but still push back darkness more effectively than no light at all. You can judge household finances by the quality of flame visible through windows. A bathhouse complex ahead glows like a beacon, light streaming from high windows where steam clouds the glass. Inside, hundreds of lamps maintain illumination even in the bathing rooms, where moisture and heat create challenges for maintaining flames. Special lamps with protective covers keep water from drowning wicks, while ventilation systems draw smoke away before it can accumulate enough to bother bathers. The bathhouse advertises its luxury partly through this profligate use of light. If they can afford to illuminate even the changing rooms brilliantly, clearly they spare no expense elsewhere. You reach your destination, a friend's apartment on the third floor of an insula. The building's stairwell is dark except for a single lamp on each landing, just enough to prevent falls but requiring careful attention to where you place your feet. This minimal lighting represents a calculated economy. The building's landlord provides enough oil for safety but nothing more. Residents who want brighter stairwells bring their own lamps, carrying them up and down like the portable light sources that they are. Inside your friend's apartment, several lamps create a comfortable glow that makes the small space feel welcoming. The lamps sit on a shelf specifically designed for them, positioned to illuminate the room without risk of being knocked over. Wicks are trimmed short to prevent smoking, and flames are adjusted to provide light without wasting oil. Your friend demonstrates a technique for making oil last longer, adding water to the lamp's base, creating a layer beneath the oil that the wick can't reach. As the oil burns down, It eventually sits atop water, and the wick stops drawing fuel precisely when the oil is exhausted, preventing waste. You notice how the lamplight makes everything look slightly golden, skin tones warmer, food more appetizing, and the room's worn furniture more presentable. This is olive oil's gift beyond mere illumination. It transforms vision itself, making the night world gentler than daylight ever appears. Modern electric light will later strip away this warmth, replacing it with harsh neutrality that claims to show things as they really are. But people raised by olive oil flames know the truth. Reality has always been golden at the edges, warm in the shadows, and soft where darkness and light meet. As you eventually leave and walk home, the city's lights create a constellation at ground level, each flame a small star burning olive oil instead of hydrogen. The collective brightness is sufficient that you can see clouds reflecting the glow, the night sky above the city subtly lighter than the rural darkness beyond the walls. This artificial day extends human activity hours past what nature intended, and all of it runs on olives, on groves and presses and jars of golden fuel that make civilization possible after sunset. You're watching a physician prepare for treatment in a room that smells of herbs and heated olive oil. The physician works at a table covered with small ceramic vessels, each containing different preparations, some pure oil, others infused with plant materials whose properties have been observed and catalogued through generations of practice. The doctor's hands move with the confidence of someone who's performed these preparations thousands of times, measuring by eye, adjusting proportions based on factors that have more to do with intuition than formula. A patient sits nearby, an older man with joint pain that worsens each winter. The physician warms olive oil in a shallow bronze pan held over a small brazier, monitoring temperature by testing drops on the back of one hand. When the oil reaches the right warmth, hot enough to feel therapeutic but not burning, the physician applies it to the patient's knees, working the oil into the skin with firm circular motions. The patient's expression shifts from discomfort to relief as warmth penetrates into joints, the oil carrying heat deeper than it would penetrate alone. The massage continues for perhaps 20 minutes, the physician's hands never pausing, maintaining constant contact with skin that gradually pinked from increased blood flow. More oil gets added as the first application absorbs into the skin, the physician using far more than you'd expect, believing that generous amounts work better than conservative applications. The excess doesn't bother anyone. What doesn't absorb will be wiped away, and the oil will be transferred to cloths that will later be used for other purposes. Nothing goes to waste. On the table, another preparation waits, olive oil infused with chamomile, lavender, and something else you don't recognise. The physician explains that this mixture helps with sleep troubles, the herb's properties carried into the body through skin absorption. You're sceptical about herbs affecting sleep through topical application, but the physician insists that patients report better rest after evening massages with this particular blend. Whether it works through absorption or simply because warm oil massage relaxes people, the result seems consistent enough to justify the preparation's existence. A younger woman arrives with a skin condition, patches of dry, flaking skin on her arms that itch constantly. The physician examines the affected areas, then reaches for a jar of olive oil mixed with beeswax and something that smells faintly of pine. This preparation has the consistency of soft butter, spreading easily, but staying where it's applied rather than running off skin. The physician applies it generously to the affected areas, explaining that the oil softens the skin while the wax creates a barrier that prevents moisture loss. The pine component, collected as resin from local trees, helps reduce inflammation through mechanisms the physician doesn't fully understand but has observed countless times. You watch the physician prepare a wound dressing for someone who burned their hand in a cooking fire. A clean cloth gets soaked in olive oil and then wrapped around the injury after cleaning. The oil-soaked bandage keeps air from reaching the burned skin, reducing pain and preventing the wound from drying into hard scabs that might crack and reopen. The physician changes the dressing daily, each time applying fresh oil, maintaining the wound in a moist environment that promotes healing. Modern medicine will eventually prove this treatment effective, though the physician's great-great-grandchildren won't live long enough to see that validation. In the corner, large storage jars hold olive oil reserved specifically for medical use. Not necessarily the finest pressing, but clean oil from healthy fruit, free of the rancidity that develops in poorly stored supplies. The physician checks these stores regularly, ensuring sufficient quantity to handle the regular stream of patients. who arrive seeking treatment for ailments ranging from minor skin irritations to serious injuries. During epidemic years, oil consumption increases dramatically as the physician treats more patients than usual, applying oil to fever-hot skin, mixing it with medicines that need a carrier base, and using it to prevent bed sores in patients too weak. To move, a shelf holds specialised tools, bronze instruments for scraping oil from skin after massages, small cups for mixing preparations, mortars for grinding herbs that will be infused into oil, and delicate measuring spoons that allow precise dosing when patients need specific amounts of medicated preparations. Each tool shows the wear of regular use, bronze surfaces polished by countless cleanings, and ceramic mortars stained from hundreds of different herb mixtures. This is a working space, not decorative. Every item is present because it serves a practical purpose. The physician prepares an oil mixture for you to take home, explaining its use for minor cuts and scrapes. The base is pure olive oil, with small amounts of crushed garlic for its antibacterial properties and honey for wound sealing. The mixture smells pungent but not unpleasant, and the physician assures you it prevents the festering that turns minor injuries into serious problems. You'll use it whenever someone in your household suffers a cut, applying it twice daily until healing completes. The preparation will last months if stored properly. The olive oil preventing bacterial growth in the honey-garlic mixture through mechanisms nobody will understand for another 2,000 years. Before leaving, you notice the physician's own hands, smooth, supple, and showing none of the roughness you'd expect from someone who works constantly. The physician catches your glance and holds up both hands, demonstrating skin that seems younger than the face above it. The secret is simple. Constant contact with olive oil, hands soaking in it daily through the work of treating others. The oil penetrates so deeply and so regularly that the physician's skin maintains flexibility that people decades younger might envy. It's an occupational benefit, unintended but welcome, that makes the physician's hands themselves an advertisement for oil's properties. You head to the public baths next, a routine that's as much about social connection as hygiene. The bath complex's entrance area smells powerfully of olive oil, the scent intensified by heat and humidity drifting from the bathing rooms beyond. Attendants stand ready with bronze implements and ceramic vessels, prepared to perform the scraping ritual that's become central to bathing culture. You pass through to the changing room, storing clothes in a cubby while trying to remember which number your belongings occupy. The warm room comes first, with a temperature comfortable enough to begin sweating without shocking the system. An attendant approaches with a ceramic vessel of olive oil, offering to perform the full cleansing ritual. You agree, and the attendant begins applying oil generously across your skin, arms, legs, back, chest, using enough that it runs in small rivulets before being spread more evenly. The oil sits on skin without immediately absorbing, creating a slick barrier between you and the world. The warm room's heat increases your skin's temperature gradually, opening pores and encouraging perspiration that mixes with the olive oil coating your body. After perhaps 15 minutes, when sweat has begun flowing freely, the attendant returns with a strigil, a curved bronze blade with a handle designed specifically for scraping oil and dirt from skin. The scraping process looks violent, but feels surprisingly pleasant. The blade removing oil, dead skin cells, sweat, and accumulated grime in long strokes that leave clean skin behind. You watch the mixture of oil and remove material collect at the strigil's edge, forming a grey-brown substance that's promptly wiped onto a cloth after each pass. The attendant works methodically, covering every accessible area, occasionally adding more oil where skin seems dry. The scraping removes far more than you expected, revealing skin that looks brighter, feels smoother, and seems to glow with health that wasn't visible before. This is cleaning through oil, paradoxically using fat to remove fat, relying on olive oil's ability to dissolve the oils and grime that water alone can't touch. After the scraping completes, a rinse with clean water removes any remaining oil, though some inevitably stays absorbed into skin, providing moisturising benefits that will last for days. You move through the progressively hotter rooms, then to the cold plunge, the temperature shock closing pores that the warm rooms opened. Throughout the process, olive oil remains present, in lamps providing light, in the massage oil an attendant offers for an additional fee, and in the preparation people apply to their hair to maintain shine and manageability. Leaving the baths, your skin feels different than when you arrived. Softer, cleaner, and somehow more alive. The olive oil treatment has removed layers of dead cells, stimulated circulation, and moisturised deeply enough that you won't need any additional treatment for days. This bathing ritual, practiced by millions across the empire, represents olive oil's role in daily life. A role so fundamental that imagining bathing without it seems impossible. Future generations will use soap and will shower under running water, but they'll lose something in the process. The ritual intimacy with oil that's made skincare a meditative practice rather than a rushed necessity. You're standing on a dock where cargo ships arrive from distant ports. Their holds filled with trade goods that represent the economic lifeblood of maritime commerce. Among the crates and bundles, one type of container dominates, the amphora, a clay vessel designed specifically for transporting olive oil across seas. These amphorae stand taller than a child, with pointed bottoms that make them useless for setting on flat surfaces, but perfect for securing in ship holds. Their shape has evolved over centuries toward maximum efficiency, holding approximately 25 litres while remaining light enough for a single person to carry when full. Longshoremen work in teams, moving amphorae from ship to dock using techniques that minimise breakage. One worker positions himself in the ship's hold, hoisting amphorae to a second worker standing at the rail, who passes them to a third on the dock. The amphorae never touch ground during this transfer, always held by someone or leaning against something, their pointed bottoms making them tip immediately if released. This instability is intentional. It forces careful handling, reducing the casual roughness that breaks containers and spills valuable contents. Each amphora bears stamps pressed into its clay handles before firing, marks identifying the producer, the origin estate, and sometimes even the specific year of pressing. These stamps serve as quality guarantees, reputations distilled into small symbols that buyers learn to recognise. An amphora stamped with certain marks commands premium prices because everyone knows those producers harvest early, press carefully, and store properly. Other stamps indicate bulk oil suitable for lamps or soap making rather than direct consumption. The entire system relies on reputation because there's no way to test oil quality before purchasing except by trusting the stamps. You watch a merchant examining amphorae just unloaded from a ship that arrived from somewhere in Greece. The merchant inspects seals on each vessel, ensuring they haven't been broken during transport, checking for cracks in the clay that might indicate spoilage from seawater infiltration. One amphora shows a small crack near the bottom, and the merchant sets it aside for immediate use, knowing it won't survive further transport or extended storage. The oil inside remains good, but the container has become a liability rather than an asset. Prices fluctuate based on information that flows through the same shipping lanes as the oil itself. Word arrives that the harvest failed in one region, and immediately amphorae from that area become more valuable. News of bumper crops elsewhere suppresses prices for oil from successful regions. Pirates captured a convoy last month, and the lost cargo creates temporary scarcity that drives up values. This price instability means merchants who can store oil safely through lean periods make fortunes by selling when supply tightens. In a warehouse behind the docks, thousands of amphorae stand in organised rows, each marked with information about contents, origin, and arrival date. The warehouse keeper maintains careful records, knowing exactly which oils are aging well and which should be sold quickly before they turn rancid. Some oils improve with time, developing complexity that young pressing lacks. Others peak immediately and decline steadily. The warehouse keeper's expertise lies in understanding these differences, in knowing which amphorae to hold and which to liquidate. You follow a convoy of carts loaded with amphorae heading inland from the port. The carts move slowly, drivers careful to avoid jolts that might crack clay vessels. The road itself is surprisingly smooth. Maintaining trade routes benefits everyone, so communities along major roads dedicate substantial resources to repairs and improvements. Without good roads, amphora transport becomes prohibitively expensive due to breakage, so road quality directly affects olive oil prices in inland markets. At a way station, you observe the careful process of unloading amphorae for overnight storage. Each vessel gets checked for leaks, then positioned upright in sand-filled boxes that hold them steady. The sand absorbs any seepage while providing cushioning against accidental impacts. This attention to detail throughout the supply chain represents the difference between profitable and unprofitable trade. Oil that reaches markets in good condition sells well. Oil that arrives rancid or leaked away represents pure loss. A merchant you're travelling with explains the economics. An amphora of premium oil cost them 40 denarii at the port. Transport inland will cost another 10. If they reach the destination city without losses, they can sell for 70 denarii, a healthy but not excessive profit that rewards the risk and effort of moving goods from coast to interior. But if half the amphorae break during transport, the profitable venture becomes a disaster. This calculation drives every decision about which roads to take, how fast to travel, and how much to pay for quality carts and experienced drivers. You pass a broken amphora by the roadside, its contents long since soaked into the earth, leaving only pottery shards and a dark stain. The merchant points to it as a cautionary tale. Someone tried to save money with cheaper containers or faster travel, and this is the result. The broken amphora likely represented someone's profit margin for an entire shipment, the loss enough to make the difference between success and failure for a small merchant's yearly ventures. At a market in an inland city, you watch the final step of the journey. Amphorae being opened for the first time since sealing months earlier at Mediterranean coastal estates. A merchant breaks the wax seal carefully, then extracts the clay stopper, immediately smelling the contents to verify quality. Good oil smells fruity and fresh despite its journey. Poor oil reeks of rancidity, of oxidation that's turned fats into compounds that taste as bad as they smell. The merchant's nose determines whether an amphora's contents will be sold as food-grade oil or diverted to industrial uses. Some amphorae contain oil that's travelled unbelievable distances, from groves in North Africa, from estates in Spain, and from islands in the eastern Mediterranean. Each amphora's stamp tells a story of climate and soil and production methods specific to its origin. The diversity available in large city markets would have been unimaginable a few generations earlier, before maritime trade networks integrated olive-producing regions into a single economy. Now you can taste oil from a dozen different regions in a single afternoon, comparing flavours that reflect terroir as distinctly as wines will later demonstrate. The merchant who opened the amphorae offers taste to potential buyers, pouring small amounts into clay cups. People taste thoughtfully, letting the oil coat their mouths, paying attention to the finish and aftertaste. Some spit after tasting, saving their appetite for food rather than consuming oil directly. Others swallow, appreciating oils that are good enough to enjoy by the spoonful. The tasting process resembles later wine culture's formality, with its own vocabulary for describing qualities that separate excellent from merely adequate. You purchase an amphora of oil from somewhere you've never visited, trusting the stamps and the merchant's reputation. The pointed bottom means you'll need to find a stand to hold it upright in your home, or sink it into sand in a storage room, or lay it on its side in a rack designed for that purpose. The awkward shape that made transport efficient now becomes your problem, a puzzle to solve before you can access the contents. But once solved, this amphora will provide oil for your household for weeks or months. A connection to distant groves and foreign hands that pressed these olives, sealed this container, and sent it off on a journey that ends in your home. You're standing in a temple where olive oil's role transcends practical utility, entering the realm of the sacred. The air smells of burning oil from dozens of lamps, but also of fragrant oils prepared specifically for religious purposes. Olive oil infused with myrrh, frankincense, spikenard, and other precious substances that transform it, from cooking fat to holy. Ointment. A priest prepares for evening rituals, checking that eternal flames still burn, that oil reserves remain sufficient, and that the sacred objects requiring anointing have received their regular applications. The eternal flame occupies the temple's central position, burning in a special lamp that's never allowed to extinguish. This lamp holds the finest olive oil, changed daily to ensure purity, tended by priests whose primary duty is maintaining its flame. The theological implications run deep. Light itself represents divine presence, and olive oil fuels that presence, making it a medium through which the sacred enters the physical world. When priests light lamps from the eternal flame, they're not just providing illumination, but propagating holiness through fire fed by blessed oil. A ceremony begins as a family arrives with their infant for dedication rituals. The priest brings out a small golden vessel containing anointing oil, olive oil blessed through prayers and mixed with aromatic compounds worth more per ounce than gold. Using a thumb, the priest marks the infant's forehead with a small cross of oil, speaking words that connect this child to generations of ancestors who received identical marks. The oil sits visibly on the infant's skin, slowly absorbing, carrying with it Whatever properties the blessing supposedly imparted, you watch as the priest anoints other objects, a new altar cloth, a restored section of temple wall, and a bronze shield dedicated by a successful general. Each receives oil applied with specific prayers, the liquid itself becoming a vehicle for making common things holy. The oil doesn't change physically from this treatment, but in everyone's understanding it changes essentially, becoming something more than pressed olives, even while remaining exactly that. This dual nature, simultaneously mundane and sacred, makes olive oil uniquely suited for religious purposes. In a preparation room you see the process of making sacred oil. The base is pure olive oil from the first pressing, chosen for quality that reflects the importance of its intended use. To this base, priests add ground cinnamon, cassia, myrrh and other aromatic plants, mixing carefully while reciting prayers meant to infuse the blend with spiritual properties. The resulting oil smells overwhelming and complex, unlike anything used in daily life. Its cost per litre would feed a family for months, making lavish use of it a genuine sacrifice, resources directed toward divine purposes rather than human comfort. A storage room holds amphorae of sacred oil, sealed and marked with symbols indicating their consecrated status. These oils are never used for cooking or lamps or any mundane purpose. To do so would be blasphemy, a mixing of categories that must remain separate. Yet they're still olive oil, chemically identical to what fills kitchen jars throughout the city. The difference exists entirely in human intention and social agreement. No test could distinguish sacred from profane oil. This fact bothers no one. The distinction feels as real as the oil itself. During a wedding ceremony, you watch the priest use oil to bless the couple, marking their hands with fragrant oil while pronouncing them joined. The oil's presence in this ceremony isn't decorative. It represents prosperity, divine favour, and the hope that their union will prove as fruitful as olive trees and as enduring as groves that outlive the humans who plant them. Later, the couple will take home a small vessel of blessed oil, keeping it in their household as protection, and a reminder of vows spoken before witnesses human and divine. A funeral procession arrives, and olive oil plays yet another role in this transition. The body has been anointed with oil as part of preparation for burial, the oil preserving the flesh, while symbolising care and respect for the deceased. Oil-soaked cloths wrap the body, maintaining moisture and preventing the accelerated decomposition that would occur in dry air. Some of these oils are expensive, with families spending significant portions of their savings to ensure proper treatment of their dead. The smell of aromatic oils mixed with human death creates an odour both pleasant and disturbing, beauty and decay intermingled. In a private room, the priest teaches an initiate how to mix sacred oils, explaining proportions and prayers that must accompany the work. This knowledge passes through oral tradition, master to student, creating lineages of specialists who understand both the practical chemistry and ritual requirements of sacred oil production. The initiate watches carefully, memorising not just what the priest does, but how, the specific gestures and words that supposedly transform mixing into blessing. Years from now, this initiate will teach another, and the tradition will continue, olive oil linking generations through unbroken chains of practice. You notice how much olive oil the temple consumes. Hundreds of litres monthly just for lamps, dozens more for anointing and blessing, and special reserves for major ceremonies. Maintaining this consumption requires dedicated olive groves, estates that exist solely to supply religious institutions. These sacred groves are managed no differently than commercial ones. They're pruned, harvested, and pressed using identical methods. Yet their oil goes directly to temples, never entering normal commerce, creating a parallel economy of divine provision that mirrors but never touches the secular oil trade. As evening prayers conclude, priests circulate through the temple lighting additional lamps, each flame representing a prayer, a hope, and a connection between worshipper and divine. The practice creates a constellation of small lights, hundreds of flames burning olive oil while people kneel or stand in prayer. The visual effect is powerful, darkness pushed back by collective effort, each lamp an individual contribution to communal brightness. Without olive oil, this display would be impossible. Without olive groves, these temples would stand dark and silent. Walking home through darkness held at bay by oil lamps lining the streets, you reflect on how completely olive oil has woven itself into every aspect of life. It lights your path, flavours your food, heals your injuries, cleanses your body, connects distant regions through trade, and links you to the divine through sacred rituals. No other substance touches so many domains, serves so many purposes, and proves so essential while remaining so humble. The olive tree itself seems unremarkable, gnarled, slow-growing, and demanding little. Yet from its fruit flows civilization's golden thread, binding together all the separate elements that make human life more than mere survival. You're standing in a grove that's witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, its oldest trees planted so long ago that no records document their origins. These ancient olives have felt the footsteps of peoples who spoke languages now lost, who worshipped gods whose names nobody remembers, and who built cities that have eroded back into the hillsides they once crowned. The trees remain, still producing fruit indifferent to the human dramas that have played out beneath their branches. An archaeologist working nearby explains that olive pits found in local excavations date back 8,000 years, meaning people have been harvesting these hillsides since before pottery, before metal tools, and before writing. The relationship between humans and olives here predates civilization itself, existing in some form through every era of human development from stone tools to satellite imagery. The groves you're standing in might not be that ancient, but they descend from those first cultivated trees in an unbroken chain of propagation that spans hundreds of generations. You run your hand along bark that feels like frozen time, ridges and valleys recording decades of growth in patterns as unique as fingerprints. This particular tree is old enough that 3 people linking hands couldn't encircle its trunk. Its hollow interior could shelter several children during rainstorms, yet it produces fruit as reliably as trees a tenth its age. Olive trees don't age like other plants. They don't gradually weaken and die, but simply grow thicker, more gnarled, and more impossible looking while maintaining vitality that seems to contradict everything you understand about mortality. The archaeologist points out ancient stone terraces built to prevent soil erosion. Their construction so solid they still function centuries after the civilization that built them vanished. These terraces create level planting areas on slopes too steep for agriculture, catching rainwater and preserving topsoil that would otherwise wash away during winter storms. The labour involved in building them was enormous. Thousands of hours moving stones, levelling ground, and creating the infrastructure necessary for olive cultivation in challenging terrain. Yet the investment proved worthwhile over time frames that dwarf human lifespans. You notice evidence of ancient pressing operations, circular depressions carved into bedrock where millstones once turned, channels that guided oil from pressing platforms to collection vessels, and anchoring points for press beams. These installations functioned for generations before being abandoned when economic conditions shifted or populations declined. Now they're covered with moss and leaves, slowly eroding, their purpose obvious only to trained observers. The groves they served continue producing, indifferent to whether humans still press their fruit or leave it to fall and rot. Climate patterns recorded in ice cores and lake sediments reveal that this region has experienced dramatic changes during the olive grove's existence. Periods of extreme drought should have killed these trees, yet somehow they endured, their deep roots finding moisture other plants couldn't access. Invasions swept through repeatedly, armies burning farms and slaughtering populations, but olive trees survived because they're nearly impossible to kill completely. Even if trunk and branches burn to ash, roots send up new growth, rebuilding from below ground with patience that makes human urgency seem absurd. An ancient olive tree nearby shows clear signs of having been cut down, then regrowing from the stump, creating multiple new trunks that fuse together over time. The practice of coppicing olives for wood while preserving their root systems allowed farmers to harvest the trees themselves without ending production. The regrown trunks might take 20 years to begin bearing fruit again, but in the olive's timeline, 20 years is nothing, barely worth noticing. This one tree has probably been cut and regrown 5 or 6 times over its existence, each cycle producing decades of firewood while the roots waited patiently for their chance to rebuild. You sit beneath a massive olive and try to imagine the lives it's witnessed. People have sat exactly here for centuries, seeking shade from Mediterranean heat, perhaps eating olives from this very tree. Children have climbed its branches. Lovers have carved initials into bark that later grew over and obscured their declarations. Battles may have raged nearby while the tree simply continued its slow cycle of flowering and fruiting, indifferent to human violence. The tree has probably lived through famines, plagues, golden ages, dark ages, conquests and liberations, all while doing nothing but being a tree. The archaeologist mentions that olive trees can effectively live forever through a process of continuous renewal. As the central trunk ages and hollows, the tree sends up new shoots from its base. These shoots eventually become new trunks while the old one gradually crumbles away. The root system remains unbroken through this process, meaning the tree's identity persists, even though none of its above-ground parts might be original. Some of the groves in this region may have been continuously alive since before humans began writing down history. Modern threats to these ancient groves come not from the climate or diseases that have always challenged olive cultivation, but from economic changes that make old trees less valuable than the land they occupy. You've heard of developers cutting down 1,000-year-old olives to build resorts, of ancient groves being replaced by crops that produce faster returns. The trees that survived every historical catastrophe now face chainsaws guided by spreadsheets showing that quick profits from destruction exceed the patient income from preservation. Yet some groves remain protected, recognised as cultural heritage as important as ancient buildings or archaeological sites. These protected groves are maintained using traditional methods, pressed with equipment that would be familiar to farmers from centuries past, and producing oil marketed specifically as coming from ancient trees. Whether the oil actually tastes different is debatable, but customers pay premium prices for the connection to history, for fruit from trees that their great-great-great-grandparents might have harvested. Walking through these groves as afternoon light creates dramatic contrast between illuminated leaves and deep shadows, you feel a strange temporal vertigo. Everything around you looks timeless. It could be a scene from any century in the past 2,000 years. The trees haven't changed. The hillsides haven't changed. If you squint slightly, you can imagine yourself in any era, the present just another moment in an endless chain of harvests and pressings that extends beyond memory in both directions. The archaeological evidence scattered throughout these hillsides tells a story of continuous use despite political chaos. When one empire collapsed and the population fled, within a generation or two, new people arrived and resumed harvesting the groves. The olive trees themselves served as attractants, their presence advertising that this land could support human communities. Abandon a grain field and within a year it reverts to wild grasses, but abandon an olive grove and decades later it's still there, still producing, still waiting for humans to return and resume the partnership. You collect a few olives from the ground, examining them closely. They're the same size and shape as the preserved olives archaeologists find in ancient shipwrecks, and as the olives depicted in frescoes and mosaics from civilizations that no longer exist. The genetic diversity in modern olive cultivars is surprisingly narrow, suggesting that most productive trees descend from relatively few ancient parents that demonstrated superior characteristics. The olive you're holding might be genetically nearly identical to olives that fed Roman soldiers, Greek philosophers, and Egyptian traders, all the way back to whoever first noticed that these bitter fruits became delicious after proper processing. You're standing in a modern supermarket, looking at a shelf displaying dozens of olive oil varieties, each bottle promising superior quality, health benefits, or authentic tradition. The bottles are clear glass or dark green, some with elaborate labels depicting Mediterranean scenes, others with minimalist designs suggesting sophistication. Behind these modern presentations lies the same substance that's flavoured human civilization for millennia, now reduced to consumer choice among competing brands. You pick up a bottle labelled extra virgin, reading the fine print that explains what this designation means. The oil inside was cold pressed without heat or chemicals from olives harvested at optimal ripeness and processed within hours of picking. These requirements echo practices developed thousands of years ago when pressers learned through trial and error that speed, care, and temperature control produce superior oil. The terminology is modern, but the principles are ancient, linking your kitchen to those of people who lived before philosophy or democracy existed. The price range across this shelf is staggering. Some bottles cost as much per litre as an ancient worker earned in a week, while others are cheap enough that oil has become just another commodity. This democratization represents both triumph and loss. More people can afford olive oil than ever before in history, but the intimate relationship between consumers and producers has been severed. You don't know which grove produced this oil, whose hands harvested these olives, or how many generations their family has been pressing fruit from these specific trees. A cooking show plays on a screen near the checkout, a chef drizzling olive oil over vegetables while explaining how it's healthier than butter or other fats. The health claims are accurate. Olive oil does contain monounsaturated fats that improve cardiovascular health, antioxidants that protect cells, and compounds that reduce inflammation. But ancient peoples who built their cuisines around olive oil knew none of this, using it not because it was healthy, but because it was available, delicious, and versatile. They stumbled into good health through culinary tradition, their bodies benefiting from choices made for entirely different reasons. You notice organic options. Oil from olives grown without synthetic pesticides or fertilizers. This marketing implies that non-organic methods are standard now, representing a fundamental shift from traditional olive cultivation that used no chemicals because they didn't exist. The modern organic movement is actually a return to ancient practices, charging premium prices for what was once universal. The irony seems lost on most shoppers filling their carts without considering the historical arc that brought these bottles to this shelf. At home, you drizzle oil over a salad, the action so casual that you don't pause to think about it. Yet this simple gesture connects you to every cook throughout history who performed the same motion. The oil catches light streaming through your window, exactly as it caught lamplight in ancient kitchens. It coats the vegetables with the same golden sheen that made food look appetizing to people whose names nobody remembers. The chemistry of fat interacting with plant cells hasn't changed, meaning the salad tastes similar to versions eaten 2,000 years ago. Your bathroom contains olive oil-based soaps and cosmetics, products marketed as natural alternatives to synthetic options. Soap itself was invented partly to replace the oil scraping method used in ancient baths. Yet now olive oil soap represents a return to more authentic cleansing. The circular motion of hygiene history suggests that human needs remain constant, while technologies cycle between complexity and simplicity, each generation rediscovering benefits that previous generations took for granted. You light a candle, petroleum wax with a cotton wick, creating a flame without olive oil for the first time in human history. Candles existed in ancient times, but oil lamps provided most illumination, making olive oil the primary medium through which people pushed back darkness. The shift from oil to candles to gas to electricity represents increasing separation between light and its fuel source. Ancient peoples understood exactly what burned when they lit lamps. You flip a switch without thinking about the coal or natural gas or nuclear reaction generating your electricity. A Mediterranean restaurant nearby advertises authentic cuisine, its menu featuring dishes built around olive oil in ways that would be familiar to ancient diners. The ingredients are identical, the cooking methods unchanged in essentials, yet the context is completely different. Ancient people ate these foods because they were local and available, not because they were exotic or healthy. The restaurant charges premium prices for authenticity that used to be called what we have, transforming necessity into luxury through distance. Temporal distance separating us from when these foods were ordinary. You read about olive oil fraud, about bottles labelled Italian or Greek containing oil from North Africa or Spain, and about extra virgin designations applied to oil that doesn't meet technical requirements. These deceptions echo ancient problems. Merchants have always been tempted to dilute expensive oil with cheaper alternatives, to misrepresent origins, and to sell last year's rancid oil as this year's fresh pressing. The amphora stamps that guaranteed quality in ancient markets were responses to fraud that still exists, human nature remaining constant across millennia. A news article discusses how climate change threatens traditional olive-growing regions, and how rising temperatures and changing rainfall patterns might shift production to areas that previously couldn't support olives. The trees themselves can adapt. They've survived climate changes throughout history, but the cultural connection between specific regions and olive cultivation might break. What happens to Greek or Spanish or Italian culinary identity if olives no longer thrive there? Can tradition persist when the material basis for tradition disappears? You notice how olive oil has become shorthand for healthy eating, the Mediterranean diet, and lifestyle choices associated with longevity and well-being. This association isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. Ancient peoples who consumed olive oil daily also died young from infections and injuries. Modern medicine prevents easily. The oil didn't make them healthy in any comprehensive sense. They simply lacked alternatives we take for granted. Separating olive oil's actual benefits from romanticized versions of Mediterranean life requires care that marketing departments rarely provide. In your pantry, a bottle of olive oil sits next to vegetable oil, canola oil, and coconut oil, each suited for different purposes, different heat tolerances, and different flavour profiles. This abundance would astonish ancient cooks who used olive oil for everything because it was the only fat they had in quantity. Modern cooking's specialisation, this oil for sautéing, that one for baking, another for salads, represents both sophistication and loss. We've gained options, but sacrificed the intimate knowledge that comes from using a single ingredient in every possible way. You cook dinner using olive oil, clean up with olive oil soap, and moisturise your hands with olive oil lotion, all while electric lights eliminate any need for oil lamps. Olive oil persists in modern life, but its role has narrowed from essential to optional, from universal to particular. You could survive comfortably without it, substituting other fats in cooking, other products for cleaning and moisturising, and other sources for illumination. This optionality represents the fundamental difference between your relationship with olive oil and that of people for whom it was irreplaceable. Yet walking through the supermarket or cooking dinner, you occasionally feel a strange temporal connection, a sense that you're performing actions that link you to an unbroken chain of human activity, stretching back to before recorded history. When you drizzle olive oil over food, you're doing exactly what countless humans have done in the same way for the same reasons. The bottle is different, the kitchen is different, and the context is different, but the action itself is unchanged. In this small gesture, you briefly touch the deep past, performing a ritual so ancient that its origins predate the concept of ritual itself. The olive trees in distant groves continue their patient work, flowering each spring, fruiting each autumn, and producing the same golden liquid that fueled civilizations now studied only by archaeologists. Some of those trees might be the direct descendants, literally through root propagation, of trees that witnessed events recorded in histories you've read. They connect past to present through living continuity, biology preserving what human memory cannot. As long as those trees survive, as long as someone harvests their fruit and presses it into oil, the ancient world isn't entirely lost. It flows forward, year by year, harvest by harvest, a golden thread that refuses to break.